literature in its fullest form, and today's one-day spring edition is a thoughtfully curated, compact continuation of that same spirit. Intense, engaging, and deeply enriching.
Ever since its inception in 2013, Chandigarh Literary Society's premier literary event, CLF Literati, has grown exponentially and been of the most revered, attended, and sought after events of Indian literary landscape. We also hold annual poetry and short story events at local, national, and international levels. We have had the honor of hosting eminent speakers at Literati from India and overseas, including Ruskin Bond, Amish Tripathi, Chitra Banerjee Divakuni, Rakesh Om Prakash Mehra, Divya Datta, Rakshanda Jalil, Ishwar Desai, Ashok Vajpayee, and many more.
It is now my privilege to invite Dr. Sumita Misra, a distinguished personality who embodies excellence in both governance and literature. She is a senior IAS officer, currently serving as the Financial Commissioner Revenue and Additional Chief Secretary to the Government of Haryana. She is our founder chairperson of Chandigarh Literary Society and the festival director of CLF, whose vision, dedication, and goodwill has shaped this platform over the years. Ma'am, under your able guidance, this platform continues to grow from strength to strength, and we are truly honored by your presence today. I humbly invite you to grace the stage and formally inaugurate the festival with the lighting of the lamp. I would also like to invite Mr. Manish Tiwari, Member of Parliament from Chandigarh, a dynamic leader with an impactful personality. It is an honor to have you here, sir. Mr. Madhav Kaushik, Chairman of Sahitya Academy, also to give his blessings. And I would also like to invite Mr. Pan Yasvi to come to the dais.
I would now like to invite Sumita Misra to give a few blessings.
मनीष तिवारी साहब, माधव कौशिक साहब, यहाँ पे gathered City Beautiful के intellectuals, friends, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege, like every time, to welcome all of you to the Chandigarh Lit Fest, the spring edition. And we are gathered here in the season of renewal. That's what spring is. And which is so apt because spring reminds us that even after long silences, the human spirit demands expression. And that expression flows in various forms. And here in Corbusier's own dream, which we live in, which we inhabit between concrete buildings and green avenues, that expression comes forth in so many different ways. And what we are celebrating today is that entire variety. But above all, we are celebrating the written and spoken word. It's my privilege also to welcome the very distinguished lineup of speakers we have with us, starting with Manish Tiwari Sahab, who will be talking about his new book, A World Adrift. And he is a very suave and a very popular member of parliament from Chandigarh. So big round of applause for the first session of the day. So we have tried to curate a mixed bag which covers geopolitics, which covers leadership with Madam Smriti Irani, which covers young authors Arsh and Sonia, with Jonathan Gill Harris talking about a very unique book that he's written. We'll be discussing artificial intelligence. During the course of the day, we'll be discussing some history with the women of Maharaja Ranjit Singh's times with Madam Ranjit Pawar. We will be having with us the celebrated lyricist Geet Chaturvedi ji. And we have some perfect nostalgia in the golden years of Doordarshan with Sheila Chaman Madam here with us. And we end the day with Mehfil-e-Sukhan, जिसमें माधव कौशिक साहब जो राष्ट्रीय साहित्य अकादमी के प्रेसिडेंट होने के अलावा CLS का एक अभिन्न अंग रहे हैं, मेरे बड़े भाई हैं और खुद एक बहुत जाने माने कवि हैं. So as I said that it's a mixed bouquet and we hope you enjoy the day. But before I hand over the stage to our first session, I do want to share that, you know, today's times seem to be defined by algorithms and artificial intelligence. But we believe that creativity, that literature is something that no AI can replicate. The human heart transcends what data is capable of. That is my fervent belief. And I think also, having been in the Indian administrative service now for over 3 decades, I do feel that good governance needs a soul. And that soul is nurtured with art, with literature, with creativity, and with understanding the courage of the creative spirit. A society that does not read, does not introspect, is a society that cannot dream. A nation that does not honor or celebrate its writers and thinkers is a nation that cannot grow. And that was the founding ethos of the Chandigarh Literary Society, and that is what we keep on trying to do, keep on trying to bring to you. Because what we are trying to do is celebrate, excavate, and reinvent the creative urges, the creative spirit, because that is what reminds us what we have been and what we may aspire to be as a society and as a nation. So once again, those very serious thoughts apart, I welcome you to what I think will be a highly enjoyable day. I hope every interaction between author and reader sparks something on both sides, sparks new thoughts, new narratives. And before I close, I want to request everyone to put their hands together for my very, very enthusiastic and dedicated team that makes every event possible. I just get to stand here, but they actually make everything work and work so seamlessly. A big shout out also to our sponsors for believing in us. Amity University, SBI, Canara Bank, Adesh University, Capital Bookshop, Pashmira Luxury Stalls. I'm forgetting some. Have I covered everyone? If I have slipped, and our publishing partners, all our publishing partners who are here and who support us in every event. So a big thank you to them as well. And let's hope we have a great day together. Thank you, Chandigarh. Yes, Amanda.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. The world has always belonged to those willing to confront its hardest truth. The old world order is gone. The new one isn't here yet. We are living in the gap, and that's exactly what this session is about. Going ahead with our keynote session, I would like to invite Mr. Manish Tiwari, who will be in conversation with Manraj Garewal Sharma. Sir, ma'am, please come onto the stage. Manish Tiwari is a three-term MP from Chandigarh, former Union Minister, Supreme Court Advocate, and Distinguished Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council, Washington, D.C. His book, A World Adrift, A Parliamentarian's Perspective on the Global Power Dynamic, maps the fault lines. Asia, the Middle East, the cracks nobody wants to name. He names them. In conversation with him, Manraj Garewal Sharma, resident editor at the Indian Express, Chandigarh, the author of Dreams After Darkness, Decades of Frontline Journalism. She goes after the big questions. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to a world adrift with our very popular Member of Parliament, Mr. Manish Tiwari. So he says we are right now in an orderless world, and there's nobody better than him to tell us how to navigate this global chaos with his smile. So over to you. So I'm very curious. This book comes at a very pivotal moment, and I'm sure you couldn't have, when you were writing it, you couldn't have predicted that Trump will lose it, and we'll have this West Asia conflict. So what made you write it?
So first of all, I would like to thank the Chandigarh Literary Society, Mrs. Misra, and all her colleagues for curating this excellent festival. And as Mrs. Misra rightly said, that a city which has a soul, to nurture it, you require the arts and the creative faculties to be always ignited. So I would like to congratulate the Chandigarh Literary Society and all the organizers, sponsors for irrigating the soul of Chandigarh. Thank you, Manraj, for doing this. So I don't have a direct line to Trump. So I didn't know that he was going to blow a fuse. B, if I would have released this book today, I wouldn't have called it A World Adrift. I would have called it A World Submerged, because it got submerged into the Straits of Hormuz. But to answer your question on a more serious note, so I was a distinguished fellow at the Atlantic Council in Washington, D.C. between 2016 and 2019. That was a time when the United States had already disentangled itself from Iraq after investing a significant amount of blood and treasure, about $4 trillion or $4.3 trillion. And they were in the process of withdrawing from Afghanistan. And again, Afghanistan cost the US exchequer another 4.3 trillion, and a lot of blood spilled in the process. So it was an exhausted farm. It was a nation which was desperately in need for an urban renewal which they've not had since the Great Depression of the 1930s. So what was very evident to me even then was that a huge power vacuum is going to open when the single biggest hegemon, the preeminent outside balancer of power, starts retreating from its global role. Nature abhors a vacuum, and somebody would obviously step in to fill reversed all the postulates of US foreign policy, which had underpinned his first term. And the United States very rapidly moved from exceptionalism to transactionalism in its foreign policy. And that transactionalism actually what defined the US intervention in Venezuela and now the US intervention in Iran, primarily because it is not only about what is happening in the Middle East. It is also about the United States trying to recap its greatest strategic rival, China, which had two very effective counterweights in terms of resource extraction. One was Venezuela and the other was Iran. So, therefore, this book actually comes out of the conviction that the world order as we knew it, if at all there was a world order between 1945 and now, that world order had collapsed. Nothing had emerged. So we were really in the age of monsters, as Antonio Gramsci says. Or were we going to regress back to the foundational template of the 17th and 18th century, which had defined the conduct of affairs between nations? And that really is the essence of the book.
So how do you see the West Asia conflict playing out now? In your book, you track the way the global order has changed with the two world wars and the Cold War and so on, and now this orderless world. So how is this going to play out? And how is this going to impact India?
Number one, there is not one war. There are many wars which are playing themselves out simultaneously in the Middle East. So there, one is of course the conflict which is apparent between Israel, United States of America, and Iran. Number two is the larger civilizational conflict between the states of the Greater Middle East. The middle powers or the regional powers in the Greater Middle East, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, and of course Iran on the other side. The third is the attempt by the United States to ensure that for the foreseeable future, at least the next decades of the 21st century, the dominance of the US dollar remains. And so therefore, if you look at the various moving parts of this conflict, you would see a pattern emerging. And when I refer to Venezuela and Iran earlier, the desire now to give Russia an off-ramp because Russia's exhausted after the Ukraine war. Already there's talk about opening the oil pipelines. The Central European states are talking about that. So essentially, if you have China and you have Venezuela and Iran kneecapped, you've given an off-ramp to Russia, which has lost about close to 600,000 people in this conflict with Ukraine. Essentially, then the United States will be able to negotiate with China on its own terms. And that means that the BRICS arrangement, minus the two big players, one exhausted, Russia, China wanting to remain relevant, essentially almost spells the demise of BRICS. So from India's point of view, that is something which was worrying us, because the BRICS was not only an acronym coined by a consulting firm to try and sell a report. It was something more than that, and it was really the foundation of multipolarity that we have been striving for. In economic terms, it leaves us very badly off. 4 weeks, the Straits of Hormuz has been closed. for every $10 rise, for every $10 rise in the price of crude oil, we add $10 to $15 billion to our import bill, and this is only crude oil. Then there is LNG. We are hugely dependent upon Gulf exports. The largest LNG field in Qatar is out of action. May not come online for 3 to 5 years, going by the estimates available. Then there is fertilizer. We are the largest importers of fertilizer from Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, especially the nitrogen-based fertilizers, which constitute almost the bulk of the usage which our farmers do. So essentially, we are going to be economically really, even if the war was to stop tomorrow, we are going to remain hugely economically stressed because going by all the predictions which are available, the crude oil is going to remain above 100 for maybe all throughout 2027. In addition to that, even if things were to normalize, before the insurance premiums come back online, which has a window of anywhere between 60 to 90 days, those ships are not going to sail. Because ultimately ships sail not because you give them nebulous costs. Ships sail because there are insurance premiums and war risks that have to be in place. And those insurance premiums and war risks are completely absent today. So from an economic standpoint, not only us, but all the energy-consuming economies of Asia, be it China, be it South Korea, be it Japan, the big consumers of imported hydrocarbon energy from West Asia, are going to be in a problem. Our problem gets even a little more compounded because we have a huge diaspora across the greater Middle East or West Asia. 10 million people working in different geographies which are now conflicted with each other. So we are really between the rock and the hard place. Having said that, I'll end with just one sentence. You know, there are certain fundamental postulates which underpin the foreign policy of every country. And in our case, we have been fairly even Stevens across administrations in calling a spade a spade. And therefore it is disappointing when India does not call out regime change through coexistence. It is disappointing when India does not call out targeted assassinations of leaders in different geographies or their abductions. I'm not going into the merits of the regime. It is disappointing when India does not condole the killing of 196 innocent school children in a missile strike which has been called out by none other than the New York Times. So therefore, I think the crisis in West Asia is a reason for us to also introspect, because strategic ambiguity should not translate itself into strategic silence. And over the past 28 days, the silence of the government unfortunately has been dead.
You, at one point, you written about India's relationship with Russia on the decline, and you said that given that India's strategic and economic future does not lie with Russia, it may have been a short-term tactical gain to buy cheap oil from Russia.
So when I led the debate in Parliament on the Russia-Ukraine war in the March 2022, and we were buying about 1% of our crude oil needs from Russia at that point in time. And I had even then said that there is no need for us to change our energy purchase profile, because India can afford to go down the path that it has been going down in terms of its energy imports over the past 5, 7, 10 or even longer. But the argument from the government then was that, we import 88% of our crude oil needs, we import 47% of our LNG. If we are getting cheaper crude oil, why should we not go for it? I mean, from an economic standpoint, it made sense that if you were getting cheaper energy, so obviously any government which has to pay such a huge import bill would take that call. But given the fact that it was happening in the circumstances of Russia's unequivocal transgression on Ukraine's sovereignty, it was troubling. And then 3 years down the line, when the Trump administration decided to take a different line, you suddenly decided to pull back. By the December of 2025, your crude oil purchase from Russia had dropped dramatically. Now, if the logic that cheap crude is what India wants was the position taken in the March-April of 2022, that premise remained valid even in the December of 2025. Then why buckle? And now, ironically, it is not only Russian crude which is back on the line, but even Iranian crude is back on the line. But the only thing is, the Russians are no longer selling it to you at a discount. The Russians are actually charging a premium on it now. So therefore, the point I was trying to make is, there are certain moral underpinnings of India's foreign policy, irrespective of the fact that at times you have to maneuver nimbly between the rock and the hard place. And those positions you should maintain. For short-term gain, you should not sacrifice the longer positions which really go back to the genesis of our foreign policy, which was the Asian Relations Conference in 1946.
So you started your book with a chapter on China, its rise, and you said it's acquired a more assertive and potentially coercive character, China's rise. So from an Indian perspective, what red lines must New Delhi draw to protect its strategic space without slipping into an outright confrontation with China? And in fact, we seem to have avoided it. If you see Doklam, we kind of we didn't say anything outright about China getting into our territory or China grabbing a part of it.
You see, the fundamental problem is that both India and China came to their destiny from two very different places. The Chinese Communist Party ascended to office in 1949 after a very bitter civil war, and then the two protagonists of the civil war coming together to fight the Japanese and then fighting each other after the collapse of the Qing dynasty in 1912. And India came to its destiny in 1947 through a unique non-violent struggle for freedom at a point in time when 17 million people had died in the First World War, another 81 million people had perished in the Second World War. You saw the use or the destructive potential of the atom in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the August of 1945. And so therefore, we both came to our destinies from very different places on the planet. And that's why, and this is my understanding, that China and India have not really understood each other. In fact, very early in the relationship, you had the Chinese aggression on Tibet. Tibet was autonomous. The Chinese exercised a very loose sovereignty on it between 1912 and 1956 when they took it over. And then you had the 62 border war, and there was a large hiatus a long period of silence in the relationship before Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi picked up the threads in 1988. And therein lies the contradiction. India's and China roughly had the same GDP in 1979-1980. Today, the power differential between India and China is 5:1, and it is across the board. We've had this 4.5-year long border standoff with China. There is still opacity with regard to certain buffer zones as to how ultimately it is going to really play itself out. And then all throughout that period, our trade relationship with China kept going up and up. We have an adverse balance of trade of $100 billion with China as we speak. So in a sense, when I say people don't like it, but we seem to have funded the Chinese transgressions against us by ourselves. And therein lies our dilemma, that how do we safeguard our territorial integrity and sovereignty without really breaking the trade relationship till the time we do not develop self-sufficiency. And our problems are going to be compounded if the current conflict in the Middle East, which may be abruptly terminated by the American administration, which commenced it in the first place, notwithstanding the negotiations in Geneva, then the two very aggressive beneficiaries of that would be, in the regional context, Iran, and in a global context, China. And that is going to further compound our problem. So how do you really manage this relationship? It's going to be a tough one going forward, because we thought that the AUKUS would balance the aggressive behavior of China post Xi Jinping taking over in 2012. But now the principal linchpin of Quad has itself become very mercurial and erratic. And it really sort of leaves us on our own. And in many ways, we are back to 1979, when the ducks and drakes of the United States, Pakistan, and China, and there is no solution. So we are going to, we'll have to, navigate turbulence over the next couple of years.
So our military analysts or the retired generals often warn of a two-front war, because with China and Pakistan getting together. So how real is that? Do you think, considering Pakistan is also on the decline, do you think that is a possibility?
During the kinetic actions between India and Pakistan between the 7th and the 10th of May 2025, you actually saw a kind of a trailer of that two-front situation. The Chinese Western Theater Command was feeding into the Pakistani Central Air Command, which overlooks India. And you in fact had the Deputy Chief of the Air Staff go on record to say that the Chinese actually used this kinetic engagement as a laboratory to live test, some of their theoretical postulates. So therefore, a two-front situation for India is a strategic reality. And it's a strategic reality going back to 1964, when the Pakistanis conceded the Sashram Valley to China. And therefore, over all these years, we have, whenever we have been in conflict with either Pakistan or China, we've been able to manage it. But post 2012 and the China-Pakistan economic corridor coming online, as also the Chinese investments in Gwadar, in Hambantota, in Maldives, in Myanmar, in Nepal, the two-front situation is a strategic dilemma that we must seriously prepare for. And as I said, we really saw the precursor of that in the kinetic exchanges last year. So yes, that is a reality we have to contend with. And that's why in one of my earlier books on the national security challenges that confront India, one of the fundamental points that I made was that India either has to bring down its national security challenges, which is find a modus vivendi with both Pakistan and China, or it has to exponentially up its defense expenditure. Right? We are at about roughly 1.9% of our GDP on defense, now going back almost a decade. In fact, at one point in time, when Dr. Murli Manoj Joshi, who was the chairperson of the Estimates Committee, had done a report on defense preparedness, we were at 1.6%, which was roughly what we were in 1962. At that level of defense to GDP spending, we can't sustain the kind of challenges that confront us. So therefore, we either will have to exponentially ramp up. And China did that. You see, between 1979, when China started opening up, and 1995, China's defense spending was very low. When the Taiwan Straits crisis happened in 1995, and the US sailed its aircraft carriers through the Taiwan Straits, China upped its defense spending double digit for the next 2 decades, from 1995 to 2015. And now from 2015 to now, they grew 7.2% year-on-year increase in defense budget, which also, if you go by what Western analysts say, are numbers which do not really tell the true story. So therefore, we need to take certain hard calls. Just getting high on the throne of nationalism is not going to safeguard national security. You need to put your money where your mouth is. And that money, unfortunately, we are not seeing over many, many years now.
We hear a lot about the government investing in drones, Ukraine being the shining example of how a small country, which everyone thought Russia would just overrun it, still giving up very good fight. So India seems to be relying more on AI, especially, we don't, the theory seems to be, the strategy seems to be, we don't need in the new way in which the wars are fought, we don't need boots on the ground. We need eyes in the sky, we need drones, we need AI. And how do you, you've written about it, you mentioned it in your book as well. So how do we take it forward?
So essentially, the conflict in between Russia and Ukraine, or the dynamic exchanges between us and Pakistan last year, both of them underscore that the nature of warfare has completely transformed itself. So, if you are even a weaker power using asymmetric warfare, and that's been the revolution in military affairs, you can still hold a bigger adversary off. And Ukraine is in fact a classical example whereby they have innovated on drones, now coming to cardboard drones which are as cheap as $500 a pop, but carry a lot of destructive potential. But herein lies the paradox again, and Mrs. Misra in her opening remarks was talking about AI and the frontier technologies. So, China last year on AI alone spent $95 billion. And out of that, $67 billion or $56 billion was government spending. Uh, Five American companies, Meta, Google, Amazon, and two of the other big tech majors, are going to spend $700 billion on AI in the current fiscal. Our spend is 1,000 crores. We are going to be spending, close to about 1,200 crores or something over 5 years. I mean, that's the AI mission. We've allocated 1,000 crores this year. So with that kind of a gap, you will only see the power difference increase. And this is only artificial intelligence. If you add on semiconductors, you add on robotics, you add on the Internet of Things, you add on cyber offensive and defensive capability, the menu really becomes endless. And that is why I'm saying, because look at the size of the budget of the government of India. After all, this would come out of the budget of the government of India, 53 lakh crores. We have a revenue stream of 36 lakh crores. We mobilize about 17 lakh crores from the market, and about 47 lakh crores is committed liabilities. So the wiggle room which the finance minister or the government has is only about 5 lakh crores. And that is why we've been really flying by the seat of our pants. And therefore we need to sit back and seriously go back to the drawing board, because the fact that the old order is completely collapsed. You are back to what I call what Cardinal Raichu had coined raison d'etre, which is each country acting in its own best interests, and the balance of power as yet has not emerged. So given the fact that we may be on our own for the foreseeable future, some of these really profound challenges require a political consensus across the board, like the one we constructed on economic liberalization. Because ramping up capacity is also going to be a decade or a 2-decade affair. And then you have to manage the integral also. So these are very, very serious national security challenges, and unfortunately, neither in Parliament and nor in substantial sections of the media, leaving aside one or two newspapers, yours being one of them, is there any serious discussion on these issues?
So what the way out you feel is everyone should come together and sit down and track it out?
See, ultimately, it comes down to money. You can only create capacity if you have the ability to be able to fund it. You need to energize or ignite the animal spirits of corporate India. Get them on board with regard to defense and especially defense research and development. You need to build those partnerships where you will be able to get proprietary technology. And you need to do it super quick, because you are not the only one who's doing it. There is everyone else, who's playing the same game. Look at what happened between Armenia and Azerbaijan. The Armenians thought that they had superior military and they would just walk over Azerbaijan. And then the drones came in and just turned the whole thing around. So therefore, there has been a complete revolution in military affairs. You move from an informationized battlefield to an intelligence-ized battlefield. The next frontier is going to be the cognitive domain. It's going to be the battle for the human mind. So these are the issues which public policy professionals and those in this space need to apply themselves to, that given the financial constraints that we have, how do we try and create and craft a strategy which would ensure that our strategic autonomy and the space that we have carved out for ourselves, we are able to maintain them as long as the world remains in this turbulence, which seems to be the case going forward, at least for the next 5 to 10 years.
You've also spoken about how India has always adopted you've also written about how India has always adopted a neighborhood first policy. But the question is, have have our neighbors also adopted an India first policy? Which doesn't seem to be the case.
Don't ever ask that question to Minister Jaishankar, because he he replied in a very injured tone, and I reproduced that conversation in the book when I asked him in Parliament. But do any of India's neighbors have an India first policy? And the answer, unfortunately, is no. Obviously, every nation has its own strategic imperatives. So, therefore, you cannot always expect that if you are walking the extra mile, it's going to be reciprocated en toto. However, having said that, what has really complicated India's neighborhood trajectory, of course, is the legacy of partition. Quay, our western neighbor, which we've not been able to sort out. Its unsettled borders with China, the LAC and the McMahon line. But more than that, the economic muscle of China, which they started visibly demonstrating through the One Belt, One Road initiative, the BRI, the Belt and Road initiative, that has complicated things in our neighborhood. And so therefore, with Chinese investments in Sri Lanka, of course, the popular notion is that Sri Lanka got into that debt trap because of China, but which is factually not correct. But China has substantial investments in Sri Lanka, in Maldives, as I earlier spoke, in Pakistan, in fact, on our eastern flank also now. So that is a relationship or a situation that we'll have to manage. Now, look at what has happened with Bangladesh. Of course, after the new government has taken over, I do hope that things get better. But our problems with Pakistan actually go back to the creation of Bangladesh. So when we redrew the political map of South Asia in 1971 and created a new nation called Bangladesh, that is liberated East Pakistan, the West Pakistani military, is the deep state, has never ever forgotten that. And that's why they took two seminal decisions. One, they will acquire nuclear weapons, the Multan Conference of the 24th of January 1972, and they will bleed India with 1,000 cuts. And then our relationship with Bangladesh has also been very topsy-turvy over the decades, which begs the question, and that is why we need to really look within, that what is it that we need to do to ensure that South Asia, which if it's our Monroe Doctrine, if we consider it to be our eminent domain that we do, we keep it on board. And given the assertiveness of China, it is becoming a difficult balance to tread. And obviously, till recently, we had a default strategic partnership with the United States. But now, the partnership of the United States with all its allies across the board, from NATO to Japan, all those relationships are today strained. I mean, President Trump calls out the European leaders on a daily basis. So that's why in this situation, I think we should focus more on diplomacy, treat the next 2 decades as space for our consolidation. Our time will come, but we should be very, very careful that we should punch to our weight and not try and punch above it.
So, one last question, and you've written that for India to preserve its strategic autonomy, it must remain internally cohesive, and that pluralism is no longer a luxury that can be taken for granted.
It is the biggest antidote to external challenges.
So if you go back to the foundation of the Indian state, the British actually managed the periphery of India in the northeast and the northwest through treaties because the British were an empire. So they never thought in terms of fixed boundaries. They always thought in terms of the periphery as a frontier. But when we transited from being a British subject state to an independent nation, we had fixed boundaries. And we tried to negotiate the turbulence in the northeast and the northwest through constitutional guarantees. And that is what was Article 370, 371, 371A, B, C, D, which deals with different states in the northeast, and 370 dealt with Jammu and Kashmir. When you weaken any of those constitutional guarantees, because they were given in the context of a particular security situation which the Indian state surmounted, it has implications on the others. And even today, if you look at it, India's biggest national security challenges either lie in the northwest or the northeast. You had Punjab between 1980 and 1995, Jammu and Kashmir, the Pakistani intervention, and of course an element of indigenous and homegrown terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, and then you've had the problems in the northeast. And that is where the bulk of your minorities also live. So therefore, as a country, or any government which wants to run a country as complex and diverse as India, has to do it from the center. Because if you do not gravitate towards the middle, even if you come from an extreme position, in your political rhetoric, it becomes difficult. And Manipur is a classical example of that. And that is why I'm saying, given the fact that we are in a difficult neighborhood, pluralism is not a luxury that that some people consider it to be. Pluralism, or maintaining India's pluralistic traditions, is the biggest national security imperative that we have. And if we weaken pluralism, and unfortunately because of the slow burn of polarization, that's been very taught over the past 12 years, you end up weakening national security. And that's what the whole chapter on national security in the book is all about.
Thank you so much. On that note, we've had such an insightful conversation. I'm sure all of us are going back much enlightened. Thank you very much. Not at all. Not at all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that insightful session. I would now like to invite Director of Pashmira Textiles and our festival coordinator, Mr. Afan Yeswi, to honor sir with a shawl.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Please give the speakers a round of applause. Before the algorithm told you what to watch, there was Doordarshan. One channel, whole country, no remote, no scroll. Just India, together 6 to 10. On that note, I would like to invite Madam Sheila Chaman to the stage, who will be in conversation with Aradhika Sharma. Sheila Chaman spent 3 decades at Doordarshan and was the first presenter on air when it made the historic shift from black and white to color. She watched India change through that lens. Her book, Doordarshan Diaries, The Golden Era of Indian Television, takes you behind the screen. In conversation with her would be Aradhika Sharma, a writer and a storyteller herself, the exact right person for this. Over to you, ma'am.
No. Hello. Tone bass. Hello. Hello. Yes. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, good morning rather, good morning. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this very, very interesting session with none other than Sheila Chaman, one of the doyens of the Doordarshan era, the golden era of Doordarshan. So, ma'am, my first thing is, all these years, yeah, keep your book. In all these years, you've interviewed hundreds of celebrities, actors, leaders. So today, and I say this with a sense of great glee, you're on the receiving end. How does it feel?
Well, thank you very much. Firstly, I'm very honored to be here, and I must thank Ms. Misra and all the organizers of the festival for inviting me. My former Minister for Information and Broadcasting, Manish Tiwari, spoke so well, so I hope I will be approved on this platform as well. Honestly, this has been a wonderful journey, 30 years with television, with Doordarshan, in various capacities, and of course the news bug got to me. I then became a news anchor and thereafter trainer. And having interviewed some very important, well-known personalities from all over the world, to be on the other side seems extremely exciting, a little unnerving, because you never know what questions are going to be thrown at you. We are not prepared for this, but if you know your subject, then I don't think it really matters.
I do not see you ever being unprepared, ma'am. That can never happen. So I quickly want to go over the story behind the book. What was it that first inspired you to write the book? And was it always meant to capture Doordarshan's legacy, or did that emerge as you spoke to people?
I was approached by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting to author a book on the transition and transformation of this great mother channel of all channels, Doordarshan, because we worked during the black and white era, and how the transition and transformation took place. I was the first one to face the camera when the medium went live, color and national on 15th August 1982. So the authorities approached me, the ministry approached me to author this book in 2021. And then I thought to myself that such a vast organization cannot be represented and put together by one person, no matter how well you worked with every department. So I went down memory lane, contacted all my old colleagues, friends from production, presentation, engineering, and of course Krishi Darshan was very important, and news editing, news programming, etc., etc. And also the digitization of the intellectual property. All the tapes that were there were digitized by Ms. Kamalini Dutt, who was also in charge of doing the program, national program of music and dance. So I contacted all these people, and there are 11 of us who have finally written this book. And this is a piece of nostalgia that takes you back in time, and a piece of history, because it tells you what a lot of people didn't know about the medium, about Doordarshan, how it came about, and all that went into it during the black and white era. And what you see today, all the hi-fi, is not how it was earlier. Can I have this? Isko thoda tone bass karenge, please? Tone bass kariye. Tone bass, yeah, little high, volume high. Can you hear me at the end? Can you hear me clearly? Thoda aur loud kariye. Can you hear me clearly? Yes, thank you.
See, that's the advantage of having a professional share your space with you. You don't have to do anything. Aap aaram se baithe, Sheila ji kar rahi hain sab kuch. So, Sheila ji, how did you bring these 11 Doordarshan professionals? There were anchors, the directors, the technicians, makeup artists to share their stories. And what was that process like? Because 11 people, getting them on a, getting them to share their stories, it's very difficult, I would think. How did you do that?
You see, जो हम देखते हैं वो वैसा नहीं होता है. बहुत कुछ, every single program that you watch on television today on any channel has about 100 people, believe me, about 100 people behind every program. आजकल हम बैठ के चैनल चेंज कर देते हैं, टिक ये ठीक नहीं है, टिक इसको हटा लो, टिक. Honestly, every program, whether you like it or not, whether it's news, sports, serial, or anything that you're watching on television, has about 100 people behind it, from script to concept, from its concept to scripting to putting it out on the screen, the artists, the camera person, the light person, the spot boy. It's amazing how interesting it is to see a program being made and put out on air. So when I was approached, as I said, by the ministry, कि आप एक author करिए इस पुस्तक को, because you worked in almost every department. So I said, I contacted my friends, colleagues, seniors, juniors from 20 years ago. They were a little surprised to hear from me. And I said, आपकी इतनी expertise है, like Mr. Lu, he's written for the book. The engineer who was there when the equipment came from the BBC and the black and white had to be Indianized and acclimatized to Indian standards to make it workable for Indian television. So he's mentioned in the book कि उनके जो cables आए थे, बड़ी sophisticated cameras, ये वो, and of course we had great lighting. We had we could wear our colored saris, because earlier it was only black, white and grey, वगैरह वगैरह. So he's written, he says, जब उनका वो equipment आया, वो तो on ही नहीं हो रहा था. And when we put it into the plug, it just wouldn't go on. So he says, we had about 30 minutes only before the telecast, the first telecast. So he says, what we did was, we picked a few holes in the cable, put in joint our cable, and the BBC engineers looked aghast. You can't do that. He says, well, चल रहा है ना?
Indian जुगाड़.
This is India. हमने जुगाड़ कर लिया. We do जुगाड़. As long as it works, it goes.
चल पड़ा ना, that's the main thing.
जी.
अच्छा, जब हम छोटे तो नहीं, मतलब when we were growing up, I mean we've actually just grown up. Many of us are the generation that's actually grown up with DD and with all of you. So, you know, so a friend of mine contacted me on Facebook once, and he said, I am so-and-so, Atul, just take a name. And I said, Atul, who, kaun sa Atul? I could not place him. And he said, मैं ना तुम्हारे घर आया करता था, और हम जब चित्रहार देखते थे, मैं पलंग के नीचे बैठ के मैं था जो देखा करता था. So it was, you know, time when a lot of families would get together, and you know how they used to gather around the Doordarshan screen. But today, with hundreds of channels and endless on-demand content, what do you think we've lost in the shift from the shared experience to an individual algorithm-driven one?
I won't say lost, but a lot of that bhaichara and camaraderie and bonding and openness, of course, as you just mentioned. I remember Sunday mornings, not everyone had a television set. No. And it was arranged that इस line में, हमारी इस lane में, फलाने Mr. Sharma के घर एक TV है, तो हम 9 बजे सुबह अपना पराठा वगैरह लेकर के उनके यहाँ जाएंगे. And everyone would sit आराम से on the floor, and TV was on, and any chore could come, and it happened.
Yes.
That houses got robbed and thieves were on the run because everyone was watching Ramayana or Mahabharata on the television and watching it together.
Yeah.
So that is one. And with the kind of programs that are coming on, of course the ministry tried a lot to put curbs, you know, to give them guidelines on what to put out and what not to put out. I think I was also a member of the CBFC, the Film Censor Board, for 2 terms. It's very difficult to give them any moral strictures unless implemented very stringently with punishments.
With punishments?
With punishments, absolutely. And it has to be done, because now what we are seeing, and you can't control what you can see on your reels. The fashion, the latest thing is, hardly anyone watches television, I think. Everyone's into reels and into
जो 1.5 घंटे में आप देखते थे या दिखाते थे, आज लोग चाहते हैं कि 3 या 4 मिनट में या 1.5 मिनट में आप एक रील बना के उसे बताएं. One thing, we are all what we are because of Doordarshan, I must tell you.
Yes.
Most of us so-called celebrities who got seen, and because of the visibility, we got a lot of opportunities. At least I was picked up by Kalyanji Anandji to do their shows, and then with Amitabh Bachchan, and you name the stars, and I worked with them. And I was the only one who was talking to the audience. Everyone would come, shake a leg. Sri Devi came, did her no chudiyan wala dance and went away. Amit ji came and went. Everyone, you know, it's like you're the only one as MC who is interacting with the audience, who is talking to the audience.
Right.
You're the only one who is the bond between the audience and the stars.
Right.
So I got picked up because of the visibility. And coming to training, Doordarshan taught us a lot of things. To be calm, cool, composed, collected. It gave us memory training because हमारे ज़माने में, हमारे टाइम में ये auto cue वगैरह नहीं था. Every single thing, if I am speaking in front of the camera, नमस्कार. आइए आपको आज के कार्यक्रम से अवगत करा दें. अब से कुछ ही देर में हम देखेंगे कार्यक्रम ये, जिसमें हम देखने वाले हैं ये. उसके बाद ये कार्यक्रम होगा और उसके बाद ये और ये और ये. And if you've forgotten कि 9 बजे क्या आने वाला है, and you're looking into the camera and you're going on with your script, you've had it.
तो इस तरह के कोई इंस्टेंस हुए थे क्या कि कब आप भूल गई या इस तरह से?
There's no forgiving.
अच्छा.
Suspension for 3 weeks.
Wow,
So,
okay.
शीला चमन को सस्पेंड कर दो, वो भूल गई.
तो हुआ था ऐसा?
बिल्कुल, हमेशा.
अच्छा.
Gitanjali Iyer, my good friend, she forgot something on, I mean, she mispronounced something or something went on the air, and she just suspension for 3 weeks. I'll also tell you something about a piece of paper that came to me now that you've touched a raw nerve.
Right.
But let me finish with the good points first. So एक तो memory training था. You had to, and then weekends पे we used to have these films from the North and South India, and South Indian words, names are so tongue twisting. So पहली बात तो आपको हीरोइन का नाम याद करना, हीरो का नाम याद करना, फिर वो कहाँ कहाँ गए, उन्होंने क्या किया, फिर वो कहानी क्या थी, फिर उनकी बेटी गुजर गई, फिर ये हुआ, फिर वो हुआ. If you've forgotten the storyline yourself, and you're out there telling everyone about this Malayalam story that's coming on, you've had it. So while the makeup man would do the makeup, और हमने अपनी script तैयार की, we would go on repeating that same lines like children do in the nursery class, or in the younger classrooms, and till वो बैठ जाए आपके दिमाग में, and then you go in front of the camera and the floor manager says go, and you're on, and your mind is thinking इसके बाद क्या आता है, and when it's gone on the air flawlessly, without any problems, without any forgetting any word or line, you've done it. Memory training was another. And of course, if you made a mistake for some reason, you could always say, we are sorry, maaf kijiye. So that's how
that
we got over.
That didn't happen
To forgive
often.
is human. To err is human, to forgive divine. So we were very divine about matters.
Okay. Ma'am, you must have covered many national events, through your long career. So elections ho gaye, national events ho gaye, major breaking news. Would you like to name some of the things that happened during your career? And was there a defining moment that impacted your career, or that influenced you as a news reader, or changed your path in any way?
It didn't change anybody's path, or it didn't change anything, but there were moments when we had to be a little vigilant. We had to make sure that we made no mistakes. That was every day. Every bulletin had its own sanctity. But there were times when something special was going on, and not only national, even international events. Dam, Chogam, we were all part of the international events. So we had to make sure that everything went without a flaw. And we were carrying the flag of the entire nation, or an entire program like this program. If there were programs that were being telecast live as things happen. So if there is an interruption or a VIP entering, as you just saw, some flurry of activity, koi ja raha hai, koi aa raha hai. तो आप जो face कर रहे हैं camera, you have to carry on as if nothing is happening. कभी पीछे से, you have sweat down your back and you're reading the news and it's terribly hot. That's okay. You have a bulb going off and both the lights are on, one bulb goes off, but you're continuing to read like nothing matters. You're looking into the camera and you're reading the news, and then there's a rat that goes over your foot and then you do this, but you don't scream. Well, it's all part of the game. The show must go on.
So, ma'am,
Thank you. Thank you for the appreciation. So now you know what we all went through.
So you wrote in one, in a part of the book that before Doordarshan transition to color,
Yes.
and then you got air-conditioned rooms and everything became very swanky. Before that, there was like you could be sweating, you could be having a really hard time. So tell us a little bit about that, the difficult times, and then the transition, and how did that happen?
Everyone who goes in front of the television camera has to have pancake makeup. That pancake makeup is water-based. It's literally like tuna. It's water-based, and you have different shades to darken and light, and because you're on television, the TV camera is very, very sensitive. Any portion that is not covered by that pancake and then powder on it, which means you're literally like, going in for a chicken baked wo tandoor mein jo jata hai na, uske upar jo aap lagate ho itna sara. So it was like that. We had all this pancake makeup and then 1,000-watt bulbs, and we literally felt baked. And everyone had bad skins those days. And to remove that makeup, we had to have either coconut oil or glycerine or Vaseline, really something strong to remove that. So during the black and white era, that makeup was very stark because it was only black and white and grey. So lipstick was dark, makeup was dark, rouge was dark, the lights were harsher, and the sweat was bad. I mean, we really were sweating all the time in the studios, despite the ACs. When we transited from black and white to color, the cameras were bigger, and they came down lower. The lights, as I said, were lighter, and Mr. Satish Katyal, our lighting expert, put gateway paper in front of the light to make it softer. The air conditioning felt good because the harsh lights were not there.
Right.
So it was a whole new world. Like, you feel here, and you felt more easy.
Yeah.
You could wear your light colors,
Right.
lighter saris.
Yeah.
So it was a change. It was a very welcome change.
And you said that when during your first broadcast, when you transitioned from black and white to color, you took 3 sets of clothes, 3 saris. So would you like to share that?
Yes, I was asked by Mr. Bisaria, the then Additional Director General, Mr. Rajnarayan Bisaria, I was approached by the ministry and the powers that be, the director, the ADG. They must have had meetings, and I had become a bilingual announcer by then. Before reading the news, I spoke Hindi, Angrezi, Urdu में. आइए आपको आज के कार्यक्रम से अवगत करा दें, या presentation. Well, we welcome you to this national program, and I would like to tell you about how it's going to be. So Hindi, Angrezi, Urdu में, I was one of the, I won't say only. We had Mukta Srivastav and me, and we were all freelancers. We were not paid, so I'm not getting a pension now, although I've left Doordarshan 30 years ago. Well,
about that.
yeah, and the most poorly paid. 5 baje aap jaiye for the news at 9. You prepare, read the news, you read the bulletin, you talk to the news editor. He is the boss of the written word. Sometimes you tell him, sir, isko aisa change kar le. He said yes, and then you go to the whatever news. If there is a visual, you go to the video editor, you match the clip with him, and then you go into the makeup room, get your makeup done, And then those pages, earlier it was pages. We had, every page had a cardboard. This was a page, and every page was put on a cardboard sheet so that we could move it. I'm looking in front of the camera, and this was placed like this. So I'm reading, and this goes like this, and then you don't read like this. You read like this, one line at a time. And Prime Minister Mr. P.V. Narasimha said in a statement last night that, and this page goes there. And then up and down. If you did this, that means you are distracting the viewer. So it had to be a very fine-tuned kind of a presentation, because we were called news readers and we were reading the news, and one page at a time. So that was quite unnerving, because you had to have your wits about you, you had to look into the camera, you had to read properly. And if you remember Ramu Damodaran, my colleague, he is now with the United Nations for a very long time now. He was known as the boy with the photographic memory. How many of you remember him? Yeah. Lovely, lovely to know. So because he would read, and we all read faster than we speak. It's like a clutch and brake. So hum padhte hain before we speak.
Yeah.
So he would look down, read the whole sentence, and look up as if he is reading from. Now here I'll tell you a very interesting incident which you talked about, you mentioned. You read as you speak. So once it came, okay, and while you're on it, those days there was no breaking news. Floor manager aake ek aapko very slimily and quietly, he'll slip on a piece of paper on your table from the side while the other person is reading. There were two news readers. So you are looking at me, but you can see the board. I am looking at this gentleman here, but I can see the people around. Okay? So I'm looking into the camera and I'm reading my page, and he's slipping this page to me, and I can see that he's telling me, isko abhi padho.
Okay.
Abhi padho. I can see. So I'm not looking at him because I don't want to be distracted.
All right.
So I'm reading. I finished one story. And since I'm... Hello? Please don't touch my mic. Keep the tone bass and volume high. Volume high, tone bass kariye. Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Tone bass, volume high. Tone bass.
अभी रुकावट के लिए बहुत खेद है.
दूरदर्शन के लिए कि वो याद आ गई, रुकावट के लिए खेद है. So this is the interesting part. I'm reading and I'm speaking. मेरा एक पेज खत्म हुआ and I'm seeing, उन्होंने कहा ये जो पेज डाला है इसको अभी पढ़ो. So मैं अभी पढ़ रही हूँ, मैंने पहले नहीं देखा ये पेज. This is breaking news. So I'm reading. Prime Minister Gyani Zail Singh. My mind says no, this sentence is wrong. I'm looking into the camera and I'm saying this sentence is wrong. So what do? Either I read, either I speak and say President Gyani Zail Singh, or I speak Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, because unka zamana tha.
Okay.
So what my mind tells me, I'm reading Prime Minister Gyani Zail Singh, but I'm speaking President Gyani Zail Singh said this, or niche aaye Rajiv Gandhi.
Oops.
ठीक है? So it went off well.
Wow.
After the bulletin was over, the complete bulletin with the soft story and everything, I walked out of the studio, and Mr. Anand Mohan, the producer, comes and pats me and says, Sheila ji, thank you very much, you saved the day for me. I said, no, I didn't save it for you, I saved it for myself.
Yeah, that's right.
हाँ?
Live to tell
शीला
the
चमन को
story.
3 weeks के लिए सस्पेंड कर दो. क्यों? क्योंकि मैंने पढ़ा गलत. But हो सकता है the editor in a hurry may have dictated it wrong. Maybe the typist typed it wrong. But who is reading? The newsreader. So who will get the flack? The newsreader. So if this program is a success, who will get the kudos? Madam Sumita Misra. Please don't touch my mic. Hello. इसको मत छेड़िए please. So, and if anything should go wrong, God forbid, फिर किसी न किसी को बोलेंगे, well, it was her fault. It always happens. In the end, नाम जाता था produced by. Producer को पता ही नहीं कितनी मेहनत करी हमने न्यूज़ पढ़ने के लिए. But producer आनंद आज़ाद. ठीक है भैया, all right. So that's how it was those days. And nowadays, of course, everything has changed. Everything is on. I'm a little appalled. Whether you ask me or not, I'll say I'm a little appalled by news readers of various channels. By the way, every single ace news reader on every other channel today has been at some point in time trained by me. And I'm very proud of the fact, very proud. I have pictures in the book. This book speaks a lot. This book is by 11 of us. It speaks a lot.
I do. I will, yeah. So, moving on, Sheila ji. So, you've worked with many wonderful co-anchors. Sarma Sultan थी आपके पास में, और आपकी रिनी खन्ना थी, गीतांजलि अय्यर थी. So, how would you, number one, who did you feel the strongest chemistry with? And number two, how would you describe your own on-air style alongside your contemporaries?
Well, we shared a very wonderful relationship. There was no acrimony, no fierce competition. It was a big, wonderful bhaichara. And as I said, we were all freelance artists. None of us was an employee except Salma and Meenu. They were the only two employees. Everyone else took their jobs very seriously, and we were all on a daily wages. But as I said, the most poorly paid, 5 बजे आप न्यूज़ के लिए जा रहे हैं for a 9 p.m. bulletin, where you are rehearsing the news, you're going to the editor, video editor, this, that, and the other. 9 o'clock bulletin हुआ, and then you finish your bulletin, walk out of the studio into to the news desk to sign out and collect your check for 150 rupees. 5 घंटे के काम के लिए. The most poorly paid for the maximum hours of work. And then there is a phone call sometimes waiting for you. शीला जी आपके लिए फ़ोन है ADG साहब का. Yes sir. मैं शशिकांत कपूर. Sir, right sir. I gave the phone back once. It's in the book. I gave the phone back once to the production assistant, and I said, ये एयर कंडीशन रूम्स में बैठ के फाइंड फॉल्ट करते हैं, इनसे कहिए एक दिन यहाँ एक लाइव बुलेटिन फ्लॉलेसली पढ़ के सुना दें 30 मिनट्स का. Two of them, Bhaskar Ghosh and Mr. Ratikant Basu, who wanted to poach us all and take us to Star TV. He did succeed in taking some of us, but I very politely declined. That is also in the book.
But why did you, sorry I'm interrupting here, why did you decline?
Because I felt I was happier with Doordarshan, and I have my strong allegiances, and as I say, I am what I am because of Doordarshan. Everything that we've learned, everything that we are, all of us who had the visibility, all my opportunities that I got to work with film stars, and even writing this book, even being here, is thanks to Doordarshan. So I must say thank you. And again, I'll thank the organizers for inviting me, and I'm very grateful. Thank you so much.
Wait, we have another question. Where are you going? Okay, already. Do we have time?
You
or
can
do we
ask
not?
one question.
One more question. So quickly, I have to ask this question. Is with your reels and clickbait and influencers shaping so much of what we see today, what does a responsible journalism mean to you now? And how has this new landscape changed what we gain or lose as news consumers?
As I said earlier, I think it's very important to have very strict guidelines and to make sure that Of course, not high moral ground, not to walk the high moral ground, but बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आप क्या देख रहे हैं, क्या दिखा रहे हैं, क्या परमिट कर रहे हैं, और जो जो 1.5 घंटे में पहले दिखाते थे आप 1.5 मिनट में दिखा रहे हैं, उसे बड़ी अच्छी तरह संजीदगी से संजो के अच्छी तरह अपने, so that it leaves a good taste, a very positive taste, and it's important that we, well, for the next generation at least, we leave something. And my book also has tips on how to join the electronic media. It's a good guideline for anyone wanting to join the media, what to do and not to do. So for Gen X also, apart from nostalgia, there's a lot of tips in this. So I'll be very happy if anyone wants to have an author-signed copy. I'll be delighted to do so. Again, thank you, and I wish the event all success, Mishra. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for your attention. Thank you,
And
Radhika.
thank you, ma'am. This was the easiest moderation I've ever done. I really didn't have to do anything much. Sheila Chaman, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. This was a truly nostalgic session, right from the black and white era. It is for your information that the books of all the authors are available outside, and you can get your copy and get it signed. Please give a huge round of applause for the speakers here. Moving on to our next session. नारी तो खुद की खोज में निकल, तो किस लिए हताश है, तो चल तेरे वजूद की समय को भी तलाश है. Embodying this indomitable spirit, transforming every obstacle into an opportunity, may I invite you all to extend a warm and enthusiastic welcome to Smriti Zubeen Irani. Madam Smriti Zubeen Irani is a prominent politician and a TV star. She has been a cabinet minister from 2014 to 2024, a 3-time member of parliament. She was India's youngest cabinet minister in Modi 1.0 and 2.0, and the first woman to hold office as union minister for HRD and textiles.
Hello.
She created history in 2019 by defeating the then president of Congress from Amethi, a seat seen as nearly impossible to win by a non-Congress politician. Madam Irani earlier represented Gujarat in the upper house Rajya Sabha. It is a great honor, ma'am, to have you here with us today. May I also introduce another epitome of this indefatigable spirit, Dr. Sumita Misra, who is a distinguished poet and one of the prominent voices in contemporary Indian literature. An accomplished officer of the Indian Administrative Services, Dr. Misra currently serves as Financial Commissioner Revenue and Additional Chief Secretary Haryana, where she continues to play a vital role in policy making. She is an entrepreneur and ensures to leave her mark in everything she does. A passionate advocate for literature and culture, she is also the founder chairperson of the Chandigarh Literary Society, under whose guidance numerous literary and cultural initiatives have flourished. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, friends. Now, I don't know enough, but is this mic okay now after hearing Sheila ji? मुझे भी मन कर रहा है, bass, bass, जो भी है, ठीक है? Okay. This session, to my mind, is going to be the most exciting session of the day, and that is not to take away from all the other authors and poets who are here today. But for me personally, I think it is the most exciting session. To my mind, a leader is not defined by the titles she holds, but by the storms she has walked through and the grace with which she has kept walking. And I think Smriti ji personifies both that strength and that grace. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome
Thank
to
you.
Chandigarh Lit Fest Spring Edition. It's a great honor to have you with us. She is one person who has always been more than one person. She has been an actor, a politician, a leader, a policy maker, a daughter, a mother, a wife, and she's been all these things all at the same time, without waiting for any approvals or permissions. She charts her own path. And I think there's a lot that we can learn from her story, from her journey. And we are going to try and share some of that today, ma'am. So let's start at the very beginning, because that's usually a good place to start. Tell us about the 17-year-old Smriti Malhotra, who moved from small apartment in R.K. Puram to the arclights of Mumbai, who became Tulsi, not only India's but I think 55 countries' favorite Bahu, iconic Bahu. All of India used to be waiting up at 10:30 p.m. to see what next is happening in Tulsi's life. So tell us about that journey, ma'am.
Well, just to, in the interest of time, at 17, after completing my school education, I was adamant on working and more adamant on picking a profession where my parents had no influence. I have spent my formative years in Delhi, and almost everybody who was from the upper echelons of society used to, in some way or the other, indicate how important their life's journey is depending on their pedigree. And for the life of me, I could not understand why people would not divorce themselves from the benefactors that they had within their family unit, and why they were not aspiring to be a somebody on their own merit and on their own strength. So I was very adamant on carving a niche for myself, and since my father mostly knew almost everybody in Delhi, Mumbai became that space where I thought that I could aspire to have a profession
Your
independent of him. I did, in the beginning, work in the same segment of the economy that he was a part of. And I realized very early that no matter what my achievements, they were attributed to him. And I think that fueled the fire that I want to particularly now pick a profession, and media was that profession. I still remember my father telling me that normally it's people who are not well-read, or for that matter, intellectually nincompoops, who would possibly oscillate to the media fraternity, if not for being serious journalists. And I remember going up to a media house which was steeped in journalism to try out for a job. I was shooed away then because I was considered too young to even be mentored. So my father said, well, a journalism institution or a network does not want you. Why would you try your hand in media, especially if you're from a North Indian conservative family? Yes. And I was the first in my family as a female to work. Wow. So I picked media. God has been kind that when I picked media, I picked a segment which, I mean, I didn't even know how to adorn myself with, let's say a lipstick or a earring for that matter. And I stepped into, I became a Femina Miss India finalist. I don't look like it right now, but I was once. And for me, that was a ticket to salvation. That was a ticket to freedom, that this is an area where my father cannot influence whether I win or lose. And one thing after the other, from Femina Miss India, I had incurred a huge loan. I needed to pay the loan off. So I took 1 or 2 odd jobs, continued to try my hand at an acting job because that was a great paycheck to have. Sheila ji was speaking before me. It is right that one of my first checks when I introduced a television network called ZTV was 800 rupees.
That's huge
for the entire month.
But still very big for that time.
So women, firstly, were few and far between, and secondly, were very poorly paid. And to sustain myself, the first McDonald's that ever opened in Mumbai, I managed to get a job there, but as somebody who washed the dishes, because I landed up late for that interview, because before that I was doing an interview for Jet Airways, and Jet Airways said I don't have the personality to be a flight stewardess.
Aren't we glad about that?
No, and no wonder the airline shut down. But when I went to the McDonald's interview, I still remember, I told the person interviewing me that अभी तो आपके पास सिर्फ ये नौकरी है, मुझे बताइए manager कैसे बनते हैं? Correct. And that person kept looking at me that, aren't you a bit too ambitious? We are giving you the job of washing dishes. I said, नहीं वो सब ठीक है, ये बताओ manager कैसे बनते हैं? While I was washing those dishes, I was also auditioning on the day off, and that job was $1,200 a month, which was a better
Big
paycheck
job.
than $800
Yeah.
bucks. And you would get a burger free for lunch or for the break that you had. So for me, that was a step
Substantial
up.
attraction.
Very substantial. And I had a $60,000 loan to pay off. So my father told me that if I didn't manage to pay off the loan in 1 year, I would come back and marry a boy he chose for
बस
me.
फिर घर वापस आओ और हम
घर
शादी
वापस
करते
आओ,
हैं.
मैं 60,000 चुका दूंगा,
हाँ, और
लेकिन
हम
आपने
शादी
शादी
करते
कर लेनी है. And I don't know, it's divine intervention that the day my marriage got fixed, a day before, or maybe the same day, I got a show called Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi.
And the rest is history. And the rest is history, as we say.
And just a week before Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi, I was doing the rounds of auditions, and one very famous pressure cooker ad was happening. And I was told by the people who were testing actors for that ad that aap actually na ek household type janani lagte nahi ho. So imagine I hear that, and the week,
next
in
day
7 days, I
yeah.
get a project which makes me janani to be looked at every night at 10:30 for a good 8
no,
years.
the ideal bahu.
I think that in my 8 years of doing Kyunki 1, I did not want to be the bahu that you tuned in to see her lipstick, her bindi, her sari. I was very adamant that when you tune in to watch that character, you would tune in to see the issues that she maybe voiced or stood for. It's a great blessing that the person who created the character also was in sync with me. I recognize that even she was given a 10:30 slot in the night because they wanted to get rid of her. At that time, if you remember, Amitabh Bachchan came with Kaun Banega Karodpati. So he was the high point for
Yes, that
the
was
Star
prime time.
Network. And because Ekta Kapoor was Jitender's daughter, they didn't know how to politely tell her that nahi kar sakte ho aap kaam. So they didn't give her a slot which was traditionally watched by people. 10:30, everybody went to sleep. 25, 26 years ago, nobody was
Yeah.
watching TV at that time. So they gave her a 10:30 show thinking, ज़्यादा नहीं चलेगा, देखते हैं कितना चलेगा.
I
And
know.
lo and behold, इतना चला that after that she did 9 shows in a row
And
with
it
them.
changed people's sleeping patterns.
It did, mercifully. It made for a great paycheck. And then it came to such a pass that the network realized that ये रात को 10:30 बजे जो नहीं देख रहे हैं, क्या वो दोपहर को देख सकते हैं? So the advertisers got together to say, रात वाला slot बहुत महंगा है, let's advertise in the दोपहर वाला slot. And suddenly we were number 1 on the 10:30 slot, and we were number 1 in the afternoon slot. So everything then the channel started doing to create a slot, they would play the reruns. So I've had a 26-year journey where many generations of viewers have come and said, "Ab bhi dekha tha Tulsi ko." And I'm like,
Wonderful. But then I'm told at some point, Gopinath Mundeji said to you that social work is not enough.
I
You
was the
need to be in
USA
the
WHO
policymakers'
ambassador
chair
to
for change.
Yes,
Is that why you joined politics?
No, I'm a third generation RSS person.
Okay.
So my mother, my grandfather both are from the RSS. But I'm the first politician in the family. And before I came into active electoral politics, I was already working with the WHO and USAID in India. If you remember the ORS with zinc, I had the good fortune of introducing it as a goodwill ambassador to India. So in those days, 26 years ago, there used to be something called Bimaru states.
Yes.
So my responsibility was to go and work in health infrastructure for women and children, and especially children who were dying of diarrhea, to create an impact, an advocacy around that issue so that more and more people know how to manage the child's health. And it's that time that I realized no matter how much I travel, no matter what my input as goodwill ambassador or through civil society institutions, if I truly want to create an impact, that's when Mr. Munde told me that you have to be a policy maker.
Yes.
Otherwise, you'll become a voice, a strong voice, but you'll not have impact.
Yes. You
So
won't
in
be able to
2003,
effect change.
when my ambassadorship ended, I did not want to mix the two. So I came into electoral politics. I was 26 years old then. 2004, I fought my first election when I was 27 years old. The
And
rest is
again, the
history.
rest is history. So this has been a series of path-breaking decisions or serendipity. But you've been Union Minister for Human Resource Development, for Textiles, for Women and Child. Such
Minority information broadcasting. Yeah, it's been
Yes,
a
I was coming to that.
it's been a good
But
mix.
I mean, it would be so difficult to pick from that packed canvas. But is there any initiative or something that you really remember with a sense of great satisfaction and, which is dear to your heart?
So, if we are looking at education for the first time in the history of our country, the national ranking framework,
Yes.
which now is a framework through which students
is
pick
so well established
which
now.
university or college to
NIRF.
go to, that was established by me in my tenure. When you look at India's first MOOCs platform, where digital learning is underway, it's called Swayam, that was constituted during my tenure. And I still remember 2014 and 15, people kept saying, "Kaun padega digitally?" Because everybody was
look where
going to
the world
brick and
is
mortar
now.
schools. Yes.
Yeah.
So I had that good fortune. And when I took office, I realized that the last time the education policy was made was 30 years before I took office. I was the first ever cabinet ranked female who was serving that position. So I requested the Prime Minister, and he was of the opinion, let's create an ecosystem where we ask everybody to contribute towards the policy. So the base document of what is called the National Education Policy was done by me. As
Brilliant, ma'am,
textile,
just brilliant.
so I've had the good fortune of, in every ministry that I've served, of creating foundational, I think, policy matters, which have now withstood the test of a decade-old government.
And I think that nothing can be more satisfying than that.
Yes, because many a times when you leave a particular post,
Yes.
a lot of your inputs get either revised or reviewed, and something new is established. The fact that every department that I had the good fortune of contributing to continued with my work and
Yes.
made it the foundation of their work, I think is of great
That's the kind of
joy for me.
institution building legacy that one sort of, dreams of.
It is not something which is expected of a 37-year-old first-time minister.
I think the
So-
audience needs to acknowledge
And
that.
so for me, it was a double whammy. When I fought my first election, many people presumed that the fact that I had a Sasbau background would be of great comfort to me. And I kept telling people, history never looks at those who are comfortable, it looks at those who are courageous. So please do
Yes.
not expect that what I've done in media will be of a great advantage to me. In fact, it's a disadvantage. So I had 3 disadvantages then, that I was 27, that I was somebody from media, and to top it all, I was not only a woman, but the fact that I was a first time attempt maker
Without
at the
safety
upper
net of
echelons of-
dynasty, it's
yes, and that was also the complication added.
Sinatra, na? You did it your way.
I
And
think I did, and I
you know?
still do.
Yes. Now I just have to ask this question. What is it like being part of Team Modi?
You have to be so sharp that you know 15 variations of every policy which is currently underway across the world. That you have to
That's
have a
very
response.
demanding and daunting at
No,
the
I
same
think
time.
as a professional who topped my game in the media business and who knows private sector enterprise capacities, I wouldn't have wanted less from the Prime Minister of India. So
Well
one,
said.
you have to be competent enough to know what is happening in the same field that you're serving. Second, you have to be confident enough to take a position and weigh the pros and cons of it. Given the legacy and the legend of Narendra Modi, not many people are forthcoming with their views. I've had the greatest privilege of working in a cabinet where every view of every individual was sought on every policy. So the fact that you learn from that legend to
Yes.
ensure that all of policy is encompassing of everybody's view. The education policy was not made by a few bureaucrats, by a few politicians. Even those who had served in my position as minister, I had reached out to them from the Congress party also to say this is the policy for the country.
Yes.
It's not a policy for one political ideology. So everybody had a contribution. The second thing that you learn from the Prime Minister is that he is very inclined to efficiently use technology.
Yes.
So in the last Civil Service Day, the Technology and Innovation Awards given by the government of India was for a program called Poshan Tracker,
Yes.
which was established by me. It is the largest technology platform in the world, which has currently 100 million beneficiaries.
And I would like to add that I've been in WCD for a short while, and the Portion Tracker is just a brilliant tool.
So we measure children who are 75 million children below the age of 6 as per WHO standard. To standardize WHO standards in a technology platform, we established it across 1.4 million Anganwadis with 2.2 million female frontline workers. And we did it all in 3 months at no cost to the treasury of the government of India. So we managed to do that during COVID. And it's 99.6% Aadhaar linked, so that if there was any gunjaish of any leakage, we stemmed that
yes.
also.
Yes, it's doing multiple things: leakages, the actual progress, the actual health statistics of the children that nutrition is being given to. It's doing a lot of things.
So when you have the good fortune of working with the Prime Minister, one, you leverage technology. Thirdly, I think that you can also go to him and take out of syllabus projects and tell him that this may not have been envisaged, but I would like to do it. So as Minister Textiles, we never had a facility in our country, machinery or raw material to make PPE kits, never in the history of India.
Yes.
Our yearly imports used to be around 55,000 suits only. So when COVID hit, suddenly there was a global lockdown and you have to make PPEs as per WHO standard. And WHO gave us the standards, the world received WHO standards on the last day of February in the night. And the next morning there was a lockdown. So I still remember assuring the Prime Minister that we in India can get this done. He gave us a deadline. He said, itne mein ho jayega time mein. Because we computed sitting with health. Preeti Sudan used to be health secretary.
Yes.
Ravi Kapoor was secretary textiles. So between Ms. Sudan, Mr. Kapoor and the CABSEC, they sat down to say how long does Mrs. Irani have. We took at least a month, and we were supposed to streamline production, start production in a country which did not have its machines or raw material. So we found a lady in Phagwara who used to export some material which is needed to the US. And because of the lockdown, the material got left back in Phagwara. So we found the lady, we called her. We said, do you have the material? She said, yes, but because I can't export it to the US, I may have to declare bankruptcy. So we called the Department of Finance to say, don't let her declare bankruptcy. Because she has the raw material that we may need. We sent somebody from the local police station to get that material. We called up Coimbatore because that was the only textile lab which was available for testing. We called the scientists in. We had Indian Railways run a train.
Okay.
And while they were running it, we said that, where is the machine? The machine was in Japan. Then we said, we don't have sarkari paisa to get that machine. How do we do this? So we called the aviation minister. We said, if we can get your flight, I can arrange for somebody to pay for that machine. Then we found a manufacturer in Gurgaon, Gautam Nair, who's Meera Nair's brother. And I told Gautam, I said, Gautam, he said, machine la do, raw material la do, main apne paise se bana dunga. So I called Anil Agarwal of Vedanta. And I said, Anil ji, thode paise daan kar sakte ho? He said, haan, kisko paise daan karne? He's there, his son passed away. So he said, kisko paise daan karne hai? मैंने कहा, वो जापानी कंपनी है, उसको दान कर दो, हमको 30 machines चाहिए. So this is how we actually made it. So 30 machines flew down. I still remember calling Mr. Jaishankar saying, he said, this is the weirdest request, let's just get it done. So then Gautam made those suits. In the middle of all of that, if you remember, all offices were shut.
Yes.
So my mantralaya was turned into a war room. And we were 60 of us across the country who were coordinating this project. So I had one joint secretary running to me in the corridor. I still remember saying, ma'am, हम ना वो swab भी बना सकते हैं. At that time, we were importing from China $2,200 का एक suit, something like that, subject to that correction. And the swab was also 10 रुपए का. I said, we are 140 crore people. Swab महंगा पड़ेगा, क्या करें? तो he said, मेरी बात हो गई है, जॉनसन का जो ईयरबड होता है, वो नली हमको वो लोग डोनेट कर देंगे. तो मैंने कहा, फिर आगे पीछे का क्या करेंगे? तो he said, ये फला एक इंडस्ट्री है, इसका वेस्ट मटेरियल एक्चुअली स्वॉब का मटेरियल होता है. So I called that industry to say, दान दे दो. They said, ठीक है, किसको देना है? ऐसे पुणे में 2 कंपनियां हैं. वो बिल्कुल SMEs हैं, छोटी सी, उनके पास पैसे नहीं है कि मटेरियल भी अपने यहाँ तक ले आए. So they donated the material. Johnson and Johnson से we got that dandi. Then we called the Institute of Virology. They tested. So we got the swab made. We got the PPE suit made. तो जो चीज़ 2200 रुपए की पड़ रही थी वो 120 रुपए में हिंदुस्तान ने बना दी. We were 0 companies in March. I think by May there were 1100 companies. And by June we were the second largest exporters in the world. Without a rupee spent again from government for any subsidy.
What a fascinating story.
So that's what you get to do if you're a part of Modi's cabinet. Everybody works together, and that includes public, private sector. All you have to do is pick up the phone. I think we as citizens are very well-meaning. That even if hum pe gaaj giri, if we call and tell another citizen, ye kar do yaar, desh ke liye kar do, they never say no. I think that is the beauty of being
people
an Indian.
But I think people respond jahan niyat saaf hai, and I think that's one of the things that you would have been able to convey.
I think we as a country
that it was for
knew
a larger
that.
good.
Yes, we as a country. I still remember in New York, somebody at the UN made a statement because I was holding double charge of women and child and textiles. So I think the UN Secretary General possibly made a statement that we are very worried. Women in India must be getting beaten up at home because they're all homebound. I still remember calling up New York. I said, इनको कहाँ से ये कहाँ से पता?
What is the source?
It's his fear. मैंने कहा, you think Indian men are so horrid that just because there's a lockdown, they will be beating up every woman at home. So we made them withdraw that statement. I said, ये withdraw करो आप. So in the middle of all of this, you have a family which knows that if you are outside, you are exposed. So you are cut away from the family physically.
Yes.
And you have officers. I mean, there have been times when the officer's wife is calling me at 12 in the night to say, I think I need to get my husband tested, ma'am. Don't let him report tomorrow to work because he'll not listen to me. So I was also doing that counseling with officers who say, mat aana kal, test karo pehle. So I think my experience of working with officers, with private sector, with just general citizens at that time, actually gave me the satisfaction. This is why I became a policy maker. That when things are looking as though they are a challenge for your country or your society, this is when everybody comes together and we make history.
But that's also what a true leader does. Pull together people. And I think that the story you've shared, not story, the real.
I remember when the Prime Minister addressed the nation and he said, and we had no clue that he will tell the country that we are self-sufficient in PPE suits. The joy, we were all dancing, we had no idea. We were all calling each other. Suna PM ne kya bola?
Behind the scenes story of grit and courage and determination.
So you also have to have a boss who says, Karo, I have your back. So we became what we became because the Prime Minister said that you do this, we'll deal with it, don't worry.
Ma'am, changing track, in 2021 you wrote Lal Salam.
Yes.
A very unusual subject. It was about the CRPF personnel who were attacked in Dantewada.
Yeah.
How did you choose?
Supposedly.
How did you choose this topic, and how hard was it to write with everything else that you were doing?
So again, COVID. So I'm somebody who barely possibly sleeps 2-3 hours a night.
Really?
Yeah. So.
And looks like this. Wonderful.
I look like this because I'm sleeping for 2-3 hours. I suspect I may look a tad bit better if I had an 8-hour sleep routine and some beauty regimen with me. But
no, ma'am, whatever it is, it's working, I assure you. But back
it must be the Punjabi Bengali genes I have. I can't attribute it to anything else. Yep. So for me, I was a part of a television debate a decade before that, where the attack in Dantewada had happened, and one of the panelists on that television debate made some very, very callous and disrespectful remarks. कि अगर आपने वर्दी पहनी है तो फिर ये तो होगा ही Naxal belt में. So I was extremely outraged, and I think that rage was something that was suppressed for a period of time. I've had members in my family who have served in the armed forces. I have seen the sacrifice of the paramilitary forces up at close quarters. I've had colleagues who work in various segments of internal security. So from all my experiences of hearing, serving, I wanted to write not a factual account, a fictionalized account, and that turned into Lal Salam. And I think a lot of people were in the literary circles a bit gobsmacked because they thought politician hai, तो फिर कुछ ऐसा ही लिखा होगा, memoir type.
Some
Yeah,
saga
kuch
about one.
हाँ, some nonsense Albo I must have written. So I still remember the gentleman Sanjay who does the Jaipur Lit Fest and who is known as a better knower of the right wing. So the first person I called was Sanjay. I said, "Tum padho aur batao how bad is it?" So everybody who never had an expectation of the fact that I could write, they are the ones who called up to say, "Damn, it reads well." I said, "Chalo."
That's your clue to get the book.
Yeah, and I suppose my publisher
No,
here
the
is
book-
one of the
the-
sponsors, Westland.
They're a part of our publishing partners, yes. So do get the book. It is a very, I think ma'am has said it well. that
It's a thriller, it's not.
It's a very unexpected and
Book.
brilliant read.
Yes.
You've always, you just refused to be slaughtered your whole life. I think bachpan mein you must have been a bit of a rebel when, as you have yourself shared, ki nahi, I didn't want the family safety nets with me. Now, Haryana, Punjab mein na ek phrase hai, daddy aurat. Do you think you're a daddy aurat? Do you think we need
I
more
don't know,
of them?
ask the men who had to deal
Do
with
you
me.
think we need more?
Am I
more
daddy
of
or
that-
not, they will tell you.
That, because that's
I
a
think I've had a
fearless-
very volatile genetic pool that I belong to.
Okay.
So my mother is a Bengali, my dadi is a Maratha, and my dada is a Punjabi. So I said there is no part of my genetic pool which is not explosive.
True.
I mean, we've literally had stories from my mother's side of the family in what was then undivided Bengal of her grandmother confronting dacoits with something called koita. What you see in Makali's hand, that is something which she used to chop off the nose of a dacoit. So that was a legend in her village. So I said, no wonder I am the way I am. It's not my fault.
So yes, a history of fiery women.
Yes.
So, and you've seen your share of ups and downs. You've been a giant killer. You've been,
I was barely a giant, yes.
well, you've seen so many shades and phases of life, and you have, as I said right at the beginning, done everything your way with a certain degree of grace and nonchalance, if I can say that.
I don't know about grace, but
So what
nonchalance,
keeps
yes.
exactly, because that's the feeling I get from you, a certain nonchalance. Theek hai, it's all part of some big cosmic game. So what keeps Smriti Irani going? What is it? What are your mantras for?
I have no mantra.
Okay, you just sort of
I
take
just
it as
am.
it comes.
Yeah. I think things kind of take me as I come. It's the other way around. I don't take things as they come.
Talking of gender, what would be, I mean, okay, I have a list, so, but I'm trying to make it narrow. What would be the one thing that you think needs to shift or change in societal terms for some of the gender asymmetries that exist today to go away or lessen?
I think that we have to be civilizationally literate enough to know that on many things we have gone back and not ahead. For instance, a country where there was a legislation for prevention of sexual harassment at the workplace in 2013, that same country has a civilizational history of having an Arthashastra,
Yeah,
which is how many years ago? 2000?
yeah, Chanakya.
And at that time in Arthashastra, there is genuinely a defined punishment by the Raja for those who harass a woman who's working in the kingdom.
Okay.
We've had permanent commission for women in the Indian Armed Forces now, but in that same era, we've had women who were a part of the king's bodyguard system and part of armies.
Okay.
We all read a granth like Mahabharata. Draupadi as a persona that we have possibly seen through many television networks was also astute in how to manage armies and administration and the treasury. So we have never
she has
studied our
taught
own.
all that.
We have never studied our own history. So when you say Dadi Aurat, if I look at only women of North India,
Yeah.
so I tell a lot of my people कि मेरी तो कौम ही ऐसी है कि हमारे यहाँ पे तो औरतों ने भी तलवारें उठाई हैं. That when challenged, We have walked into fire ourselves, we've picked up the sword, we've defended the country. We've
Yes.
had that history.
Yeah.
Now when you talk of gender, you have to actually reminisce as to what went wrong
Huh.
in those years where we societally had that acceptance. We've had female rulers.
Hmm.
So we were not somebody who was living in the dark ages.
Hmm.
So if a society which had a female head of state existed in many kingdoms across India, then why is it that we are always labeled as gender unjust, as a civilization, as a nation? So somewhere our history, there has been either a distortion, or how we've perceived ourselves, there has been a distortion. So I feel that as a country, while we are one of the most vibrant democracy, we also need to recognize that we are a civilization which is accelerated.
Yes.
And you have to have a balanced view of both. So when you ask me why I am the way I am, I have to drag your attention to my legacy and my genetic pool.
Yeah.
That this is my ancestry. That even if I have my mother's side of the family, the ancestry was the men are out to work, but the women were defending what was their land, their home, with weapons. That does not happen in a society that has kept women boxed up. Jhansi ki Rani actually went on a horse, tied a child to her back, drew a sword against the British Empire, and men were a part of her army. And that is why, as a country today, it is not a surprise where the commander-in-chief of the armed forces is a female, the President of India. The men of my country are not taken aback by that, because civilizationally, genetically, we're used to having women lead the front.
And here's to seeing more and more women in positions of power, of decision making, because I think that is something that is empowering for
women
society
are
as a whole.
decision makers. Some are smart enough not to tell people that they are decision makers.
No, I think we shouldn't be ashamed of telling
That's
that
the
we
only
are
difference. See, there are women nodding. They don't want to be highlighted that they are the decision makers, they are pulling the ropes. And men also will nod. Yes, yes, I am the man of the house, I have my wife's permission to say so.
Okay, now that you mentioned man of the house and wife's permission, that brings me back to Kyuki Saas Bhi Bahu Part 2. Did you expect the kind of stupendous success
Of
after
course I did.
16 years?
Otherwise I would never do it.
Okay, because people seem to be, or media seem to be, you know, like
They are shocked. I am
shocked
not.
by the TRPs and the numbers. And
I think what happens is कि हमारी फितरत ऐसी हो जाती है कि हमें पत्थर मारना बड़ा पसंद आ जाता है कि अरे ये बन गया मार पत्थर, ये नहीं कि इसकी तरह बन जाओ. I am not exception. I am just an example, right? So people may be surprised who had, and I have had too many obituaries written about me. So people may be surprised, but I've always not depended on the ecosystem of narratives. I've depended fully on how I know my country, my culture, my people to be, and how I know my talent can then be leveraged, knowing what I know. So I always knew that this will happen, and it takes time to kind of establish a particular impact. And what is wondrous about that time is, that's when you know who was itching to hit you.
yeah, yeah, it exposes the people who've been praying for your failure.
Yes, which is good. It always keeps you balanced. It never lets you lose your, mind. Because you have to be always mindful. Again, when I take a civilizational context, हमारे धर्म में, मेरे धर्म में भगवान कहता है भगवान का दर्शन करो. तो हम जब कहते हैं भगवान का दर्शन करो, हम क्या करते हैं? हाथ जोड़ के आंखें बंद कर लेते हैं. भगवान कह रहे हैं देखो, दर्शन लो. तो मैंने कभी आंखें बंद नहीं की. I have always kept my eyes open while I bowed myself in gratitude. So if you look at people, if you talk to people, I mean, I had, in fact, when you'd invited me for this, I said that leave the floor open for anybody to ask any question. Normally, media and political personalities don't leave it open. कि कब क्या बोल रहा है कौन, इतने सारे कैमरा चल रहे हैं, भगवान जाने, फिर नाश हो जाएगा. But I have lived my life by being open enough to say, let's all have a conversation. That's how a democracy flourishes, when there is participation. We may not all agree on everything, but we can all agree to disagree respectfully.
Absolutely.
That's the best that we can do in a democracy.
Absolutely. So, ma'am, winding up, heading towards winding up, what's next for Smriti Irani?
I don't know.
You have to give us some clue, you know.
So
Is it
I'm
more acting,
now,
another book?
no, I'm
Something at the
not
international
book
scale.
needs a
You've been
lot of
working with
discipline.
women and
Yeah, so I am
education and
going.
empowerment a lot.
I am now at a time period where I'm going to 300 cities in India, helping 1 lakh women-owned businesses.
Wonderful.
I'm
ma'am.
hoping to help at least 200 companies which are completely women-owned or
Okay.
dominantly women-owned to be listed in the stock exchange.
What a great vision, ma'am.
So that is what I'm doing for the next 2 years.
What a fantastic vision.
Because I believe that when women have money, they know how to take care of their rights.
Absolutely. And
So
what
they don't
you're
need
trying
sympathy.
to do is
They don't-
entrepreneurship, ma'am.
Yes.
Which is actually, again, economic decision making of power, because they're not just suppliers of labor, but they bring together the animal forces of running a business, of creating something.
I love the description of animal forces.
Oh,
I-
that's Keynes, ma'am. Animal spirits. That's Keynesian phrase. So I think each one of us in this room would wish tremendous success to that,
Thank you.
that goal that you have now kept. And before we open the floor for a few questions, I have a rapid fire for you.
Acha, you're doing a Karan Johar on me. Come on.
No. Karan Johar is too spicy. This is relatively safe. Power, popularity, or respect?
Popularity or respect? Never aspire for both.
I must
Aspire
say
for
which one?
aspire for perfection as much as you can.
That's a new option.
The other two will follow.
Great. Cats or dogs?
Human beings.
Ma'am, I meant as pets. Pets. Only pets.
You know, I'm a housewife with juggling 3 kids, 2
Nobody
careers,
has said something
and a
farther from
husband
the
for the
truth.
past 30 years.
I absolutely
My
refuse to
husband can
accept
afford the 5 pets that we have. I have to afford everybody else and
Okay.
balance everybody out.
that. So
I can't afford to
pets
have a
are-
pet because I am nurturing everybody else's pets in my family.
okay, now you do sound
I'm talking like a typical housewife.
yes, I was
but
going to
sorry,
say
that is
now
the
you
honest
do
to
sound
God
like
truth.
a housewife, because I remember
I am
hearing
one.
the same, that you people want to keep the dogs and
This
I
is
have to look
everybody's
after
story.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And after they bring the dog home, they don't care for it. You have to care for it.
We've all heard that, yes.
Yes, thank
Yes.
you. So all my kids, my husband, मैं उन्हीं का काम कर रही होती हूँ. And then they give you that look.
Ma'am, आपकी दुखती
तुम-
रग छेड़ ही दी हमने.
हाँ, don't ask.
Okay, walk, yoga or gym?
Do I look like a walk, yoga or gym person?
Like, इनमें
I'm
से
a
अगर
paratha
choose-
person. I'm a naan person. सफेद मक्खन लाओ, अजवाइन का पराठा लाओ, गाजर का हलवा लाओ,
ये सारे
छोले लाओ.
जवाब ना आप out of course दे रहे हो, ma'am.
मैं out of syllabus इंसान हूँ भाई.
I think that deserves a round of applause. Okay. Favorite female character from Indian history or mythology?
I don't.
You can't answer, ma'am. will answer.
Durga is a god. She is not myth.
Hmm.
And that is a god I pray to every morning.
Yes.
And give my gratitude to her every time I go to sleep. So I very respectfully told my parents that, you know, for me, Durga and Shiva, Ma and Baba. So yeah, she's not a myth.
Shiv and Shakti.
Yes.
Your greatest strength is?
I don't know, being Muphat.
I think it's
Which
being
is also
just
the
yourself.
greatest cause for my troubles.
Just you is your greatest strength, I think. Just being
Maybe.
you.
Maybe.
Okay, can you complete the sentence? Tomorrow is?
Today, now.
Beautiful. A round of applause for Madam Smriti Irani. Couple of quick questions, because that's, I think, all we have time for. Somebody has a mic in the audience? Babu, please, ma'am.
Ma'am, we take this opportunity to welcome you here. And a question that I have is regarding the Women Reservation Act 2023. See, if it is in the education sector or the job sector, it is kind of taken on well. But when it comes into politics, then people apprehend that this is going to be a proxy rule by the men. Just because they cannot contest election, it has been reserved for women.
That's
Because-
what they said about women in panchayats.
Yes, I'm just coming to it. So
You'll
ma'am,
have to be quick with the question because there are
yeah,
two
yeah.
other people who
If
want
it is a call, then does she need reservation?
Yes,
How?
because otherwise there will be no legislative compulsion to give her that opportunity.
I think we have the experience
So
of the
women who are
panchayats.
in panchayats had 50% reservation, but 65% of them win, even from non-reserved seats. That's because people's experience as voters has been that they have been extremely efficient. And HDI levels in places where women have given their service have done much better than those areas where women are not in those constitutional positions. So the fact that you gave 50% reservation, 65% of them, and this is exactly the kind of fear mongering which happened when their reservation was done.
Next question, Mukta, quickly.
हाय मैम आई एम टीम लीडर एक्टिव मेंबर आपके लिए क्वेश्चन ये है, एक पोइट्री है छोटी सी जो हमारा रिचुअल है CLS का सब स्मृति ईरानी और तुलसी ईरानी को बहुत अच्छे से जानते हैं टीवी हो या पॉलिटिक्स आपकी कही हर बात को मानते हैं छोटी सी उम्र में ही आपने टीवी जगत के हर किस्से में छा गए मुबारक हो सबको शांति निकेतन में तुलसी जी फिर वापस आ गए थैंक यू सो मच
Okay,
Thank you, very
last
kind of
question.
you.
Last question.
Yeah, the gentleman there wants
Yeah.
to ask. I can see a particular gentleman walking.
Lot of ladies are there, so something from the gentleman also. Yeah, I'm
No,
from the
that particular
corporate.
gentleman is related to me.
Yes.
Who's walking towards us.
Just
Yeah.
I'm from corporate HR world, as well as I'm a textile man. So there is something to rhyme about. My question is slightly different. In the present context, you just said I am the one here only. So I recall the Boman Irani's tweet just now. He said that,
Short question. Can you just come to the question, please?
yeah, he said writing to Trump, Smriti Irani, Aruna Irani, and me, Boman Irani, they are ready to host Trump. So in this present context of Trump and episode, what do you say in terms of India?
Well,
should do?
I sure hope so that you understand that Baman was joking.
Joking, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I hope that your understanding of geopolitics is not that skewed.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
in that same spirit of mazak, let me say at least one Irani in this country exists who says जब तक हिसाब बराबर ना हो जंग जारी रहेगी.
Correct. Exactly, this is what I expected.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We would have loved to continue talking, and but I think it your
हाँ जी
unnecessary.
सर, हाँ जी,
मैम हिंदी में पूछ सकता हूँ
हाँ जी बिल्कुल सर.
क्या अगला चुनाव भी आप रायबरेली से लड़ेंगी क्या
सर मैंने चुनाव रायबरेली से कभी लड़ा ही नहीं. मैंने
अमेठी
अमेठी से लड़ा.
सॉरी अमेठी एंड रायबरेली वो
सर
मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग
वो तो मेरी पार्टी डिसाइड करेगी. सवाल आपको ये पूछना चाहिए कि क्या अगला चुनाव वो मुझसे लड़ना चाहेंगे.
हाँ जी यू आर राइट
Wow, a big round of applause for ma'am. Thank you so much for being with us here today and for sharing some of your journey and some of your fabulous insights, which again reflect your spirit, the indomitable Smriti Irani. Thank you.
Irani. I would also request Mr. Afan Yesvi, Director of Pashmira Textile, to do the same. किसी भी कार्यक्रम की खूबसूरती उसके विषय में नहीं बल्कि उसमें शामिल लोगों की ऊर्जा से होती है. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. Moving on to our next session, opening the chest of stories. Margaret Atwood reminds us, a word after a word after a word is power. It is in this enduring power of words and stories that we find meaning, memory, and identity. And with that, we begin our session, opening the chest of stories. I would request Mr. Jonathan Gill Harris to be on the stage. Jonathan Gill Harris, an acclaimed writer born in New Zealand and educated in England, Harris has lived in the US for 23 years before moving to India, and he has authored numerous books, including the best-selling The First Firangis and Masala Shakespeare. In conversation with him, we have Dr. Urvi Sharma, an acclaimed author. Her recent book, The Unsuitable Girl, was published by Cambridge Scholars Publishing. Over to you, Dr. Urvi.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute honor and also a little bit of literary flex to have Professor Jonathan Gill Harris amongst us today. I'm sure most of you already know about him, but I would still like to introduce him as one of the finest Shakespearean scholars of our times, and also somebody who believes that if the Bard were alive today, he would not really be writing plays for velvet-curtained elites, but would instead be writing, film scripts for common people like you and me. And he also believes that if Shakespeare were writing film scripts, he would choose Bollywood film scripts over Hollywood film scripts. His work actually is very seminal in contemporary times because he talks about how no culture is pure and each culture is mediated by continuous interaction, exchanges, and so on. And his recent book, The Girl from Fergana, is perhaps one of his most seminal contributions to this particular idea. So without wasting another second, I would request Professor Harris to tell us about how this book germinated and how it is so special, not only because this is a syncretic account of Jewish history, but it is also interspersed with the historical account of his mother's own life, Stella. So, sir, please tell us about the book.
Thank you, Urvi. Thank you to Sumita and Afan, who are not here. Thank you primarily to you who have stayed, because I think after the previous entertainment, a lot of people have left the room. So congratulations to you for having the interest in this session. So let me tell you a little bit about this book, because it's not what it might at first seem. It is a memoir of my mother. She was a Polish Jew who was born in Warsaw. She would have stayed in Poland were it not for the storms of history catching up with her repeatedly in her life. She was deported by the Soviets to a gulag in Siberia, and then in 1941 was deported again to Central Asia, to the Fergana Valley, a place that I imagine most Indians have some knowledge of, because it was, of course, the first Mughal Emperor Babur's birthplace. And Fergana has had a long and storied connection to the Indian subcontinent, something that we may speak about soon. But my mother lived for 6 years in the Fergana Valley. She was orphaned there. She lived in huge poverty. She shared a mud hut with her best friend, Kamra Khan, who is an Uzbek Muslim. I never knew about Kamra Khan until 60 years later, when my mother, who at that point was beginning to lose her memory thanks to Alzheimer's, opened up to me about her friendship with Kamra Khan. The title of the book, The Girl from Fergana, refers to my mother, but it refers equally to Kamra Khan. And this is very much part of what the book is about. It's something that hopefully we'll talk about. But the title of the book points simultaneously in a Jewish and a Muslim direction. It doesn't refer to one person, it refers to two. And I think it tells you a lot about the kind of world I'm trying to evoke here, because my mother was living at the heart of what had historically been the Silk Roads, the network of trade that connected China to Persia and India through Central Asia. And the Silk Roads never belonged to one nation. The Silk Roads involved rather people from many different backgrounds who prayed to different gods, spoke different languages, living side by side and finding ways of talking with, opening up to, learning from each other. The book is set in Central Asia, but it's very much about India, because India too is a Silk Roads culture. And maybe that's something that we'll speak about more soon.
So before we start discussing the book in further detail, I would really request you to read an excerpt from the book.
Sure. Have the book out.
So Professor Harris actually opened a treasure chest that his mother had, and bit by bit, he built this, syncretic world in front of us through this book. So I would request Professor Harris to just read, one of his favorite anecdotes from the book for us.
So just tell you a bit about the tea chest. My parents were refugees. I grew up in a very sort of poor household. There was only one piece of furniture in it, which was a Chinese tea chest that my mother had inherited from her uncle. And we were never allowed to open the tea chest. It contained all the memories of her childhood. I'd presumed that it contained simply memories from her Polish childhood. And I occasionally opened the chest, but because it was stuffed so full of not only these documents, but naphtha, the smell of naphtha would waft out, and my mother would descend like a genie to slam the top of the chest shut again. So I was really curious about what was in it, and I didn't get a chance to go through its contents in any detail until she started succumbing to Alzheimer's. Now, in the chest, there was nothing about her friend Kamra Khan. I had to recreate the story of Kamra Khan just from a few snippets that she told me. But I'm going to read you a couple of paragraphs about Kamra Khan. So this happens in the book just after she's been orphaned, just after she's lost her mother 2 years after losing her father. And my mother was going through an extraordinarily hard time. She had no food. She had no parents. Her name was Stella, my mother. Among Stella's consolations at this time was a new friend, Kamra Khan, the 12-year-old daughter of her Uzbek landlady. She became Stella's confidant outside of school. They would chat animatedly late into the evenings, even though Kamra Khan spoke less Russian than Stella did. Kamra Khan taught Stella how to fold pages torn from their school's workbooks made of packing paper into lotus-shaped fortune-telling devices, the same devices that Stella would later fold for her children. Thanks to Kamra Khan, she honed her Uzbek and finally developed a sense of affection, if not belonging, for Uzgen, the market town in which she lived. Kamra Khan, the girl from Fergana, is one of the enigmas in Stella's story. There is no record of her, no photo, no letters from her in my mother's tea chest. But when Stella first told me about her in 2012, some 66 years after she last saw her, she did so in a way that made her feel tantalizingly present. I've no idea what Kamra Khan looked like, nor how her voice sounded. What my mother remembered was less her old friend's physical appearance than the smell of her clothes in winter. Stella associated the smell with the warmth of her hugs, a memory that made my mother emotional even after almost 7 decades. I don't know if Kamra Khan wore ikat, the traditional colorfully dyed silk fabric of Uzbeks, or if in a time of Soviet modernization and wartime scarcity, she dressed in European clothes. But her wintertime hugs had clearly left a profound imprint on my mother. And in those hugs, something of the neighborly ethos of the Silk Roads had touched Stella too, like the contents of a secret love letter written in a private language that she would later forget.
Thank you so much for reading, a part of the book for us. And I think what really stands out in the book is also the language of the book. And the syncretism that we just talked about is not only prominent in the theme or the perspective with which, you tell us the narrative, but also in the language, which is as rich as the Persian bazaars that you talk about. And there's this one line that really, stuck with me when I was reading the book. It says, so it's right after Professor Harris finds out about his mother's Alzheimer's, and he writes, I mourned the loss of the mother who had known me in English, because she's losing out on a lot of languages, including English. And it was really interesting to me how Professor Harris, tries to build his mother a home through this book in English, but it is not the Anglophonic tradition of English. It's very different from that. So please tell us about that.
First of all, please don't call me Professor Harris. I'm here as a writer, I'm here as a son remembering his mother. So I'm Gil. So my mother knew many languages. Even growing up in Warsaw, she'd spoken many languages. She'd spoken Polish, of course. She spoke Romanian with her sister, who'd been born in Romania. She spoke Yiddish with the family servants. She lived in a very bourgeois family. She spoke German with her parents. And around the dinner table, believe it or not, they spoke French, because that was the language of etiquette. She picked up Russia in the Gulag. In Uzbekistan, she picked up, or in Uzgen, which is actually in Kyrgyzstan, she picked up Uzbek, Tajik, and a little bit of Kyrgyz. Subsequently, Hebrew, a little bit of Arabic, Italian, Spanish. English was her last language. It was the first she forgot, and this was gut-wrenching for me. After she came down with Alzheimer's, she'd chatter with me in Polish and Hebrew, which were the languages of her childhood. Now, I could understand both because I'd grown up to a certain point speaking them, but I didn't have the fluency in either language that I did in English. English was the language in which I'd really loved my mother and she had loved me. It was surprising that every now and then her Polish and Hebrew would be punctuated by bursts of Uzbek. Now, I'd known that she could speak Uzbek, but it was only after moving to India and learning Hindi and Urdu that I realized with a jolt, Uzbek is a related language, because there are many Persian words, thanks to the Silk Roads, that had found their way through the bazaars into Turkic languages like Uzbek, and ditto through the bazaars of northern India into what became Hindi and Urdu. So my mother would refer to the flour, the only commodity that she could afford to buy at the bazaar. She would mix it with water and she would turn it into something that she called, using the Uzbek pronunciation, naan. Right? She couldn't eat gusht. There was no mirchi. She spoke about the kayamat that befell her. She spoke about where her mother was buried in a kabristan. But what bowled me over most of all, she was a very, very emotional person, even in the grip of Alzheimer's. She expressed great love and affection. She suddenly announced to me the deep mohabbat she felt for me. And I was floored. It took me migrating to India and learning Hindi and Urdu to be able to receive my mother's love in Uzbek. And it's a reminder, mohabbat does cross borders. Mohabbat does not know nations. And our imaginations have been so colonized by nation states, so siloed by nation states, that we have forgotten that language is by definition a communicative medium. It is the means by which we reach out to others. It's the means by which we communicate not just with those in our family around the dinner table, but with people at the bazaar, people outside the lanes we normally inhabit. I think it's a terrible shame that in our current moment, we've been increasingly conditioned to believe that our identity, whatever that is something that is acquired genealogically from ancestors. Our identity is something simply ethnic. But our identity is just as much acquired from our neighbors, Our neighbors are just as much part of who we are, including neighbors who pray to different gods, speak to different languages. My mother's time in Fergana Valley was a reminder of that. The languages she learned there were a reminder of that. And this is one of the things that I would like to think makes my book more Indian than anything else I've written, even more Indian than books that are explicitly about India. Because we may think of India as a nation state, but India was also a series of conversations with other cultures and always has been. I have met absolutely Islamophobic people in northern India, uncle types, who've railed against Muslims. And you know, if I push them on their history, it's clear that they've often experienced the pain of partition. But despite their Islamophobia, when they've listened to an Urdu ghazal, I've seen them burst into tears. Right? That despite the insistence that they are other, they're on the other side of a border that can never be bridged, yet there is something that longs for a memory of connection with that other that is otherwise reviled. In these people, I've met versions of my mother. She was someone who had experienced partition in Poland. She'd experienced again in Central Asia, and finally in Palestine, where she'd moved in 1946. Partition does not just separate people in space. Partition also works on memory. And my mother's memory was partitioned long before she had Alzheimer's. When she spoke about things that happened to her before 1948, before the partition that produced the modern state of Israel, she would speak about Muslims as her neighbors, her comrades, her friends, as she spoke about Khamra Khan. When she spoke about events after 1948, something strange happened. All of a sudden, Palestinians became the new Nazis, her mortal enemies. This was a contradiction I could never work out in her. And writing this book was an attempt to somehow make my peace with the fact that she was a contradictory person, not because of her own peccadillos, but because of what the storms of history had done to her. And in particular, storms of history that straitjacketed her within the confines of the Zionist vision of what it meant to be Jewish. But that wasn't the only way in which she was Jewish. There was a part of her that remembered Jewishness as a form of conversation through trade, through neighborliness with others. My family grew up with both legacies. My sisters became hardcore Zionists and tried to immigrate to Israel. I became a Silk Roads bucked, and I migrated to India. I think there's no coincidence. This place has always felt like home in a way Israel never could. I'm not a Zionist, and I thank the part of my mother that remembered the Fergana Valley for my not being a Zionist.
Thank you for this answer. I think that was really wonderful. And something that I want to talk about further is how, when I was reading the later part of the book, I think I also told you about it, that when you are reading about Stella's story, Stella, Gil's mother, suddenly you start confusing Stella as Jonathan Gill Harris himself. And there are moments, when the writer comes up and he says, oh, look, this is what my mother missed out on, this is what she did not see. And suddenly you are, jotted into understanding that, no, there's Stella and there is Jonathan Gill Harris. And I think that's really interesting because it kind of gives you a fuller perspective where a son is building on a full story of a mother. And it's also very interesting because we live in a time when we have the most passionate, or if I may say so, most aggressive political debates inside our homes, you know, between the parents and children. So it's very interesting how you can also look at this narrative as a way where you do not only inherit your politics, leave aside your culture, but you choose so. And you have done that, not only in the book, but also in your life itself, you know. You have lived, you were born in New Zealand, then you moved to England, US, and now you call India your home. So tell us about how your personal experiences have shaped this larger, broader understanding, which is very different from your own mother.
At a certain point in the book, I say that I'm treating Stella's memories as almost like home videos taken by a child, because she was a child when she was living in the Fergana Valley. And when you look at home videos taken by a child, what has attracted the attention of the child is actually often not the most interesting thing in frame. The child is interested in this little thing, glittering thing in the ground, but you can see in the corner of the frame something else, something extraordinary. Now, I'm not saying that what I see is right and what she saw was wrong at all. What I'm trying to suggest is that history is reconstructed through memory is always a series of conversations and debates. This book, I am a character in it, inasmuch as I'm a son trying to make sense of his mother's memories. And I'm talking with those memories. I'm talking about what troubles me in some of those memories. I'm talking about what I find fascinating and mesmerizing and long for in those memories. I'll give you one example. So my mother had always described Uzgen, the town in which she lived for 5 years, as a backward, primitive place. And that made sense to me because she lived in a mud hut, as most people did at that time in the Fergana Valley. She never spoke to me about a building that I discovered online. It was a tall minaret, 28 meters, beautifully constructed, dating back to the 12th century. And I asked her about it, and she said, "Oh, that was in my back garden. I found this image online when looking for things about Uzgen." And my mother said, "Oh, I lived with..." And I said, so what was your sense of that building? And she said, "Oh, you know, it was a strange building. It was where Muslims would go and pray." I mean, that was clearly a false memory, because Muslims don't pray in minars. She thought of that building as culturally other. In fact, she and Kamra Khan used to slide down the hill next to that minar on pieces of cardboard, which is a really nice memory, the two girls from Fergana traveling together. But I subsequently found out in a historical record written by a Palestinian who visited the Fergana Valley in the 11th and 12th centuries, someone named Al-Maqdisi. He's a great historian. Al-Maqdisi means from Jerusalem. And Al-Maqdisi had grown up in a city, Jerusalem, that was shared by Jews and Arabs. And he traveled all over the territories that paid tribute to the Abbasid Caliphate, which included the Fergana Valley. And his attention was drawn to places where Jews and Muslims lived together, because this was very much his experience in Jerusalem. And he said, in Uzgen, my mother's town, there is a very large population of Akle Zimma, which means people who pay the Dimma, Jewish people, who bankrolled the buildings, including the minar. It was a Jewish-Muslim building. My mother couldn't possibly see that, partly because she was remembering many years later as someone who'd lived through the partition of Palestine and believed that Jew and Muslim never the twain could meet. Yet in the Fergana Valley, as her own experience reminds us, the twain had met and been intimate and spoke with and loved each other. We see it still in these buildings in Uzgen. It's extraordinary how the storms of history keep inducing amnesia in us. We believe now that Jews and Muslims belong to completely incommensurate civilizations, that they're born to be enemies. This is simply not the case. For 950 years, Jews and Muslims lived with each other as neighbors. Jews historically faced far less prejudice in Muslim locations than they did in Christian Europe. And yet now we built up this narrative of Judeo-Christian tradition as opposed to Islamic civilization. I think it's important for us to remember that there are sometimes intimacies that nation states have worked to make us forget. That the Judeo-Muslim tradition is just as vital historically as any construct of the Judeo-Christian tradition.
Thank you so much for answering this. I think we are short of time, and we have to conclude with this one last question that I definitely wanted to ask you. And I read this line, and I felt it was so ironic to read it in 2026. In the early 1940s, for a Jewish refugee family in Soviet Central Asia, Iran offered the most immediately available route out of destitution and danger. And that was so interesting to me, thinking about what is happening right now. And I think your book constantly talks about, the historical anecdotes, which also border on the fluidity of mythical traditions, where you are trying to build a narrative which is clear, but which leaves scope for the readers to actually find out what really happened in history, So could you please tell our audience?
Yeah, I'll very quickly, because I see you're looking at your watch. One of the things that I wanted to do with this book, it became increasingly apparent to me after my mother pronounced her mohabbat for me. And I'd already been told by my Hindi teacher in America, who came from Lucknow but had not been back in 30 years, mohabbat is not really a Hindi word. Don't use it. No, don't use it. Pyar. Prem. No. And I was fascinated by how all these sort of Persian components of Hindi were in the process of being expelled, driven out the language in the name of some completely phantasmatic idea of linguistic purity. Now, the same thing has happened actually in Jewish historical memory. Iran is now Israel's most mortal enemy. The fact of the matter is, historically, for thousands of years, literally thousands of years, Jews and Persians have been extremely close. They've been neighbors. I was struck by this first in 2016 when I visited Iran, and I didn't want to identify that I was Jewish. I thought I'd be in trouble. But I noticed that the people I was speaking with would often speak about their Jewish friends without any sense of judgment. So I outed myself as Jewish. Yes, there was a lot of antipathy voiced against Israel, but not to Jews. There are seats reserved in parliament for Jews. There are 19 functioning synagogues in Isfahan. I don't know how many of them are functioning now after Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu's latest ridiculousness. Jews came to be Jewish not because they were born in ancient Israel or originated in ancient Israel. The Israelites were captured by Nebuchadnezzar and taken to Babylon. They were freed by Cyrus the Great, the Persian emperor. And in the wake of their liberation, the Israelites tried to codify their religious beliefs. And they did so by speaking with Zoroastrians. Many Jewish beliefs that we think of as absolutely Jewish, like the belief in a Messiah, there was no Messiah until they'd heard about the idea from Zoroastrians. There was no idea of heaven and hell till they heard about it from Zoroastrians. Orthodox Jews are used to burying their fingernails and their hair after it's been cut in the ground. They learnt that from Zoroastrians. Every Jew who can trace their ancestry ethnically back to the Jews who are in Babylon has a Persian past and has ancestors who spoke Persian. This has been completely forgotten. And so this book is an attempt to remember pasts that may seem completely counterintuitive to us, that involved not just Jewish-Muslim intimacy, but Jewish-Persian intimacy. It's become incredibly relevant in light of what's been happening over the last month. And I pray to the goddess that Jews and Persians will find a way of remembering their deep intimacy. Because otherwise, I don't see much hope, not only in Western Asia, but in the rest of the world.
Thank you so much. I highly recommend everybody to, get this book and read it, because although the last section of this book says closing the chest, I think it can really open the chest, or rather a bosom of stories for all of us, and you can probably go home inspired, looking through your own treasure chests of your families to find your own syncretic, histories or her stories, to build on to this narrative that can really benefit not just us in this room, but the whole world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Urvi.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful conversation. Moving on, our next session, Between Friendship and Forever. For that, I would like to request Mr. Arsh Verma, Ms. Sonia Chauhan, and Dr. Jasmine Anand to join us on the stage. Please keep the applause going. Arsh Verma is a 2017 batch IPS officer and quietly a novelist. His debut, The Velvet Hotline, published by Penguin, made people pay attention. Almost 16 is his second, a coming-of-age rom-com about first love, new cities, and the beautiful chaos of being 15. Joining him, Sonia Chauhan is the author of You Tell Me and This Maze of Mirrors, both recognized by Amazon Kindle in 2022. She also runs an independent law practice in Chandigarh because one career wasn't enough. In conversation with them, we have Dr. Jasmine Anand, Assistant Professor of English and the host of the literary podcast, Literary Shots. She knows how to make a conversation go somewhere real. All yours, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome everybody here. So, once upon a time, Bollywood lovers waited at railway stations, platforms, under monsoon skies, saying and singing their hearts out. Today, we wait for red receipts, track story views, and decode emotions through phrases like benching, orbiting, and dry texting. Different eras, same longing, just new vocabulary. Because language doesn't just describe love, it actually shapes how we experience it. And if earlier generations sang, Tum paas aaye yu muskuraye, today we say, they watch my stories but don't reply. It's giving, orbiting. And honestly, same confusion, just better terminology. So today in this session between friendship and forever, we're really asking, have relationships changed or just the language we use to survive them? So we have with us two remarkable writers who explore connection in very different but deeply connected ways. So we have with us Sonia Chauhan, who writes about relationships that live in silences, pauses, and almost confessions in You Tell Me. A kind that doesn't explode but quietly stay. We also have with us Harsh Verma, whose stories move through urgency, where connection isn't just emotional, it's existential. In almost 16, sometimes it's the difference between holding on and falling apart. So somewhere between forever and fleeting, we are all just trying to understand what connection even means anymore. So let me just begin with it, and both for you, Sonia and Arsh, what do you have to say? Is forever still real, or are we all just emotionally buffering somewhere?
Hi, thank you everybody. Well, that's a loaded question, and I'm already like in awe of the previous session. I think that was a brilliant, brilliant session by Professor Harris. And I feel like forever, there's no forever. The only forever we have is with ourselves, I guess. And that forever can be cut short any moment on any given day. So I don't really believe in the concept of forever. And I think my stories also make it amply, amply clear.
Wonderful, thank you.
I'm going to disagree slightly with Sonia. I think most of us, in heart of hearts, do deep down believe in the concept of forever, which is why we are still grappling with it. We are talking about it. Maybe with age, we are a little more cynical, a little more jaded, a little more guarded about it. As far as the story goes, Ashwin, who is the protagonist of the rom-com, almost 16, he's 15. At 15, we all completely believe in forever. And our faith in that forever, the foreverness, the eternality of that forever is so complete that we surrender completely to it. So I think there's a distinction in the degree to which we commit to a concept at when we are 14 or 15 or when we are fully matured.
What a contrast, but we totally agree. So coming up next, Sonia, your writing feels like that, you know, that moment where you're about to say something important and then you don't. And coming from a legal background where clarity matters, what draws you to this emotional uncertainty in You Tell Me?
I think the contrast that every person undergoes, because I feel like एक इंसान में 100 इंसान होते हैं, and tangibly whatever we do in our professions, say I'm a lawyer and I'm a corporate lawyer, I'm a contracts expert at that. So my job there is to write in the clearest term possible and to remove all ambiguity, which in itself is such a delicious juxtaposition against your internal life and relationships and dating and, you know, all kind of relationships, including friendships, your family atmosphere, where you never really get any clarity. And I think that is why I have named the book You Tell Me, because no matter how much I tell you or how many times you tell me, we never really can tell anything of importance when it comes to our internal emotions.
So it seems that, you know, not everything meaningful needs to be resolved, actually. So coming to you, Arsh, do you think friendship today is less about bonding and more about survival? In regards to Ashwin, how do you see it?
So there's one fundamental relationship in almost 16. It's the relationship between Ashwin and Inayat, who is Avnoor, his crush's best friend. And they have a very beautiful platonic friendship, but that's not how it begins. It's very transactional in the beginning. It's almost like a business merger. Inayat is kind of a loner. She finds Ashwin's antics amusing, so she decides to be his friend. And Ashwin is only friends with Inayat because he wants to get close to Avnoor. But over the course of the book, they do become very good, very close friends. So I think a lot of friendships which are transactional, they do die an early death, but the ones which last are the ones which forget the transactional nature of their own origin.
Great, so connection is not idealistic. It seems it's very essential in this work and the world of yours. Now, you know, modern love is very sizzling, is aware, it's confused, and yet, you know, somewhere it's silent. So what do you have to say about, you know, to be silent, or to be honest, is silence more honest or more dangerous than expression? So I would like to have it from both of you. So, okay, I'll repeat. I said, is silence more honest or more dangerous than expressing your feelings?
I think, again, the answer has to be, it's a very to each your own kind of question. But for me personally, I don't follow that with a lot of my characters because I want them to be different people. I want them to really not follow my lead. My characters sort of write themselves. So I feel like, to answer your question, personally, मेरे को तो चैन नहीं पड़ता until I express. But that's just me, and that comes at great cost to my husband and my family members, and sometimes my friends also. So I think that's just me. But I feel like, no, one shouldn't really, like in the matter of love, if you love, you've already won. You don't need the other person to reciprocate in the same way. That's how I personally feel. So I feel like expressing is good. I lean on the side of expression.
I'll take this question from Ashwin's perspective. So there's a pivotal scene in the book where Ashwin and Avnoor, Ashwin's leaving school. All of his schoolmates have kind of doodled on his shirt when someone's leaving. Then Avnoor is standing behind him. Ashwin is staring straight ahead. Avnoor has her hand outstretched with a sketch pen, but she's not writing anything. Ashwin is staring straight ahead. He's not turning back. And there's a silence which hangs for a minute and a half. None of them says anything, but this is more than they've communicated openly throughout the entire novel. So here, I think the silence works, but that's only because both of them completely understand the subtext underlying that silence. They know what it means. Ordinarily, however, I think silence can lead to miscommunication, unresolved frustration, and I agree with Sonia, it should be avoided. We should communicate as much as possible.
So, perhaps same emotion and different language. And I would, it's my personal endorsement. Please follow Arsh's Instagram and check out the sketches that he's made on Almost 16. You would really love them, and it would endear you to read the book, perhaps. Okay, so let's talk about, about how love has changed. Earlier, it was some romantic intizar, writing poetry. And now, somehow we feel, okay, they are keeping me as an option. And it's a classic benching example. So maybe same feeling and less patience, maybe. So let me ask both of you, is emotional awareness making relationships stronger or more fragile? And also, are we protecting ourselves or isolating ourselves somewhere? How do you see it?
Okay. I think there is a lot more emotional awareness these days. We have labels for everything, whether it's avoidance, parasocial attachments, love bombing, breadcrumbing. But what this does is, I think it creates a sort of vanity. I know everything. But what it doesn't do is make us act on it. It gives us this weird semblance of emotional maturity without actually making us mature. I don't think there's any substitute for emotional maturity rather than experience and lived life. So I don't think our generation it may be more emotionally aware on a superficial level, but not really deep down.
I think I kind of agree with you, but I also have this spiritual take on it, which is my personal take. So in one of my stories, A Table by the Window, which is in this book, you tell me, the boyfriend leaves. There is a miscommunication and the boyfriend leaves. And she just decides to go to the same cafe and sit at the same table every day without communicating with him, without sort of trying to reach out to him or anything like that. And I feel like love is an act of faith. And without faith, love may as well be an illusion. So, and when the subject of your faith turns away, one rests their faith with the universe, as I've written in the book, and that is what I believe in as well. So I feel like when we are loving, Rumi said that for the lover, nothing is a misfortune. It's just us creating these stories in our heads to feel like we've won the game, but it's not a game in the first place. It's just an act which comes straight from your heart, and it's your connection with the divine. That's how I see it. And I try to bring that out in my characters also.
So, Arsh, when we talk about Almost 16, or maybe generally, when you see life, and what do you think is friendship today becoming much more a safer space than romantic love?
I think people are definitely more reluctant to put themselves out there, maybe because of social media. We have so many dating apps, Tinder, Bumble. They've been ghosted, left on red. So they don't really trust the process that much. I think friendship, platonic relationships, they feel like a safer haven for them to retreat into. So I don't think it's a good thing, because ultimately everyone wants companionship, everyone wants romantic love. So, but yes, I do agree with you. I think that there's a problem in how relationships are structured.
Great. So Sonia, coming to you, now you tell me, can empathy become exhausting, and can caring too much become burden?
I think one has to increase their capacity. If you're an empathic person, like first you have to become self-aware, and then you have to sort of like increase your capacity for giving. I feel like a lot of times we are looking at relationships from the perspective of mujhe kya milega? How is this going to serve me? Is this person, looking out for me? How much they are looking out for me? And then, you just become like this accountant of love. And you're just like sitting there with your abacus, etc., and you're making your calculations, and you'll always be miserable if you do that. So I feel like, there is this beautiful American poet, she's passed away, Andrea Gibson, and, she has this little poem, it's called Wellness Check. And she says, at any given point in any day, I check my wellness with this question. Is my attention on living? Is my attention on loving, or is my attention on who isn't loving me? So I feel like I will let Andrea answer this question rather than me.
Wonderful. So, now to both of you, are we lonelier today, or just more aware of this loneliness? And also when we talk about the characters in both the world of words, so do you think your characters somewhere, they fear losing people or losing themselves in relationships?
Ashwin 100% does, because he's 15, and at that age our sense of self-identity is very fragile. So we are very eager to break it down and remold it according to how we wish to be seen by someone else. So throughout the book, Ashwin straight up lies to Avnoor. He pretends to be a guitarist. He pretends to be a Marxist feminist. He's none of those things. But it all backfires spectacularly. And the irony, of course, is that Avnoor is perfectly happy to accept him exactly the way he is, but Ashwin does not realize that.
Yeah, how about Sonia? Okay, I asked you, are we lonely, or are we more aware of it? And are the characters that they're losing themselves in the relationship, or they fear losing another person in their life?
I think I have so many characters that it's very hard to give you a singular answer for that question, but all my characters are loners. My bio on Insta is, by the way, popular loner. So I'm like, I feel that I'm popular with people, but I'm also a loner. I feel the most comfortable when I'm just alone. And my mother always asks me this question, that you should have a child because hamare baad mein tum akele ho jaoge. And I tell her back that मैं हमेशा से अकेली ही थी और मैं आगे भी हमेशा अकेली ही रहूँगी. So I feel like yes, we are lonely when we are loving, and relationships and even friendships are not a way to secure them. They are just an oasis we can find where we can rest, rejuvenate, maybe meet ourselves in better, deeper, and more monumental ways. But nobody else apart from ourselves can save us, and a lot of times even we can't save ourselves, and probably that's just fine. That's how it is, and I think we should not run away from that. So that's how you go from the journey to like loneliness, to aloneness, to solitude.
I get that. Okay, now here's the audience poll now. I need honesty from all of you, no judgments here. Just raise your hands. Who thinks friendship lasts longer than love? Let me see. Who thinks friendship lasts longer than love? Wonderful. Okay, next one. Okay, who has overthought a text for more than an hour? Overthought a text for more than an hour. Okay.
The brave
Very
ones are
few.
admitting it.
Yeah, fantastic, and thank you for participating. So maybe forever doesn't mean what it used to, and time becomes meaningful when it becomes a story. So maybe forever is not how long something lasts, but how deeply it stays with us. Sonia, to let our audience know, is forever in your writing about time or emotional intensity?
I think it is definitely about emotional intensity more than time, because even like a few moments spent with somebody you have like deep chemistry with, or like a really spiritual bond with, I think that really outlasts time rather than being with someone with whom you just have a lukewarm relationship.
Okay. So Arsh, in your world, does forever matter, or is it getting through the moment enough?
Once again, I'll take this one from Ashwin's perspective.
Yes, yeah.
In Ashwin's world, he lives his life one fiasco at a time, whether it's getting an ice cube stuck in his throat or getting stuck up a tree trying to rescue a kitten. That being said, he does have a very clear idea of what he wants his forever to look like. Throughout the book, there are these interludes, these fantastical interludes. In one, he's a Roman emperor. In one, he's an astronaut. In one of them, he's 90 years old, and he's envisioning a life with Avnoor, who is also 90 years old. They have 18 children and 56 grandchildren. So that is his forever, and he has a very clear vision of it. So yes, they can exist.
Thank you. Now, something on very personal note. Just define for me what forever is for you. Forever is what?
I think forever is like just a desperate attempt of self-love.
Yes.
Can I contextualize it with the book? So there's a scene in which Avnoor is running away from Ashwin, and what he sees is her hair rippling from side to side, and there's like a glimmer of light kind of seesawing as she runs away. And he takes that image, that 5-second clip of her, and he keeps playing it over and over in his head throughout the course of the book. So I think that's what forever is. It's a moment you never stop replaying.
So is it personally for you the same?
No. It's,
Okay, personally.
Personally,
What-
I'm going to stick with Ashwin's reply.
Okay.
I think it's a safe reply.
Perfect. So maybe nothing has changed, and really people still wait, still hope, still overthink, still fall. So earlier maybe we wrote poetry, and now we turn it into captions. So where older generations, they used to, sing their feelings, they would express, and we code them somewhere. So same emotions, shorter sentences, and sharper awareness. So thank you, Sonia and Arsh, for this session, and all of you, rather, for being part of this moment, because somewhere, maybe forever is not time. Maybe, it's just a moment that stays with us forever, forever, forever. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this wonderful conversation.
Just a second, I have a question for you guys. So, my heartfelt belief is कि इस generation में कोई महान love story तो हो ही नहीं सकती है, क्योंकि इश्क, जुनून, किसी पे मरना, वियोग में जीना, ये सब चीज़ें नहीं होती. अब तो block कर दो, ghost कर दो, and on to the next. So, do you have anything to say to that?
Ma'am, my Mahan love story is sitting just behind you.
Okay, that's a nice answer.
Well, mine is in office, but despite that, I would still say, like I have a very spiritual take on love. For the lover, nothing is a misfortune.
No, that is fine, but I'm talking at a generational level. What?
मैम अब वो होंगे 40 साल के, फिर देखेंगे 20 साल में क्या होता है उनका. Like I've been with my husband for 10 years and everybody considers it to be a long marriage now. So
Lovely. Thank you, everybody.
I'd like to request Dr. Sumita Misra and Mr. Afan Yeswi to launch Almost 16, which was published by Penguin. It is a brand new coming of age novel which leads us through adolescence and all the trails and tribulations that it comes with.
Can we also have Madam Nikita here? And my humble request for Mr. Madhav Kaushik ji to launch this book by Penguin Publication. Sir, please here.
For our next book bus segment, we'd like to invite Mr. Mukul Kumar on the stage for the launch of his book, Women in the Womb of Time. Please keep the applause going. Women in the Womb of Time, Unveiling Ancient Feminism, is a bold and passionate exploration of ancient Indian literature, the Vedas, the epics, the Arthashastra, the Kama Sutra, the Smritis, and the Dharma Shastras, in search of feminist voices silenced by time and history, beginning with the provocative question, why feminism and not masculinism? The book embarks on a journey not to heroize or sentimentalize these voices, but to spin them into larger historical imagination. Copies of all the books are available for purchase at the bookstall. You can grab yours and get it signed by the authors. Please join us in acknowledging Mukul Kumar and this important new addition to contemporary Indian literature.
I will request Mukul to just take a few minutes to tell us how and why not. Because it's a very unique subject for a man to be exploring. So a few minutes to hear from you.
At the outset, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Chandigarh Literary Society and a special thanks to Sumita Misra ma'am, who has always been very kind to me, and she has been a huge support in my literary journey. And here again I am in Chandigarh Literature Festival for the unveiling of my book, Women in the Womb of Time. It is a very special book in the sense that it happens to be my first non-fiction. So far I have been writing poetry and fiction. Ma'am asked me, like, share your writing journey. How come so that this subject happens to catch the fancy of a male? So two terms basically, define the writing journey of this book. First is serendipity. Ma'am, I was at IIPA for APPA course, and there we were supposed to write a dissertation on some theme of social science. So it was just, the gender studies, professor was trying to attract people to that stream. So that is how it happened. And when I wrote that dissertation, why I am calling it serendipity, that when I wrote that dissertation, it never occurred to me that someday I am going to, it was just a part of the curriculum. So it came out of that compulsion. And again, another term that I would like to like offer to you here that defines the writing journey of this book. Intuition. One fine morning, I was working on some altogether a different project, but one fine morning, in the wee hours of the morning, suddenly I got the intuition that you have got something, ready with you. The structure is ready, the content is ready. The only thing you have to do is to develop it, into a book. That is how it happened. So serendipity, intuition, and third is the transcendental experience, transcendence. Like for a man to, explore feminism, that too ancient feminism. It was, of course, a very transcendental experience, and I could sense that, a divine surge of empathy, you can say, that not only led to this book, and but that led to the review of my own conscience and character. So that is what I really felt when I explored this subject. And just to, because we have got very less time, this is not a book talk session, but one, thing I would like to tell you, one particular feature about the book, that I asked a question: why feminism? Why not masculinism? So that is the genesis of this book, and the reply came in the answer of this book. So it took me to the genesis of the human existence, how human existence began, and then I placed feminism, discrimination against women in the historical context. I couldn't understand that historical context. So this book is, as a writer, it is a matter of immense satisfaction to me that this book is a little different from the wealth of literature on this feminist history, in the sense that it starts from that origin. And of course, scholars, I had to mine quite some material, quite some books, and Simon de Beauvoir's book, Second Sex, happened to be a great inspiration. And then Farrell Krishna, and then Judith Butler. So, and Engels, of course, I think the historical discrimination of women, against women, you have to understand. Engels is absolutely crucial, this concept of private property, how male started controlling the freedom of women in order to ensure the purity of the progeny, so that his own, his property, his private property would get passed on to the heir of his heir only. So in order to establish that biological purity, a man started controlling the freedom of women. That is how this book happened, and I'm very sure it is a very special book to me. It happens to be my first non-fiction, that too on a very unorthodox subject for a man, not a very, because feminist literature is very, quite popular. For that is how it has been. Thank you.
So that definitely seems to be a very intriguing topic, and it is time to find out what is contained in its pages. It is now time to launch our another book. Okay. And now leading you on to the next session. मैं हौसलियां दा पुंज भी हाँ ते हिम्मत दा दरिया भी हाँ जिस डरते देवते झुकदे ने मैं ममता दी दरगाह भी हाँ मैं लक्ष्मी दी झनकार दे विच मैं सस्सी वर्गा प्यार भी हाँ मैं धरती जे ही शांत भी हाँ मैं कवियां दा वर्तांत भी हाँ. These lines echo the many voices of womanhood, strength and tenderness, devotion and defiance. History, after all, is not merely shaped by kings and empires, but equally by the quiet, enduring strength of its people. On that note, I welcome Ranjit Pawar and request her to be on the stage. She is the author of 4 books, and her writing reflects a deep engagement with history, culture, and human psychology. Most of Ranjit Pawar's works focus on the history and culture of Punjab and the dynamics of human relationships, especially the women. In conversation with her, we have Navneet Garewal, an author, translator, and an internationally certified trainer. Please put a huge round of applause. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon, Dr. Ranjit, and welcome to this book discussion on your book, The Whale and the Sword, on this reputed platform of the Chandigarh Literary Society Springfest.
Good afternoon to all.
My first question is, why did you choose to write about this subject? the women in the court and life of Maharaja Ranjit Singh.
My books have been Punjab-centric, as it was just said. And you know that Punjab has been a strongly patriarchal land. Maharaja Ranjit Singh is one of the most acclaimed kings, not only in India, but also in the world now. He has been written about, talked about, discussed hugely. But even though there have been so many women who have been exceptional in their valor, in their intelligence, in strategy, they have not been talked about because maybe it's the patriarchal mindset. History has generally ignored women and their contributions. And likewise in the life of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, I wonder if he could have been who he was without the traditions which were handed down by his grandmother, Mai Desa, his mother, Raj Kaur, his lovers and wives, and most of all, his formidable, exemplary mother-in-law, Mai Sada Kaur. And yet, we only find passing references about most of them, and not any focused writing or nuances. And that is what made me pick up this subject for this book. And I could see that very little has been written about them and nothing in such a comprehensive way.
True. How did you gather the material for this book? And if I may ask, what were the timelines from the initial thought to the book in actuals?
Like I said, because there was such little material available about them, I really had to work hard to hunt and to glean information. For that, I collected almost all the books I could find, not only on the women, there were very few. You know, there are some in Punjabi written about Maharani Jinda, one about Mora, and then there is one by Chitra Banerjee. Besides that, I read a lot about Maharaja Ranjit Singh and his life because he was going to be the pivot. And from his lifestyle, I took little cues about how his women would have been. And another interesting thing is that I took a trip to Lahore. Over there, I took a time from Professor Ejazuddin Fakir, three of whose ancestors were very close confidants and ministers in Maharaja Ranjit Singh's darbar. I found his book, which he has written about the Fakir ministers over there, and I also visited their family museum, the Fakir Khana Museum, which holds a lot of things from Maharaja Ranjit Singh's times, documents and relics. Besides that, I visited almost every place which was related to Maharaja Ranjit Singh, beginning with the Lahore fort, but I went to Gujranwala, I visited his birthplace, and in the Lahore fort, I went to the Haveli of Maharani Jind Kaur. I went to Mai Mora's mosque in Papadwali Bazaar in Lahore. So it kind of, at that time, I was working on this book. It took me 5 years, by the way. And I was reliving that era. I was stepping back into it. And for that much time, I honestly felt transported. But I must tell you very honestly that since there was so little available, I could only get the skeletal details about the women, and the rest were built brick by brick as I thought that they would have been.
This deserves a huge round of applause. The extensive research, visiting the places physically, I think this a huge round of applause. I know there are lots of you in the audience. Right. So you have written a lot about Sada Kaur and portrayed her as a great leader and a strong personality. Can you elaborate on this?
Yes. Sada Kaur was a kingmaker. And believe me, if Maharaja Ranjit Singh would not have been who he was, and the patriarchy norms were not so strong, she would have been the Maharaja of Punjab, and she would have set up the Khalsa kingdom. This lady, she lost her husband when she was very young. Then she lost her father-in-law. She belonged to the famous Kanhaiya Misl. And at age 22, she took over formally as a Misldar, as the chief of a Misl. We are talking of those times. Just imagine the furious Sardars, the fighters, the chiefs, and she dared to stake her claim and succeeded in being the Misldar. Here I would like to read out a short passage of a conversation when she is taking her claim to be the Misldar. She is addressing a meeting of the chiefs, and she has been, people are very surprised that she should even dare to try and say that she wants to be the Misldar. So Sada Kaur rose from her seat. She stood tall, her slim, sinewy frame erect, a shawl wrapped as a second layer over the white mulmul veil covering her dark hair. Her bronze skin, taut across an angular face, glowed confidently, and her bright eyes reflected the sun's rays filtering through the leaves of the peepal tree. A strong chin, aquiline nose, and high cheekbones gave her a regal presence. Khalsa ji, let me answer your concerns, she addressed the gathering. You deem a woman unfit to lead a Misl. What are the prerequisites for a Misldar? I am as good a rider as any of you and well versed in swordsmanship and musketry. I dare you to challenge me to a horse race or a duel. I was coached in Gurmukhi, Persian, and mathematics, and have administration facts at my fingertips. How many present here can say the same? Which holy book states that a woman may not lead? I lack only one thing, a beard and a moustache. Some women in the gathering sniggered, but the men had no answer. Who managed the Khalsa Panth after Guru Gobind Singh left his body? His wife, Mata Sahib Kaur. Who led the Singhs against the Mughals in the Battle of Khidrana? My Pago. Who dared to step out and cremate the slain warriors' bodies at Anandpur Sahib, embracing martyrdom while fighting the Mughal soldiers? Mata Harsharan Kaur. Khalsa ji, know that I am the daughter of these venerated women. The Sikh Gurus bestowed an equal status on women, which is reiterated in the Gurbani time and again. Women earned this quality through their courage by sacrificing their lives and infants. Veiling of the face has been condemned in Sikhism. From whom should I veil my face? Should I doubt the sanctity of your intentions? You who are like my own fathers, brothers, and sons? If you are the true Khalsa and follow the path shown by our revered gurus, rather than the decadent social traditions, give me my right and accept me as the legitimate Misldar of the Kanhaiya Misl. The gathering was silent through Sada Kaur's impassioned speech. It took a few moments for them to ingest all she had said. Finally, Naud Singh's booming voice resounded in the courtyard. Mai Sahab has left us speechless with her reasoning. She is truly the rightful claimant to be the next Misldar of the Kanhaiyas. All those who agree will join me in the Jaikara, Jo Bole So Nihal, he roared. Sat Sri Akal, the gathering roared back, giving their assent.
Beautiful. Marrying a Nautch girl, Mora, was it a brave decision or one of integrity? How does the reader perceive Ranjit Singh's character with this?
Even though I've written very objectively about all my characters in the book, I have neither given them halos and nor added mythology, as many writers tend to do, depending on whether they are Sikh historians or Western historians. But here about Maharaja Ranjit Singh, the Sikhs themselves have often considered it not a very honorable thing to do, to marry a Nach girl. Now, over here, I totally stand in his defense, which might surprise you. At that point of time, women who danced, who were singers, which means who were great artists, were somehow labeled as Nach girls, and they were driven out to the periphery of society. Now, many men, I would say most of the men who were rulers or who were powerful or who were moneyed, and you would all agree with me that they had relationships with the Tawaifs, or with the horrible word that was used in Punjabi, and yet they would keep it under wraps, and it was okay for society. They thought they are entitled to do so, but obviously not to acknowledge them, not to bring them out and have them stand next to them. And look at this Maharaja. In those times, he fell in love with Mora. And he could so easily have had her as a concubine, as was the norm. What made him actually accept his love? Standing up against Akalis, who were a very fierce lot, believe me. And they could very well, they did. You know, they punished the Maharaja. They summoned him to the Kal Takht, and they said he would be given 40 lashes. So he faced all of them. He faced the shame that was attached to such a decision. His Sardars were also very vocal about it. His wives were very unhappy. And yet, he acknowledged his love for that girl. He married her. He gave her the respect. She was called as Mora Sarkar. And he also struck a coin in her name. So I salute the man for owning up to his relationship, whatever it was.
Absolutely. Maharani Jinda has been portrayed as being a forthright, brave lady of Punjab. What is your analysis of her?
Maharani Jinda was the last queen of Maharaja Ranjit Singh. And what makes her very important is that she was mother to Dalip Singh, his youngest son, when all his other sons had been killed or had died in some unnatural ways. Maharani Jinda is a very remarkable woman in many ways, in that she stood up against the Britishers, she raised a voice, she tried her best to keep the Khalsa Raj intact, despite the fact that there was a lot of infighting, and it was a very difficult time. We'll come to discuss this later. Right now, I'll focus on Jinda. And she had a lot of pluck. She stood up to the British when nobody else would. Well, you can call her a little rash, maybe. You can say that it was not very diplomatic. But she fought to the last breath. And nobody, not even the other big Rajas, would raise their voice to the British, to the resident, and she did. So I'm going to read out one of her actual letters, which was written to Henry Lawrence. Now this letter reads, Robkar, which is a letter from Bibi Jind Kaur Sahib to Colonel Lawrence. I had entrusted my head to your care. You have thrust it under the feet of traitors. You have not done justice to me. You ought to have instituted an inquiry and then charged me with what you found against me. You ought not to have acted upon what the traitors told you. You have kept no regard for the friendship of the great Maharaja. You have caused me to be disgraced by other people. You have not even remained true to treaties and agreements. Raja Lal Singh was true and faithful to me. He was loyal. Having leveled charges against him, you sent him away. We thought that as a Sahib himself was with us, we had no fear from anyone. We could never imagine that we would be put in prison with baseless charges concocted against us. Produce any writing of ours. Prove any charges against me. Then you could do anything you like. Myself, the Maharaja, and 22 maidservants are imprisoned in the Samman Burj. All other servants have been dismissed. We are in a very helpless condition. Even water and food are not allowed to come in. Now that you persecute us in this manner, it is better that you hang us instead of this. If you administer justice to us, well and good. Otherwise, I shall appeal to the Badi Rani in London. Even the allowance of rupees 1.5 lakh that had been fixed has not been paid by anybody. I never begged for anything from anyone. Having sold my ornaments, I was managing to live on. Why should you have caused me to be disgraced without any fault? The treatment that is meted out to us has not been given to any ruling house. Why do you take possession of my kingdom by underhand means? Why don't you do it openly? Do justice to me, or I shall appeal to London. Preserve 3 or 4 traitors and put the whole of the Punjab to the sword at their bidding. Seal Akal Sahai, Bibi Jind Kaur. Thank you. So, having talked about her bravery and her pluck, there was one major mistake that this woman made. Remember, she was very young, and she'd had very little time with the Maharaja. And I doubt if she had much of an emotional relationship with him either. As any normal person is bound to do, she fell in love with Raja Lal Singh. He was a non-Punjabi and he had recently adopted Sikhism. He was probably fishing in troubled waters at that time after the Maharaja's death, when the empire was falling apart. Her brother had been killed, and she was in a very, very bad state, and the army had revolted, and she had no one to turn to. So she trusted Raja Lal Singh, and Lal Singh was trying to work out his own agenda at that time. So he took advantage of her emotional helplessness at that time, and he advised her to send the military to fight with the British, which was actually a very, very rash move at that time. Anyway, she took his advice, and she was very unhappy with the military because they had killed her brother Jawahar Singh just then. And the military went and they fought. They were led by Lal Singh and Teja Singh. And unfortunately, their rations and their supplies were cut off by these 2 traitors, Teja Singh and Lal Singh. And she wasn't aware of it. And even though the Sikh battalions fought with utter gallantry and valor, and they would have actually won the Battle of Sabran. But the traitorous Teja Singh and Lal Singh, they retreated, they left them without any general at that time, abandoned them, and they also cut short the bridge which they had formed with boats over River Satluj. So the army lost. And Shah Muhammad, the famous poet who wrote Jangnama, he has lamented about this in his famous 2 lines. Shah Muhammada bin Sarkar Wajon, aj jit ke faujan hariyan ne.
There is also a reference here in which they say that the Satluj was full of bodies that particular day, and all because of the traitors that were. After all the research and writing, what according to you were the main reasons for the fall of the Khalsa Raj?
There were some major outstanding reasons which are really quite clear now in history. The first and foremost is that Ranjit Singh did not have a brilliant successor to take over. His eldest son, the Tikka Kamar, Khadak Singh, he was not a very capable man, and he spent more time in prayers rather than learning about war and about administration. And then he was also murdered. Very, very strangely, his own son, Naunihal Singh, and his wife, they kind of worked against him because they felt that he's going to give up the kingdom to the Britishers, whether it was true or not. So one major reason was Khana Jangi. That is, there was war in between the various factions, the Sandawalias, and his trusted Dogra Wazirs, the three brothers, Hira Singh, Suchet Singh, Dhyan Singh. They were the ones who really turned traitors and let down the kingdom after the Maharaja's death. So then the Khana Jangi started, and one after another, people were being slaughtered and killed.
My last question, as a former civil servant, a psychologist, a podcaster, and a commentator, what are the three things as a message you would like to give to the youth of today? Do also mention your upcoming writings as well.
Well, the three simple things that I would really want everyone, not only the youth, to take, to pay attention to is know your history. And find inspiration from the heroes and the heroines of history, but also be very aware of the mistakes that we made. Be very aware of where they went wrong. And let's try and not do that today as Punjab stands in very difficult times. About my
the writings as well.
Upcoming works. I have two books in the pipeline, and one would probably be released next month. They're all Punjab focused, as I said. So this is Legends and Folk Tales of Punjab. And the next one is a sequel to my earlier book, Dusk Over the Mustard Fields. This is called the Far Dawn. And it's a sequel to, I won't spill the beans yet what it is about.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah.
We want to keep the excitement on. Thank you so much for this exclusive yet empowering conversation, and I hope everyone in the audience gets a copy to read through this powerful narrative and portrayal, The Whale and the Sword. Thank you all for being a great
so
audience.
Much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. That really provided an eye-opening account of the remarkable women who shaped life and power in the court of Maharaja Ranjit Singh. It is now time to launch this book, The Whale and the Sword, into the literary world. And I would request Dr. Sumita Misra and Mr. Afan to please come to the dais and to finally release this book. It is now time to find out what is in the pages of this book. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. This seems to be a very promising read. Again, I would like to remind you that the book will be available for purchasing outside, and you can get your copy signed by the author. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Moving on to our next session. Rumi said, "You have to keep breaking your heart until it opens." It is this fragile, intense, and often painful terrain of the human heart that we explore today, where love blooms, breaks, and lingers in stories that stay with us long after they are told. Welcome to this session on love stories and heartbreak. And I would like to invite Madam Milan Vora to the stage. One of India's most loved authors of romance. She has authored multiple books, and her writing reflects her candid take on present-day love. And she will be in conversation with Annu Rani Sharma, who is a bilingual poet, writer, and devotional singer. For her, poetry is both artistic expression and spiritual pursuit. Over to you, ma'am.
थोड़ी थोड़ी इश्क खुमारी अच्छी है, थोड़ी थोड़ी इश्क खुमारी अच्छी है, एक से होकर ये बीमारी अच्छी है। और जो अपने दिलदार को ही रब कहते हैं, जो अपने दिलदार को ही रब कहते हैं, उनसे कह दो बात तुम्हारी अच्छी है। कुछ अपनों कुछ अपने मन के सपनों की, कुछ अपनों कुछ अपने मन के सपनों की थोड़ी थोड़ी जिम्मेवारी अच्छी है। और दुनिया के दस्तूर निभाने हैं यारो, दुनिया के दस्तूर निभाने हैं यारो, सीखो फिर कुछ दुनियादारी अच्छी है। थोड़ी थोड़ी इश्क हमारी अच्छी है। बहुत बहुत आभार दोस्तों। इश्क हम कहते हैं दिल का मसला है, दिल का मामला है, और दुनियादारी दिमाग से निभाई जाती है। और जब बात हो दिल और दिमाग में तालमेल बिठाने की, हार्ट ब्रेक के हार्ट एक से बाहर आने की, वी नीड विजडम। एंड विजडम कम्स थ्रू experiences, experiences that we have lived, that we have shared, that we have observed, that we have absorbed. And experiences eventually turn into stories. And when you have a master storyteller that has the power to immaculately carve magical stories out of these experiences that she has collected over the period of time, and in a language that's not just empowering, that's not just engaging, but also liberating and unfiltered, we have the very beautiful Milan Mohraji's Heartbreak Unfiltered. Many congratulations, ma'am, and welcome to the City Beautiful. Congratulations on this book and on the amazing reviews it has been receiving, and rightly so. So that's
thank you so much. Thank
the beautiful book. Ma'am, let's begin by decoding the word heartbreak, like from our conversation also earlier. We usually limit this word to our romantic, relationships. But as we engage with your book, we realize that the concept is much layered. It has several layers to it. So could you decode the word for us with respect to the book and otherwise as well?
Thank you so much. When I started writing, am I audible right till the end? Yeah, great. So when I started writing the book, yes? ये माइक थोड़ा बढ़ा दें वॉल्यूम, इसको बढ़ा दिया, ये फुल पर है? No, I don't think that's anyway. So when I started writing this book, initially I thought I would focus only on romantic heartbreak, because the spectrum of heartbreak is huge. right? I mean, losing a child, we have people out at war, losing a limb, losing a beloved pet, all of it is heartbreaking, right? You have no other words for it other than you really feel literally as if your emotional heart is coming to pieces. After I wrote the book, I realized that it can actually be related to so many experiences, such as losing a friend, right? I think especially I hear a lot of women talk about feminine friendships, and when one is attached to somebody for a long time, and mystically, suddenly something goes wrong. You have no answers. It's very similar to a romantic heartbreak, where you are left with a lot of questions and a sense of bewilderment, you know, like what happened? Like, why did I not see this coming? What could I have done differently? You know, if I had known, would I have been able to change things? So I think all of those, even in terms of, you know, students who've set their heart on an entrance exam and they want to make sure that they get it and they can't crack it, they're absolutely devastated. We're seeing a lot of content out at the moment right now, including IAS admissions, and we're seeing season 3 of that right now, you know. So all of it is heartbreaking. And I think that even though this book is written from the point of view of romantic heartbreak, it can very much be related to by anybody going through, you know, a loss of this kind.
That's very well said, ma'am. And in fact, I think chapter 4 of your book explores the aspect of childhood traumas. So when we go a little further back, our first experience of loss, we realize that it does not begin in adulthood. It can actually go back to childhood. Like you said, a child losing a toy, or, you know, aching for a mother's embrace. So all of these are real heartbreak experiences. And from the book, with your permission, if I may quote from chapter 4, you grieve the childhood where you felt invisible. You grieve the safety you deserved but never had. You grieve the love that wasn't given to you as a child. So these lines don't just describe heartbreak, I think they try and locate it for us. And this shifts the perspective of, heartbreak beautifully. So do you think many of our adult heartbreaks are actually echoes of these early childhood experiences?
That's very well framed, the question as well. I think the most important thing is, like I said, the unanswered questions that you're left with when something doesn't work out the way you thought it would. You know, we built our future dreams on it, you know, even if that other person led us on or didn't, even in the case of unrequited love. The fact is that, you know, you set your heart on something, and for you to be able to answer those questions, and even the thing of, you know, feeling like, why does this keep happening to me? You know, why is there a pattern that I seem to keep repeating, even in terms of, say, the kind of friends I make? Why is it that I keep feeling as if I'm attracting only toxic people, right? We're attaching those labels, but we're definitely observing a pattern that's going on. And I think what is most important is first to make sense of what happened. And for that, you know, like I say that, you know, even when I remember I was going through therapy for a long period about something, and I've always been an early believer in it, you know, in the sense that, you know, there are professionals, and why on earth are we resisting it? There is so much stigma attached even to saying seeking therapy or counseling. And I remember at one stage, the therapist pointed me back to something. This is after I had lost my father, and it just couldn't make sense of, why am I not able to get back memories of him? Why had my mind blocked out the fact that I can't just remember simple moments, you know? So it wasn't just the fact that he is gone, but why have my memories got blanked out? I was really, really upset about that loss. And I remember she said, look, let's talk about your childhood and let's talk about this. And I got exasperated with her. And I said, like, please, yeah, can you stop going back to childhood for everything? And then she pointed out a particular traumatic incident that had happened in my life. And she said, do you remember what happened then? You blocked out memories. And I said, yes. And she said, do you see what's happening now? The moment you faced a trauma and you're blocking out, your body has learned that this is the coping mechanism. So ultimately, so much of what we're experiencing as adults can actually be linked back to what we've gone through as children, including the way we seek out people. So a lot of it is about emotional attachment styles that we developed, which come from lack of the emotional sustenance or the lack of, the emotional wounds that we're carrying. And that's the reason we keep repeating patterns in terms of saying, I have an anxious, supposing somebody has an anxious attached style. An anxious attached person is going to end up often the moment you've gotten involved with somebody. Again, like I said, it could be in friendships, it could be in the workplace with mentors, with mentees, it could be with a romantic partner. And you start becoming, let's say, it's a horrible word, but say you become needy or clingy, and that is a pattern that you'll keep repeating. Unless you're able to take it back to your childhood and say, when I was attached to somebody and I felt they were withholding or withdrawing the love from me, is when I developed this need to cling on and get, overly attached.
Yeah, that's something that I think gives us a cue to observe in ourselves also, to probably, fall out of that pattern as well. So your book really beautifully talks about patterns. Chapter 3 talks about red flags. Chapter 5 explores narcissistic personality types. And you touch upon psychological patterns, attachment styles, like you said, love languages, and personality types. So why do you think people continue to repeat emotional patterns? You say that a lot of times we fall back into that cycle. So even when we are aware of them, sometimes tera to pata hai tu aisi karegi. Yeah, we know ourselves also that मैं ऐसे ही करती हूँ या करता हूँ. Why do we always go back to that pattern? Why can't we break it?
Because until we recognize it, we don't know, right? So there is this whole thing called a push-pull dynamic, right? And we're always going back and forth in that push-pull dynamic. We're literally, like, people have even told me at certain times, saying that, you seem to want that drama in your life, or you want to, invite that sense of, grief and that sense of loss. Tum khush hone mein khush nahi ho. So it is because of the fact that till you have acknowledged something, until you have understood this is my pattern, we don't understand that's a pattern. We are falling into a pattern, but we haven't understood it. And the thing that I must say, because I know we have a very short session, I think the meat of the book, I would still always say that, what I've written is a result of talking with a lot of experts. But the meat of this book is in 20 true stories which are here. And I don't want to preempt you, but I feel that, these stories are of people who I have tracked for 10 years. And it's about their real heartbreak stories, what happened with them, how the relationship fell apart, and the most important thing, which is what did they do after it, and so that after it part is where somebody learns to rebuild. And until you've done that, you're constantly repeating patterns. So you'll see that in a lot of the stories in the book. You'll see that the person says, I don't know why this kept happening to me, and some of them are really, really moving stories.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely, there are so many touching stories, and I actually, say that there are 23 stories and not 22 stories, because especially through chapter 12, we get to see you up close and personal, and where your grit, where your strength comes from. You speak about returning to work, about exhaustion, about proving yourself, that phase where everything seems to collapse inward. And from that, you rebuilt yourself. From that, I think that was my favorite chapter as well. And from that chapter, I would like to quote, when lousy things happen, trust there's a bigger plan that will reveal itself. So we see people reflect, create, and rebuild. So can we say that creativity is the best form of resistance? You have in a lot of stories brought this thing out, someone falling in love with pottery or the Jap Mala and all that. So something on that.
So I think that, when people are reading the books initially, if somebody has an heartbreak, I must say that people find it even easier to talk about death and to talk about grief from death than to talk about heartbreak. And because of the fact that it is seen as something that they feel deeply ashamed of, or they feel humiliated by the experience. So it's something that it's really one of those mental health things which people have not talked about. And what I find amazing is that, you know, in all the stories and everything that when I researched this book, I must tell you all in this room, I think everybody is kind of like right now in this post-lunch sort of, you know, slumber thing going on, like a little bit like the wolf after Red Riding Hood. Now, usme patthar bhare huए पेट के अंदर, the room is feeling like that right now to me, where everybody is in this slumber state. So let me wake you up with this story which comes from real life. I came across this guy, he was called Chotu, and he's from Patna, and he was 18 when his sweetheart dumped him. Okay, and the sweetheart that he had was very fond of chai. And I say in the book that he could have chosen, let me become like a Devdas and drown my sorrows in tea instead of daru. Right? Instead, what did this guy do? He opens a stall which he calls Bewafa Chai Wala. बेवफा चाय वाला क्यों? क्योंकि जिसने भी प्यार में धोखा खाया है, please come here and I will give you a cup of tea for $10. And he says, if you are heart whole, if you're a happy couple, or you say, I've never yet suffered a heartbreak, then you should be proud and happy to pay for that $15 to $100. और ज़ाफ़रान डाल के पीनी है चाय तो भी आप 100 रुपए में पी लीजिए. But that बेवफा चाय वाला, what he tapped into was he had a real heartbreak story, but he chose to take that energy and make something out of it. And today this guy sells 1,000 cups of tea a day right up until midnight. And when I was researching him, I even found there was somebody asked him and said, I mean, is it true that maybe somebody is doing a dhoka on you, you know? Is it even true that somebody has gone through this? Maybe they're just there for that cheap tea that you're giving them. And he says, no, जैसे सांझ होती है और जब लोग आते हैं और यहाँ खड़े होते हैं ना, there is a solidarity that कभी बात करते हैं, कभी नहीं करते हैं, पर पता है कि इसके ऊपर भी वही बीती है जो हम पर बीती थी या अभी बीत रही है, and he has taken that pain and made something out of it. And this is what I really feel is like the key takeaway I want somebody to get from this book. You're going to see that everybody who has been through heartbreak. Take another example, like Deepika Padukone, right? Her story was public knowledge. The fact that she was pretty royally dumped, you know, it was even magnified in terms of humiliation because everybody in the world knew that you were seeing somebody and mom didn't approve and you were dumped. And what did she go on to do? She went on to do a huge body of work, including working with the ex. Her mother saw the signs of depression. The mother took her to get therapy. And then what did she do with it? It's not just, okay, I was like a victim or something, right? She went on and started something called the Live, Love, Laugh Foundation. So to me, like I think the biggest thing I want to leave anybody who's in this room with, or if you're reading it and you know somebody else who's been through this, you know, let them understand that what you have is actually really, really potent creative energy in you. And it can become a business idea, it can become a creative idea. You're going to create something which is going to outlive this pain that you're going through. And that is not something to be taken lightly.
Yeah. I think that's a huge, huge takeaway. And you have followed these characters, I think, for more than a decade. And like I said, when we read these stories, we feel as if you've been with them through their childhood as well. You've, you know, felt them deeply. And the language that you have chosen for the book, it flows, it is conversational, and it is different from how we really see, you know, even romantic writing as well. So was it a conscious choice, using, you know, vernacular also wherever needed and all that? Was it a conscious choice?
Yes, absolutely. I even had feedback from people who've written my earlier books who were suddenly surprised and saw, you know, a sprinkling of Hindi and everything, saying, oh, but, you know, somewhere the language, for example, chapter 1, I think the title is, you know, things like this too shall pass and other such bullshit. Because, you know, when you are going through heartbreak, people are giving you platitudes like crazy, right? They're saying, nee, everything heals, time heals. You're sick of it. You want to say, please stop it. You're not going through what I'm going through. Don't tell me what's going to happen, right? So the thing is that I wanted to very consciously make this a book that spoke to people in a very normal way. And also to not be talking down at any point in time, you know, to talk the way a real friend would do, which is that, you know, a friend would shake you up if need, needed. A friend would listen to you, give you a shoulder to lean on. A friend is also going to sometimes give you a philosophical point of view and say, you know, this is what the great thinkers have said about this or this or this. Why don't you just think about that? So at every point in time, I wanted to make sure that the book stays accessible. You know, it doesn't sound heavy. It doesn't feel like I've got to work at this.
Absolutely, I think that is going to resonate with each one of us. One thing that, you know, since morning that we have observed, that we have had, you know, women leaders, whether it is politics or, you know, Ranjit Pawar ma'am also, she highlighted, you know, women voice in history as well. So it's been a beautiful day altogether, and you've been a trailblazer in the world of romantic literature. So kudos to you. You've done like tremendously open path for a lot of women writers. And as a woman author and a trailblazer, do you feel women bring a distinct depth and honesty to stories of heartbreak and healing? Something that is still not fully acknowledged. Do you think that?
I wouldn't even say that, no, I wouldn't, because, you know, one of the myths that I felt was happening was that I remember I was, you know, when the book just came out a couple of months ago, and I was about to go on to the stage at Bangalore Literature Festival, and we were in the author lounge, and another author, as all of us were often bound to ask each other, so what's your book about? And this guy, senior writer, a male, asked me, what's your book about? And I said, it's these 20 true real stories of heartbreak and how people turn them around, and thereafter what I've written about it. She said, great, so you've got all the women audience there. I said, no, that's the first myth I want to break here.
Wow.
Because just, you know, just the fact, if you look at the book, you will see that, you know, while we say don't put the burden on men and don't make it a gender thing at all, you know, right, we say like men don't cry and those kind of things. The point is that men are feeling the pain just as acutely of early heartbreaks at least. Or sometimes very often I've had interviews where I have met somebody who was even 67 years old who was nursing the loss of his first love, and that was like still something he hadn't got over. You know, the only thing is I think the expression of it sometimes is different. Sometimes, and not always either. You know, because of the fact that there is so much conditioning of, you know, you hold back the pain. That's about it, but it doesn't mean that the intensity and the emotion is different at any point.
Right. And you have watched these, you know, for us they are characters, but for you they're real people, and they actually are real people. So, you know, the emotional trauma that they have felt in these years of suffering and all that, did it have any impact on you as such? Obviously, one tends to get emotionally affected. So what was your journey like with these these people, if you could tell us?
You know, for me, this is the first non-fiction that I've written. And I was learning also, you know, how do I go about this? So the initial stories when they were coming, because I wrote romance and, you know, was, you know, gained a lot of visibility and attention because of being the first Indian Mills and Boon author, etc. So I found that people would keep coming and telling me their stories, and their stories were never just about, you know, one part of love. It was the highs and lows of love. So I would always get the sad part that nobody else got. When the stories started gaining strength and I started saying, like, there is a book here and I must write it, and it almost felt like this is a responsibility, I need to do this book. It was very tough to teach myself to not, to be empathetic without being judgmental, to be listening without prompting a direction in which the story goes. I mean, stories have to unfold in the voice of the person who's giving it to you. For example, there is one story which came to me. It's called Hugs for Free. I was walking to my regular cafe in Church Street, Bangalore, which is where I live, and I saw this very slender young guy who was standing just before, close to one of the bookstores. He had these, you know, these stands with posters on them, and it says, going through depression, need a hug, I'm here. And I was also feeling very low at that point in time. I went up to him and I hugged him, and there was just that human to human connection which was happening. Then I stood beside him for quite some time, and I was watching others come and go, hug him and go on. Then later, when it was, when there was nobody around, I asked him what got him here. And I said, I'm working on this book, could we chat? So we set up a date and a time and so on, and I said, we'll meet at that cafe. That particular day, it was pouring. I made sure I got to the cafe in time. And I didn't know if this person will show up or not. We'd exchanged numbers. He'd said, I'll come. Through that pouring rain, this guy came with his umbrella. We sat down there. And in that story, I got to know he was severely bullied as a child. He used to be so bullied, the kind that you think in movies may exaggerate karte hain, but people would, his schoolmates would dunk his face into the WC. Then he had a narcissistic friend who was using him like to take rides to college. He was hitting on his girlfriend. So the guy had a history of all this. A father who would say, stop whining, be a man, brave up to it. And I said, what got you from there to this point? Today you're standing here offering hugs to people. And that story is called Hugs for Free. He had gone through such a journey of almost wanting to take his life. He got this idea that people go and, you could carry this placard and you could give hugs for free. And people started laughing at him. So he went away saying, I'm a failure even at this, like I can't, till a cousin took her life. And from there on, there has been no looking back for this guy. And I say that the heartbreaks that he went through, particularly the romantic one, it was so life-changing that a guy who was a victim of being bullied, who had narcissistic girlfriend and best friend, today he has done such a major turnaround that he can go around offering mental health support to other people no matter what. He doesn't care if somebody's laughing at him or anything. There's another story which is amazing. I called it Mentor Tormentor. And that was a real challenge because I was at that time very keen that I must make sure the book is inclusive. And so I had been asking, it was all by word of mouth. And I was connected with this farmer in Punjab. He started the call and said, "आप पंजाबी बोलते हो?" I said, "मैं पंजाबी बात नहीं कर सकती हूँ, लेकिन मैं समझती हूँ बहुत अच्छे से, और जो नहीं समझती हूँ मैं पूरा record कर रही हूँ. I will come back to you with any questions if I have them." And this story was of a young guy. He was a farmer. He in his 20s. He had gone to a mela to pick up seeds. He had just a while back lost his father. And then there was an elderly man of about 55 who was at the same mela, at the seed stall, who took his number, started chatting with him. उनको खूब बड़ा चढ़ा के बात कर रहे थे कि देखो इसको, मेरे तो बच्चे हैं, टोरंटो चले गए, क्या है उसमें, फार्मिंग में फ्यूचर है. And when this man started talking, I gathered that he, at that time, hadn't even, at that point in time, hadn't understood what his sexual orientation was. As the relationship developed with this elderly man, it became a close relationship. It developed into a full-on affair. It wasn't just like somebody. At one stage, like I said, your question was, how was I responding? How was I changing? And I realized that he started breaking down. Every time we would speak, he was breaking down. I needed to make sure that I gave him the spaces he needed to tell his story at his pace. And also in the telling of each story, I had to make sure that I got the individual voices of each character. Like a guy who is this farmer, today he's gone on to become a sarpanch. I mean, all the identities and all the stories are changed and every detail is anonymized. But I need to make sure his voice is very different from that boy in Mysore. Or let's say from one of the stories, which is a young girl who went to all the Ivy League colleges. She was at Brown. She has this very breezy, racy way of talking, and her story is about how she was in a relationship and bored with the distance relationship. So she ended up kissing a guy at a pub, and she knew that this is going to go this way. So everybody's tone of voice is very different. And when I'm listening to the stories as the author, I also need to make sure that nothing changes the purity of that story from my end.
Yeah, and I think the first time that we spoke and you said, अनु आप क्या करते हो? मैंने कहा मैम मैं पोएट हूँ. अच्छा फिर अच्छा पोएट हो क्या करते हो? मतलब कैसे? तो मैंने कहा कि जैसे हार टूटकर गिरकर उठकर चलते रहना पड़ता है. हार टूटकर गिरकर उठकर चलते रहना पड़ता है. धारा के विपरीत भी डटकर बहते रहना पड़ता है. और जिनको लगता है ये जीवन खुद रोशन हो जाता है, उनसे कह दो दीपक बनकर जलते रहना पड़ता है. And then you said, this is what my book is all about. I know this is what the stories are, how people have rebuilt themselves from fragments that they were left to tend to. So thank you so much for your insight into the book, and I'm sure each one of us can rebuild our psychological journey, understand ourselves better, and also rebuild ourselves through the fragments that life has left with. और मुझे लगता है कि I hope कि none of us go through heartbreaks in our lives, और अगर हो भी कभी तो हम इतना स्टाइल से फिर वो गाना गा सके कि दिल के टुकड़े टुकड़े करके मुस्कुरा के चल दिए जाते जाते ये तो बता जा अपने लिए. बहुत बहुत आभार आप सबका for listening to us so nicely.
Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions if the audience, from the audience members, any questions?
Do we have any questions? Can we get a mic to somebody as he... Yeah?
अगर questions नहीं पूछ रहे हैं तो book ज़रूर जाके ले लीजिए.
जैसे मैं एक बात बोल देती हूँ कि अपने हार्ट ब्रेक का नहीं बोलना, आप बोल सकते हैं कि मेरे फ्रेंड पर ऐसा कुछ बीत रहा है करके आप क्वेश्चन फ्रेम कर सकते हैं. And books are available outside if anybody would like to pick them up. That would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Milan ma'am, for this beautiful take on heartbreak. Before moving ahead, I'd like to acknowledge our online viewers. Thank you for joining us. तो आइए आगे बढ़ते हैं प्रेम गीत और कहानियों की ओर गीत चतुर्वेदी और शायदा बानो के साथ. प्यार को किसी एक भाषा की ज़रूरत नहीं होती. प्रेम हो, इश्क हो या मोहब्बत, एहसास वही रहता है, पुराना भी आज का भी. और शायद इसी एहसास को अपने शब्दों में सबसे खूबसूरती से पिरोते हैं आज के हमारे अगले वक्ता. कृपया ज़ोरदार तालियों के साथ मंच पर आमंत्रित करें गीत चतुर्वेदी और शायदा बानो को. गीत चतुर्वेदी आज हिंदी के सबसे ज़्यादा पढ़े जाने वाले समकालीन लेखकों में से हैं. कवि, उपन्यासकार, निबंधकार. उनका उपन्यास सिमसिम पेन अमेरिका का पेन अनुवाद पुरस्कार जीत चुका है. जेसीबी पुरस्कार 2023 की लॉन्ग लिस्ट में था और 24 भाषाओं में अनुवादित हो चुका है. उनसे बात करेंगी शायदा बानो, दैनिक भास्कर की डेप्यूटी एडिटर, हिंदी साहित्य की गहरी जानकार और शब्दों की पक्की पैरोकार. इन दोनों की बातचीत यादगार रहेगी.
हेलो. सो आखिर तक आवाज़ आ ही रही होगी. आ रही है. थैंक यू, थैंक यू. नमस्ते, आदाब, सत श्री अकाल. और हर साल हम स्प्रिंग फेस्ट में एक पोइट्री का सेशन ज़रूर रखते हैं और इस बार हमारे साथ हैं गीत चतुर्वेदी. आपने सुना उनके बारे में जो इंट्रोडक्शन दिया था. कुछ चीज़ें मैं और ऐड करती चलूँ उसमें कि गीत चतुर्वेदी न केवल एक प्रोज गद्य के लेखक हैं, बहुत अच्छे पोइट और ट्रांसलेटर. उन्होंने बहुत सारी दुनिया भर की जो चीज़ें हम तक पहुंचाई हैं हिंदी में. चाहे तो उसको, अगर आप में से बहुत लोग होंगे जिन्होंने एक ईरानी मजदूर की कविता पढ़ी होगी, शहतूत, जो सबसे पहले हमने इन्हीं के अनुवाद में पढ़ी थी. तो गीत चतुर्वेदी बहुत सारी चीज़ों के मास्टर हैं और एक्चुअली जो थीम है उससे थोड़ा सा हम आगे भी जाएंगे. ये इनकी किताब है. उससे पहले कि मैं इस पे आऊँ, एक बार आप ऑडियंस से रूबरू हों और फिर हम इस पे आगे बात शुरू करेंगे. आप शुक्रिया कर दीजिए ऑडियंस का पहले से, क्योंकि बाद में आपको टाइम नहीं मिलेगा.
सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहूँ कि चंडीगढ़ लिटरेरी सोसाइटी लिटरेटी आपका नीचे तमाम मेरे दोस्त बैठे हुए हैं, उन सभी का शुक्रिया। किताब पर बात करने से पहले इसी किताब से कुछ लाइनें पढ़ूंगा मैं।
जी, ये किताब एक्चुअली मेरे पास जो कॉपी है वो है अंग्रेज़ी में ट्रांसलेशन है जिसका मास्टर ऑफ अनफिनिश्ड थिंग्स, और गीत के पास जो कॉपी है वो ओरिजिनल हिंदी में अधूरी चीज़ों का देवता। तो वहाँ से वो एक
मेरे पास दोनों हैं।
अच्छा।
और मैंने सोचा चूंकि मैं यहाँ खुद आया हूँ तो ओरिजिनल हिंदी में पढ़ता हूँ।
जी।
कितनी ही बार प्रेम अजनबियों की तरह हमारे बहुत पास से गुजरता है। कुछ एक बार कंधे पे हल्का धक्का भी लगता है, लेकिन कितनी ही बार हम माफ़ कीजिएगा कह के या फिर बिना कहे आगे बढ़ जाते हैं। हम प्रेम को खोजते अधिक हैं, पहचानते कम हैं। इसी से जुड़ी हुई एक छोटी सी चीज़, समंदर एक ऐसा प्रेमी है जो सबसे ज़्यादा क्षमा से भरा हुआ है। समंदर एक ऐसा प्रेमी है जो सबसे ज़्यादा क्षमा से भरा हुआ है। वह हर पल खुद से दूर जाने वाली लहरों को क्षमा करता है और वापस अपने में शामिल कर लेता है। जाने देना भी प्रेम है, लौटे हुए को शामिल करना भी प्रेम है। अक्सर हम लोग किसी न किसी से बात करते रहते हैं, खासकर जब वो नहीं होता है तब। जिसकी अनुपस्थिति में भी तुम जिससे मानसिक संवाद करते हो, उसके साथ तुम्हारा प्रेम होना तय है। भले वो 100 साल पहले ही क्यों न मर चुका हो। ये तुम्हारे हृदय की नहीं, संसार की बनावट की सीमा है कि तुम उससे कभी मिल न पाओ। प्रेम अलग शय है, प्रेम की अभिव्यक्तियाँ निहायत अलग, और कतई ज़रूरी नहीं कि तुम्हारे हिस्से में दोनों चीज़ें आ जाएं।
क्या बात है। तो आप आगे बढ़ें उससे पहले इस किताब के बारे में, और इसका जो टाइटल है, जब ये किताब आई थी तो इस पे काफ़ी चर्चा हुई थी, तो आप इसके टाइटल के बारे में बताएं और ये किताब कैसे पहुंची।
ये किताब मेरी उन चीज़ों का संग्रह है जो किसी नॉवल में, किसी कहानी में या फिर किसी कविता में नहीं आ पाई। ये ऐसा क्रिएटिव प्रोज है जो मेरे नोट्स के गोदाम में पड़ा हुआ था और एक समय के बाद मैंने इसे निकाला। कुछ एसेज हैं इसमें, और हिंदी में किताब का टाइटल है अधूरी चीज़ों का देवता। और जब पेंगुइन ने इसके अंग्रेज़ी अनुवाद की ठानी तो हमारी अनुवादक हैं अनीता गोपालन। जैसे शास्त्रीय संगीत में किसी एक राग में हल्की सी मुर्की दी जाती है और उससे एक अलग सी गहराई आ जाती है, उन्होंने इस किताब के टाइटल को अंग्रेज़ी में अनुवाद करते समय हल्की सी मुर्की दी और इसे बना दिया द मास्टर ऑफ अनफिनिश्ड थिंग्स। ये किताब मेरे भीतर जो अधूरेपन का अध्यात्म है, जो अनफिनिश्ड चीज़ें हैं, ये कहीं न कहीं उनको एक्सप्रेस करती है। फैज़ अहमद फैज़ की 4 लाइनें उधार लेके कहूँ तो वो कह के गए थे कि वो लोग बहुत खुशकिस्मत हैं जो इश्क को काम समझते थे या काम से आशिकी करते थे। हम जीते जी मसरूफ़ रहे, कुछ इश्क किया, कुछ काम किया। तो ये
और फिर आखिर में दोनों को अधूरा छोड़ दिया।
ये आखिर में दोनों को अधूरा छोड़ दिया। तो इश्क, काम और अधूरापन, उन तीनों को मिला के ये किताब बनती है।
जी, तो इस किताब में जो एसेज हैं आपके वो प्रेम, मृत्यु, डेथ एंड लव पे हैं बहुत सारे। तो प्रेम पे आपने हमें कुछ चीज़ें भी सुनाई, अब एक डेथ वाला भी इसमें से सुनाइए। बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग, गहरा होगा, आई एम श्योर। आप 2 लाइनें 10
देखिए,
लाइनें
मृत्यु पर है ऐसा। कोविड के दौरान मैंने अपने पिताजी को खोया था। बहुत सारे लोगों ने अपने पिताओं को खोया होगा उस दौरान, अपने चाहने वालों को, अपने प्रिय लोगों को खोया होगा। जब तुम मर जाओगे, सूर्य में समा जाएगी तुम्हारे नेत्रों की ज्योति। तुम्हारी सांसें अपने जैसी हवाओं को खोज उनसे दोस्ती करेगी और खामोशी से उसमें घुल जाएगी। नक्षत्रों की नोक पर पतंग की तरह अटकी तुम्हारी आत्मा पूरे पूरे दिन अपने आधे अधूरे दिनों को याद करेगी। तुम आकाश में रहना या पृथ्वी पे या पानी में या फिर प्रकाश पर पड़ते अंधकार के छींटों में, जहाँ भी लगे तुम्हारा मन वहाँ रहना। और अगर कहीं न लगे मन तो लौट आना एक नया रूप लेकर, औषधि बनकर उगना वनस्पतियों के बीच, विराट के बीच सूक्ष्म बनकर उगना और सूक्ष्म के भीतर विराट बनकर।
क्या बात है।
इससे मृत्यु से जुड़ी एक छोटी सी कहानी है। कहानी क्या, वाकया है जीवन का, जिसे मैं शेयर करूं आप लोगों के साथ। मौत के साथ एक बहुत गहरा रिश्ता रहा है पूरी लिखाई का। लिखने पढ़ने की शुरुआत मेरी जब मैं 13 साल का था तभी हो गई थी, और लिखने पढ़ने की प्रेरणा मुझे मेरी बड़ी बहन ने दी थी, जो कि मुझसे 7 साल बड़ी थी और हमेशा बीमार रहा करती थी। तब मैं 15 साल का था, मुंबई में रहता था और मुंबई में हिंदू मुस्लिम दंगे हो रहे थे। 1993 की जनवरी का समय था। मेरी बहन इतनी बीमार थी, वो रोज़ सुबह से मेरे पिताजी कोशिश कर रहे थे कि एक एम्बुलेंस का इंतज़ाम कर लिया जाए ताकि इनको समय पे अस्पताल पहुंचा दिया जाए। उन्होंने अपनी पूरी ताकत लगा ली, एड़ी चोटी का जोर लगा लिया, लेकिन हम एम्बुलेंस का इंतज़ाम नहीं कर पाए। रात होते होते मेरी बड़ी बहन ने, जो कि तब महज 22 साल की थी, हमारी आंखों के सामने उसने दम तोड़ दिया। मरने से एक दिन पहले उन्होंने मुझे एक पेंसिल तोहफे में दी थी। उन्हें पता था कि मैं लिखता हूँ कुछ न कुछ बच्चों की चीज़ें, कविताएं, कहानियाँ। तो एक दिन पहले उन्होंने मुझे एक पेंसिल तोहफे में दी थी और कहा था कि तुम अपनी कविताएं, अपनी कहानियाँ इसी पेंसिल से लिखना। जब उनका निधन हुआ तो मैं तो बहुत रोया, उस पेंसिल को भूल गया। लेकिन जब 6 महीने बाद उस पेंसिल की याद आई तो मैंने उस पेंसिल को शार्प किया और उससे लिखने लगा, धुआंधार लिखने लगा। मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मैं अपने जीवन की सारी रचनाएं 15 की इसी उम्र में लिख दूंगा। एक दिन पेंसिल ख़त्म हो गई घिस घिस करके। जैसे मेरी दीदी अमर नहीं थी, वो पेंसिल भी अमर नहीं थी। लेकिन आज इतने बरसों बाद जब मैं कई किताबें लिख चुका हूँ तो मुझे याद आता है कि मैं जो भी कुछ लिखता हूँ, चाहे किसी भी कलम से लिखूं, चाहे किसी भी कंप्यूटर पर कीबोर्ड से लिखूं, दरअसल भीतर ही भीतर मेरी दीदी की दी हुई वो पेंसिल मुझसे लिखवा रही होती है। मैं नहीं लिख रहा होता, वो पेंसिल लिख रही होती है। तो मौत के साथ मेरी लिखाई का ये रिश्ता है कि मैं ज़िंदगी की किताब लिखूं तो दरअसल वो मौत की स्याही से लिख रहा होता हूँ।
क्या बात है। ये किताब और कुछ और किताबें गीत चतुर्वेदी की बाहर अवेलेबल हैं। ग्रैब अ कॉपी और इमीडिएटली इसके बाद आप उनके ऑटोग्राफ ले सकते हैं। बहुत हम उसमें चले गए थे, आपने जो जिस तरह से वो पूरा किस्सा सुनाया और इसमें दर्ज भी है वो। क्या हम अब कुछ कविता सुने आपसे, और क्यों ना सुने? सुनना चाहिए ना? चलिए
एकदम ही। अब
क्योंकि अभी हमारे पास टाइम बहुत कम है, तो हम 2 कविताएं आपसे सुनना चाहेंगे और 1-2 सवाल और बीच में बस।
देखिए, पाब्लो नेरूदा जो चिली देश के बहुत बड़े कवि थे, वो एक बात कहते थे कि कवि परिंदे की तरह होता है और उसके 2 पंख होते हैं। एक पंख का नाम होता है प्रेम और दूसरे पंख का नाम होता है मृत्यु। तो अभी मैंने मृत्यु की बात की, 2 लाइनें फिर से प्रेम पर आ जाऊं, क्योंकि इस पंख से इस पंख पर आना होगा। 4 पंक्तियां ऐसे हैं कि जब मुश्किल समय आए सब कुछ बेकाबू हो जाए। जब मुश्किल समय आए सब कुछ बेकाबू हो जाए, उससे थोड़ा और प्रेम करना जिससे अब तक तुम करते आए, जिससे अब तक तुम करते आए।
अच्छा, गीत की बहुत सारी पोइट्री के 1 लाइनर्स जो हैं वो पोस्टर के तौर पे और बहुत दूर तक ट्रैवल होते हैं। जैसे एक लाइन है जो अक्सर इधर उधर नज़र आती है कि प्रेम में डूबी हुई स्त्री बुद्ध की तरह लगती है। क्यों लगती है बुद्ध की तरह? अच्छा, किसी ने फॉर अ लाइटर साइड, किसी ने कहा बुद्धू की तरह भी लगती है। तो आप बताएं कि बुद्ध की तरह ये कहाँ से आया, ये रेफरेंस कैसे आया?
जो बुद्ध की तरह दिखेगा किसी न किसी दिन बुद्धू भी ज़रूर दिखेगा। क्योंकि जो बुद्धू शब्द है ना, भाषा में आया कहाँ से? बुद्धू शब्द आया है बुद्ध से। पुराने ज़माने में जब कोई बहुत ज्ञानी हुआ करता था तो उस पर तंज से कहा जाता था, अरे तुम बड़े बुद्ध बन रहे हो, बड़े बुद्ध बन रहे हो। तो जो महाज्ञानी था उसको बुद्ध कहा जाता था, लेकिन व्यंग्य में। तो व्यंग्य जो होता है कई बार शब्दों से उनका मूल अर्थ छीन लेता है और एक नया अर्थ उसमें डाल देता है। तो बुद्ध और बुद्धू में बड़ा गहरा रिश्ता है। लेकिन जो कविता की पंक्ति है
जी,
प्रेम में डूबी हुई स्त्री का चेहरा बुद्ध जैसा दिखाई देता है, ये दरअसल एक निजी अनुभूति है। ये मेरी अनुभूति है, ये मेरे जीवन में घटी थी और मुझे वैसा महसूस हुआ था और मैंने वो बात अपनी निजी अनुभूति के तौर पर कही। कविता एक निजी अनुभूति होती है जो कई दूसरे लोगों की अनुभूतियों के साथ जुड़ती है, उसको साइंटिफिक सिद्धांत नहीं मान लेना चाहिए।
ठीक, तो इससे पहले हम एक और कविता आपसे सुने। मुझे बताएं कि क्योंकि आपकी राइटिंग में बहुत सारे विदेशी लेखकों की बात आती है, उनके कोट्स आते हैं, उनकी इंस्पिरेशन नज़र आती है, आप हमें कौन से 3 ऐसे लोग बताएंगे जिनको हमें पढ़ना चाहिए और जिनका आपके ऊपर बहुत असर रहा?
मेरे ऊपर ऐसे 3 लेखकों का नाम ढूंढना मुश्किल है, लेकिन फिर भी मेरा एक निजी
5 ले दीजिए।
मेरा एक निजी कैनन है। मैं उस कैनन से बार बार रूबरू हो रहा होता हूँ और उस कैनन की शुरुआत होती है, देशी विदेशी दोनों लेखकों को मैं उसमें मिला दूँ। मेरे कैनन की शुरुआत है, दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी किताब मुझे लगती है महाभारत, वेद व्यास से शुरू होती है, कालिदास पर पहुँचती है। होमर मुझे बहुत पसंद हैं, होमर की दोनों किताबें मुझे बहुत अट्रैक्ट करती हैं। दांते द डिवाइन कॉमेडी मुझे बहुत अच्छे लगते हैं। कबीर, तुलसी, मीर, गालिब। 20वीं सदी में आ जाएं तो रिल्के, जर्मनी के बहुत बड़े कवि थे, राइनर मारिया रिल्के। अंग्रेज़ी के जेम्स जॉयस, जर्मन भाषा के फ्रांस काफ्का, फ्रेंच भाषा की मार्सेल प्रूस्त, जिन्होंने दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा 7 खंडों का उपन्यास लिखा। जब स्टीफन किंग जो साइंटिस्ट थे उनसे पूछा गया था कि जब ये पूरी की पूरी दुनिया ख़त्म हो जाएगी तो क्या बचेगा, तो स्टीफन किंग ने कहा था मार्सेल प्रूस्त का वो 7 खंडों वाला नावल बचेगा। पाब्लो नेरूदा मुझे बहुत पसंद हैं और एक लेखक जिसे मैं बहुत सम्मान की दृष्टि से देखता हूँ वो है अर्जेंटीना के होर्हे लुइस बोर्हेस।
ठीक, तो क्योंकि बहुत सारे लेखकों की बात हुई और दुनिया के लेखकों की बात हुई, उनका असर आपके ऊपर और आपकी राइटिंग में, दुनिया, देश, समाज सब जुड़ गया साथ में। तो आपको लगता है क्या कि जो पोइट्री है वो कुछ कल्चरल डायलॉग को कंट्रीब्यूट करती है? बिल्कुल,
कविता हमारे सांस्कृतिक संवाद को ही पुष्ट करती है। वो अंततः एक पुल है। मैंने अभी थोड़ी देर पहले कहा, मेरे हृदय की पीड़ा और आपके हृदय की पीड़ा, इन दोनों को जो जोड़ने वाला पुल है वो कविता है, वो साहित्य है। तो चाहे वो संस्कृति के स्तर पर हो, चाहे वो व्यक्ति के स्तर पर हो, चाहे वो संवेदनाओं के स्तर पर हो, ये दो अलग अलग एंटिटीज़ को जोड़ने का काम करती है।
राइट। तो एक कविता सुना दीजिए, थोड़ी लंबी।
अच्छा। कविता है ये, एक कश्मीरी बच्चे के खत। छोटा बच्चा है जो अपने दिल की अनुभूति कह रहा है। ले जाओ ये जमीन, पेड़, पहाड़, नदियां और बर्फ। ले जाओ ये जमीन, पेड़, पहाड़, नदियां और बर्फ, जिनके लिए तुम बम फोड़ते हो, ये सब कहीं न कहीं मिल जाएंगे मुझे। पिता फिर कभी नहीं मिलेंगे। जिस जगह गाड़े थे मैंने अपने दूध के दांत, उसी जगह गाड़ आया हूं अपने पिता को। धमाके के बाद जिनकी सिर्फ उंगली मिली थी और शादी की अंगूठी से पहचाना था मां ने। उनकी बाकी देह को मैंने कल्पना में दफन किया, जैसे उनकी बाकी बची हुई देह को मैं अपनी स्मृतियों में प्यार करूंगा। सुना है मर के पिता पेड़ बन जाते हैं, छांव देते हैं। सुना है मर के पिता पेड़ बन जाते हैं, छांव देते हैं। मेरे पिता उंगली बन गए जो उठती रहेगी तुम्हारी ओर, मिट्टी के नीचे से खामोश, जागती सोचती हुई उंगली।
क्या बात है, थोड़ा देर लगती है इससे बाहर आने में। अच्छा, क्योंकि अभी कविता की ही बात हो रही थी और हम एक लास्ट में और सुनेंगे, आप याद करके रखिएगा। अब मुझे ये बताएं कि क्योंकि बहुत बार ऐसा होता है और हम सबके बिहाफ पे मैं ये पूछना चाहती हूँ जो लोग लिखते हैं।
थैंक यू।
तो सभी के बिहाफ पे मैं एक सवाल जानना चाहती हूँ जो हम बहुत लोगों से करते हैं। आपको भी ऐसा होता है कि कई दिन कई रातें बीतती हैं जब कुछ नहीं लिखा जाता, और फिर उससे बाहर कैसे आया जाए? और ये सबके साथ होता है, चाहे वो कविताएं लिखते हों या कहानी लिखते हों, उपन्यास लिखते हों।
राइटर को मिला हुआ शाप है राइटर्स ब्लॉक। देखिए, अगर लेखक कई बार खुद को नदी समझता है वो, लेकिन अगर नदी की तरह बहता रहेगा बहता रहेगा बहता रहेगा तो वो कई बार उच्च श्रृंखल हो जाता है, यानी स्वच्छंद, यानी जिसे कंट्रोल नहीं किया जा सकता। तो ब्लॉक कई बार एक कंट्रोल की तरह आते हैं। मेरे साथ अक्सर ऐसा होता है, और जब ऐसा होता है कि मैं कुछ नहीं लिख पा रहा होता हूँ तो मैं लिखने की कल्पना कर रहा होता हूँ, लिखने की स्मृतियों में जा रहा होता हूँ, लिखने का स्वप्न देख रहा होता हूँ। तो स्मृति, कल्पना, ये मिल करके लिखने की रियलिटी बना देते हैं, लिखने का यथार्थ बना देते हैं। एक छोटी सी बात मैं कहूँ कि लिटरेचर मेरे लिए एक किताब की तरह है, और इस किताब में घुसने के 3 रास्ते हैं। पहला रास्ता है स्मृति का रास्ता। हम इस किताब को 3 जगह से खोल सकते हैं या चौथी जगह से नहीं खोल सकते। पहला रास्ता है स्मृति। मैं अपने लिटरेचर में स्मृति के माध्यम से घुसता हूँ, जो चीज़ें मेरे जीवन में हो चुकी हैं उन्हें याद करके लिखता हूँ। दूसरा रास्ता है कल्पना, इमेजिनेशन। मैं अपने लिटरेचर में इमेजिनेशन के माध्यम से घुसता हूँ, जो चीज़ें मेरे जीवन में घटित नहीं हुई हैं मैं उनकी कल्पना करता हूँ, मैं दूसरों के जीवन से उन्हें लेता हूँ और तब उसे लिखता हूँ। और तीसरा रास्ता है स्वप्न। संसार के बहुत सारे राइटर्स ने अपनी चीज़ें स्वप्न के माध्यम से लिखी। अज्ञेय कविताएं लिखते थे, जेल में बंद थे, उनको सपने में कविताएं आती थी, वो उस तरह से लिखते थे। तो स्वप्न, स्मृति और कल्पना, इन 3 रास्तों से साहित्य में मैं घुसता हूँ। और चौथा जो रास्ता है वो ये है यथार्थ, यानी रियलिटी। रियलिटी आपके स्वप्न को बेकाबू होने से रोकती है, आपकी कल्पनाओं को बेकाबू होने से रोकती है, आपकी इमेजिनेशन को बेकाबू होने से रोकती है। तो इसलिए रियलिटी में रहने की कोशिश करता हूँ। जब राइटर्स ब्लॉक आता है, मैं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रियल लाइफ इंटरेक्शन पर भरोसा करता हूँ। मैं अपने बुज़ुर्गों से बात करता हूँ, मैं अपने से कम उम्र के लोगों से बात करता हूँ, मैं एकांत में चला जाता हूँ। और चूँकि संगीत मेरे लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है और 3 संगीतकार मुझे बहुत पसंद हैं, एक थे मोत्सार्ट, दूसरे बेथोवन और तीसरे पोलिश जो थे शोपां, फ्रीडरिक शोपां। तो मैं मोत्सार्ट, बेथोवन और शोपां इनका संगीत चलाता हूँ। और कई बार एक केओस पैदा करने के लिए, क्योंकि केओस हमें बहुत इंस्पायर करता है, कई बार एक केओस पैदा करने के लिए मैं मोज़ार्ट, बेथोवन और शोपां तीनों को एक साथ प्ले कर देता हूँ। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कैसा एक अजीब व गरीब माहौल हो जाता होगा मेरे कमरे में। केओस हमें क्रिएटिव बनाता है।
तो ये आपके साथ के रहवासी हैं?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। ये सब मेरे कमरे में, मेरे घर में रहते हैं। और मेरा कमरा जो है वो मरे हुए लोगों से आबाद है।
तो वो सिर्फ सुनते हैं ना आपकी?
काश ऐसा कह सकता मैं कि वो मेरी सुनते हैं। रियलिटी की तो ये है कि मैं ही हूँ जो उनकी सुनता रहता हूँ।
अच्छा, ये बताएं कि डू यू एवर रिविजिट योर अर्लियर राइटिंग्स? आप उनको पढ़ के आपको लगता है कि मुझे शायद मैं ये बात 20 साल पहले या 25 साल पहले जैसी मैंने कही, मैं उसमें कुछ तरमीम कर सकता हूँ, या फिर आपको लगता है नहीं, ये उस वक्त शायद ये शब्द इसके लिए सही थे? इसको रिविजिट करते हैं आप, या ठीक है वो जैसा है?
हाँ, कई बार रिविजिट करता हूँ मैं। और इसी से एक बहुत सुंदर चीज़ बन गई थी। जब मैं 19-20 साल का था तो मैंने एक कविता लिखी थी, सिंधु लाइब्रेरी। सिंधु लाइब्रेरी जो है वो सिंध से आए हुए एक माइग्रेंट जिसने 47 पार्टीशन में मुंबई आ गया था और अपने साथ पार्टीशन की बहुत सारी स्मृतियां लेकर आया था। उसने मुंबई में एक लाइब्रेरी खोली, सिंधु लाइब्रेरी। मैंने उस थीम पर एक कविता लिखी, सिंधु लाइब्रेरी, 1998 में। वो कविता मेरे जो सीनियर राइटर्स थे उनको बहुत पसंद आई। वो बार बार उसका जिक्र करते थे, विष्णु खरे और मंगलेश डबराल। तो एक बार विष्णु खरे ने मुझसे कहा कि इसके भीतर एक पूरी कहानी बसती है। तो 2007 में, तब मैं पंजाब में ही हुआ करता था, जलंधर में, तो 2007 में पार्टीशन की सिंधी स्मृतियों को आधार बनाकर मैंने कहानी लिखी, सिम सिम। और फिर उस कहानी के अंग्रेज़ी अनुवाद को पेन अमेरिका ने पेन हैम ट्रांसलेशन ग्रांट दिया। जब वो ग्रांट दिया तो मेरे कुछ और सीनियर राइटर्स ने मुझे ये सुझाव दिया कि इसके भीतर एक पूरा उपन्यास रहता है। तो मैंने सिमसिम को एक उपन्यास में तब्दील किया जो 2023 में छपा था और जो अगले ही बरस उस समय द JCB प्राइज़ फॉर लिटरेचर हुआ करता था, वो उसके लिए लॉन्ग लिस्ट हुआ था।
राइट। तो सिमसिम इज़ ऑल्सो अवेलेबल बाहर। तो अब हम बात करेंगे गीत चतुर्वेदी के ट्रांसलेशन वाले पार्ट की तरफ। मेरे पास एक छोटा सा हिस्सा है ट्रांसलेशन का, आप इसको पढ़ना चाहेंगे क्या, या कुछ और है? मैं पढ़ूं?
हाँ।
ठीक है, मैं कोशिश करती हूँ। तो ये महमूद दरवेश की डायरी के अंश को गीत चतुर्वेदी ने ट्रांसलेट किया था हिंदी में, और ये खासी पुरानी बात है। तो होटल कमोदोर, जहाँ विदेशी पत्रकारों का हुजूम लगा रहता है, एक अमेरिकी पत्रकार मुझसे पूछता है, यानी महमूद दरवेश बता रहे हैं, इन दिनों क्या लिख रहे हैं कवि महोदय? मैं अपनी चुप्पी लिख रहा हूँ। आपका मतलब ये है कि इस वक्त बंदूकों को ही बोलना चाहिए? हाँ, क्योंकि उनकी आवाज़ मेरी आवाज़ से ज़्यादा ऊंची है। तो आप क्या कर रहे हैं? स्थिरता को पुकार रहा हूँ। क्या आप यह युद्ध जीत जाएंगे? नहीं, अहम बात है डटे रहना। डटे रहना अपने आप में जीत होती है। तो ये लंबा पैसेज है, लेकिन क्योंकि हमारे पास अब मुझे लगता है वक्त कम है, क्या किसी को एक आध सवाल पूछना है? और नहीं तो फिर मैं एक और कविता के साथ इसको एक और अच्छा, डॉक्टर चावला एक सवाल पूछना चाहती हैं। पहले आप कविता सुना दीजिए, फिर हम सवाल ले लेते हैं।
छोटी सी ये कविता जो है ये कविता जो है मेरी माँ पर लिखी गई है। मेरी माँ ने जिंदगी भर पीली साड़ियाँ पहनी थीं। हर शाम मेरी माँ बहुत अच्छे से सजती है, महज एक पुरानी क्रीम और चुटकी भर टैल्कम पाउडर की मदद से। पीले रंग की एक साड़ी पहन उस जगह आ बैठती है जहाँ किताबें पढ़ते मेरे पिता बैठे हैं, मूर्तियों की तरह तल्लीन। अपनी मध्यम आवाज़ में मेरी माँ कुछ कहती है, लेकिन दिन ब दिन बहरे होते मेरे पिता सुन नहीं पाते। माँ बुदबुदाती है, जब कान थे तब कौन सा सुन लिया था। उनका ध्यान खींचने के लिए चोरी से स्टील का एक गिलास वो गिरा देती है टेबल से। उसकी आवाज़ सुन के सिर उठा के देखते हैं पिता, और उनकी आंखें एकदम से चमक जाती हैं। आधी सदी बीत चुकी है, हर शाम ये कारोबार ऐसे ही चलता है। पिता कहते हैं, पीला ऊर्जा और सुहाग का रंग है, तुम पे बहुत फबता है। मेरे पिता कहते हैं और अपनी सुनहरी दलीलों की ओट में धीरे धीरे मुस्कुराते हैं। जबकि मैं जानता हूं जिन जगहों से आए हैं पिता, वहां दूर दूर तक फैले थे सरसों के पीले पीले खेत। जब आंचल लहराती है मेरी माँ, लहरों से भर जाता है पीले रंग का एक समुद्र। शाम की वो सूरजमुखी शांति। मेरी माँ ने ताउम्र महज पीली साड़ियाँ पहनी, ताकि हर शाम अपने बचपन में लौट सकें मेरे पिता, ताकि हर शाम अपने बचपन में लौट सकें मेरे पिता।
क्या बात है, बहुत कुछ।
धन्यवाद आप सभी।
जी डॉक्टर चावला, आप ये ले सकते हैं।
नहीं तो आपके पास मेरी आवाज़ ही नहीं पहुंचेगी।
बहुत अच्छी तरह पहुंच रही है।
मैंने आपने एक बहुत सुंदर सेंटेंस बोला। आपने बोला कि आपकी डेड सिस्टर की पेंसिल आपकी पोइट्री लिखती है। तो एज आई अंडरस्टैंड कि whenever it's something like Bruce Lee says now, when the teacher asks him, when you see an opponent, what do you think? So Bruce Lee will answer, I don't think. Then the teacher asks him, then how do you fight? He says, this hand rises by itself. So your poetry is coming out of that space where it is just writing by itself. My question to you is, as I'm a budding, learning poet, कि whenever you put your thoughts on paper, there are some poets who will never change a word because this has come from that space. But there are poets who will polish it, who will decrease some words, who will change some, the musicality of that poem. I wanted to ask you, how do you do it?
मेरे लिए तो दोनों तरीका कारगर है। आपकी बात से मुझे चचा गालिब का एक शेर याद आता है कि आते हैं गैब से मज़ामी ख़याल के, गालिब शरीर खामा नवाए सरोश है। यानी गैब मतलब कोई एक अलग दुनिया, आते हैं गैब से मज़ामी ख़याल के, कोई एक जो दुनिया से भी दूर है वहाँ से ख़याल आते हैं और गालिब सरीर खामा यानी ये जो कलम की आवाज़ है नवाए सरोश है। सरोश जिब्रील फरिश्ते का नाम था। तो ये जो कलम की आवाज़ है दरअसल ये एक फ़रिश्ते की आवाज़ है, ये गालिब कह के गए थे। तो मेरे लिए चीज़ें कुछ ऐसी हैं कि पहले वो मेरे मन में आती हैं, उतर आती हैं और मैं उन्हें कागज़ पे दर्ज कर देता हूँ, लिख देता हूँ। और लिखने के बाद जो मेरा एक नियम है कि मैं उसे भूल जाता हूँ। मैं उस लिखे हुए कागज़ को कम से कम 6 महीने के लिए अपनी दराज में बंद कर देता हूँ, 6 महीने या साल भर बाद। और जब मैं साल भर बाद उस कागज़ को निकाल करके पढ़ूं और अगर उस समय भी वो मुझे सुख दे रही है, उस समय भी वो मुझे रचनात्मक आनंद से भर रही है, शर्मिंदा नहीं कर रही है, तभी मैं उस पंक्ति को कविता की तरफ ले जाता हूँ। इसीलिए मैंने बहुत कम लिखा है। जो भी लिखता हूँ कभी तुरंत प्रस्तुत नहीं करता। जो भी लिखता हूँ साल भर का इंतज़ार करता हूँ कि अगर ये दराज के अंदर साल भर जिंदा रही तो दुनिया के भीतर 10 साल जिंदा रहेगी।
बहुत बढ़िया। बस छोटी सी बात, रानीखेत एक्सप्रेस कहाँ आउटर पे खड़ी है। एक किताब है इनकी, नॉवल है जो लंबे अरसे से लिखा जा रहा है।
2012 में उसकी घोषणा कर दी थी और उसके 8-10 अंश अलग अलग पत्रिकाओं में छप गए थे, इंडिया टुडे से लेकर के नवभारत टाइम्स तक। और उसके बाद से मैं जिस शहर जाता हूँ वहाँ ये सवाल ज़रूर आता है कि रानीखेत एक्सप्रेस कब आ रही है। तो मैं आपको ये इत्मीनान दिला दूँ कि बस आउटर पे खड़ी है, बस आया ही करती है, बस आ ही जाएगी, साल भर के भीतर आ जाएगी।
चलिए, बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत शुक्रिया आपका, आपने हमसे बातचीत की और आप सबका बहुत शुक्रिया, आपने बड़े प्यार से सुना, मोहब्बत से।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का मेरे दोस्तों।
गीत चतुर्वेदी और शाहिदा बानो का शुक्रिया इन लम्हों को और यादगार बनाने के लिए। मूविंग फॉरवर्ड वी हैव क्राफ्ट एंड क्रिएटिविटी इन द एज ऑफ AI with Victor Ghosh and Afan Yeswi in conversation with Dr. Ivneet Kaur Walia. AI is rewriting the rules of creativity. Who gets credit? What counts as craft? And what remains irreplaceably human? This session dives right into it. And helping us navigate this evolving landscape are voices that bring both strategic insight and soulful depth. Please join me in welcoming Victor Ghosh and Afan Yeswi on stage in conversation with Dr. Ivneet Kaur Walia. Victor Ghosh is an author, an international strategist known for the Eric Roy Adventure series and Tomb of God, called Our Own Da Vinci Code by the Times of India. With 28 years in branding and training from the BBC Academy and Yale, his latest future-proof Explore What Machines Still Can't Touch. Joining him on the panel is Mr. Afan Yeswi. Afan Yeswi isn't just a writer, he's a cultural force. Founder, director of Rivers Publishing Group and director of Pashmira Textiles, an alumnus of IIM Calcutta, he has built a vibrant creative universe across books, podcasts, and visual storytelling. Deeply rooted in Sufi thought, his widely read column, Sufi Solique, reflects a voice shaped by introspection and spiritual depth. In conversation with Dr. Ivneet Kaur Walia, Associate Professor of Law and Associate Dean at RGNUL Punjab, an expert in cyber law and AI regulation, bringing the legal lens into this evolving landscape. All yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to everyone. And thank you for extending an invitation to this mega event, which always takes place, and I was always deprived of being here. So thanks to the organizers. So this session is basically talking about the craft and creativity in the age of AI. Before I say anything, the first thing or the first meme that I ever came across was that we talk about the artificial intelligence, but what do we do about the natural stupidity? And then another meme referred to that I would want AI to do my laundry and cooking. But what it is doing right now is that it is writing poetry and painting for me, and I'm still doing the laundry and the cooking. So with this, I think I'll start with the session. So first, I would like to ask you, because I read few things about him,
that he's a columnist. He believes in Sufism. So let me ask you in Hindi rather than English, because that will bring out the essence of it. So what do you have to say about Sufism? आपके लिए Sufism क्या है?
Assalamu alaikum. Sufism is a way of life, and it's a thought process, and you can't actually define it. It's like gunge ka gud. It's like honey. If I have to say how sweet honey is, I have to taste it. And same goes for any spiritual experience. Sufism is like a medium in which we can get spiritually elevated and reach our ultimate goal of moksha or morifat. Sufism is very much deeply rooted in Islamic philosophy and fundamentals, but there are various parallel spiritual processes in various other world religions as well.
So before I ask him any other question, I would like to ask you that in the age of AI, how are you still holding on to the traditions, the cultural value? Because we all have read about Pashmira, the textile thing that you're leading right now. So how do you hold on to the old values?
So these are two questions. So when it comes to the Sufism, we are very much bound to follow certain ideology and thought processes, but at the same time follow our heart. AI technology has helped us because there were a lot of scriptures which we used to hire people to document it, also used to hire people to record it. So now there is an app for it, so technology is very, very helpful. If somebody in Moscow is investing in getting a scripture of Shah-e Hamdan, and I in Delhi can see it, then within just a few commands I can get it translated in any language. And I can also get some Lucy or Siri to, she can tell me what it is. So yes, that has helped. Research, you are yourself a researcher. Research has helped, but AI, I personally feel is gigo, garbage in, garbage out. We have to be very, very careful. We should not have the tendency to be totally dependent on it. I've had a very bad experience once because we were formalizing deck for funding when it comes to Pashmira. And at the last moment, we saw that all our strategy was pitched by someone else. And then we realized that the AI software which we were using, they were also using the same software. So yes, we have to be very, very careful. And I think government is not fully aware of it. Government works very much in secrecy, and they should work in secrecy. But we can see people working in the government, even for a small draft, they just go to the ChatGPT and check. कि आज सर को यहाँ से यहाँ जाना है, लेकिन उस शेड्यूल पे लिखा होगा टॉप सीक्रेट, बट AI में डाल दिया because they are not aware of it that it actually is then out and open. If I give a proper prompt, what is the schedule of this minister to this minister, that may come, and they are not aware. I feel that awareness has to come. We are grateful that we have leaders like Dr. Sumita Misra, who has not only transformed the Haryana sale deed system, registry system, but she has also used technology and AI in many fields. We deal in property, so Haryana is the first state to have AI chatbot for property registration. It is actually related to the question, ma'am, because we have to learn, and we have seen political parties also using AI. We have had big personalities, including our Honorable Prime Minister, doing a rally and then AI getting it translated. But then, yes, there are a lot of challenges also. There are deepfakes also. During elections, we saw that a lot of deepfakes came, and still they are coming, so we have to be very conscious of it. I think in the coming days, AI is must, and we have to live with AI, and those who know how to use AI, they can prosper well. Those who don't know, they will be they'll actually end up working under someone who knows how to use AI.
Right. So I think you gave a very elaborate answer, and as an academic, I face the use of AI more than anybody can ever expect. All our students, we ourselves, feel very less confident, and we keep looking at chat GPT, perplexity to rephrase everything. So I think we are somewhere undermining our own confidence in whatever we want to say, and we are completely out of our senses because it's no more about feeling the touch of pashmina or any other thing, but it is the feel of the keypad, the touch screen and everything.
For Pashmina, I'll tell you, we used to actually invest a lot of money in hiring models. But now we have learned that we can use some AI tricks and make her pose in front of a green screen. And we just have to pay her for 1 hour and we can just change it and we can get our data for at least a month.
Right.
So yes, we are learning. AI is also evolving. With each day, there are new prompts and new technologies coming. I have ventured into textile with my sister. It's a new learning experience. We are under Startup India, so the government is also supporting in their own manner. But yes, AI is also playing a very big role when it comes to the textile technology. They are also helping us that how we should price our product and how and what terms we should use to sell our product. Right. And we are grateful to a lot of initiatives for that.
Thank you for the answer. So I'll move to the other speaker. So we are talking about your book now, Future Proof. So how do you see AI in the future? What are your thoughts on it? How is the present generation going to be impacted by the use of AI?
Thank you so much for asking that. Am I audible, please? Yeah. Can you please make this a little loud? Yeah, that one's better. Yeah, I think this is audible. So, a warm welcome to everyone. It's post-lunch and many people I can see over here waiting, sitting. So one part is very nicely answered by Afan, what the governance is doing about handling AI. And as a behavioral studies scholar, I have been working on human behaviors for over 27 years now. And I took 2 years to write this book. So when you ask this question, it is a major question for me and for everyone, I believe. But the point is that as common people, we possibly are not been able to understand the threat, and we are constantly feeding AI with informations with our behaviors. So that's where I see, and I say this, that AI is not the challenge. The challenge to us, the human race, is convenience. Convenience. That write-up, that poem, that story, that drawing, that illustration, AI is giving us in seconds. That convenience is the challenge. That is keeping us from being human and bringing up that thought, what Geet was just talking about, that experience, the memories, and the idea of writing something down. We are stopping to do that. We are no more doing that. We are falling for that convenience. The 30 seconds, and AI will do this for me. This template, 30 seconds, AI will do it for me. Why should I? Why should I do that doodle? Why should I do that scribble? Why should I write those 4 lines? AI will do it for me. One of my family members said, earlier that person used to call me, we need a 4-liner poem for our 5th standard student for a class, project. Would you write it? But now, very happily, that person says, oh, now we take the help of AI to write. We don't call you anymore and disturb. I don't know, that's not disturbance for me. Please do call. So that's where. And that's what we need to think about before doing anything. In fact, we were having this discussion about our behaviors, talking about booking a cab. When it comes to us on the screen that would you tip or would you wait for 15 minutes? We need to understand AI is learning my behavior. How many times I pay the tip, when I pay the tip, and when I don't. Because today, when we pay that 30 rupees, tomorrow it will become 55. And the day after it will become 65. Do we understand that? So we were having this discussion during the lunch hours that through the human civilization, what all we have faced, good or bad, steam engine, electricity, internet, this is much, much bigger than that as a threat, as a blessing, whichever way we take it. But we need to learn how do we tackle that through our behaviors. Because this one learns from every step we take. This one learns from everything we do. This one learns from every click we tap on our mobile phone, on our keyboards. So that is where the situation is now. And it's up to us, human beings, how do we learn to co-create with AI, not compete, but co-create. How do we learn to use as Afan has just mentioned, we used to take lots of time to, to select a model, to make them run through several dresses or rugs or whatever. But now AI is helping us doing that. So that's a great way we can use AI. But where all we use AI and where all we not. So that's where the question lies. Yes.
I think you very rightly talked about the use of AI. So it's the responsible use of AI. Because when we are dealing with technology, we generally tend to vent out a lot of emotions like the Ghibli studio videos. And if we don't like anybody, we block them. Or we put status showing our disgust about somebody whom we just had a fight with. So it's the responsible use. So I ask you a question, sir, that what is your experience in the publishing domain? And do you think there's any danger with regard to the AI where people are talking about the disputes related to the copyrights, plagiarism, and all these things?
It's a very interesting question. Madhavji is also here, and I'm sure he will agree. Now, AI is helping a lot of people, and now everyone is a writer because of AI. But they are not acknowledging AI. They're not telling the publishers that we are using AI, and I think that is ethically wrong. It should not be used like that. There can be a policy, and as a society, we can have that kind of an acceptance कि ठीक है इसने लिख लिया, but AI से भी मदद कर लिया. There is a process for publishing, there is proofreading, there is editing. Now there are softwares for it in which the text can also get improved, but we should not depend on it. Especially for translations, we have had experience with Madam Manjuji. We cannot use AI totally. We cannot be dependent on it totally. I'm also associated with the Publishers Association of India. There have been a lot of deliberations to come up with some kind of module, because there are books which have been generated on AI and then being sold on Amazon. We are still in talks with them, but yes, AI is a challenge for the publishing industry because now everybody can be a writer, but then it is also for that person's self-goal कि मुझे लेखक बनना है, मुझे वो एक book launch करना है, then I will be regarded as an elite, and then they use AI. So AI can be good as well as bad. We have seen how AI has helped the medicos, the technocrats, and in the cancer detection, how grateful we should be to all those researchers who have taken help of AI. So yes, AI is very, very helpful, but AI is dangerous also. And yes, very interesting thing, he said that we are being dependent, कि 30 seconds में जवाब आ जाता है. I went just few days back to a hill station, and वहाँ ना Blinkit चला ना Zomato चला, and I was like, मैं कहाँ फंस गया? Because I did not want anything, but at that time I felt like why I am not having the freedom to get what I feel I should get in 10 minutes. We are getting slowly and slowly, our lifestyle is getting addicted to these things, even if we are not aware of it. We have to be conscious that how much technology driven we have become, And technology is a trap. You all will agree, if you talk about one thing, then after 10 minutes or 12 minutes, you'll see ads on your mobile phones. And then you'll be somehow prompted. You'll see reels on your Instagram. We live in an age of Instagram reels. AI is also used in publishing industry to foresee the market of a book, which is good. Is used in publishing industry to make the book covers, which is good. But it should not be used by the authors to actually write the whole book. And that depends on the author and their consciousness. They have to be honest. They can take help in translation or proofreading, but they should not do that. And unfortunately, we have seen and we have had bad experiences. Big names are doing it because for them now it is very, very easy.
So I see overuse of technology is basically leading to a cerebral infoclips
I
where
would
we are
take this opportunity to ask you, because you are a officiating registrar there and you have an expertise in legality. So what do you say about AI and copyright? Because you are an expert in it.
Okay. So if we look at it from the legal lens, then we have a Copyright Act, but it doesn't talk about artificial intelligence or anything else. So right now, the copyright protection can be given to a human being. But what if the AI generates some content all by itself? So if I talk to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to write a poem for me or on me, so it is going to write something, create something. Now whether AI can be given that copyright protection, so this is something that is debatable and will bring in a lot of legal literature right now. So this is a disputed thing. The liability is generally with the person who's managing the major, the website or the intermediary, but they have to prove it. They have to say that there's due diligence that was used and they're not aware as to how these things are happening.
Yeah, adding to it, I'll also say that I've seen many people who are now totally dependent on AI. They have lost touch with their real friends in the real world. They go home, they just put that button on and they start talking to ChatGPT. And ChatGPT also talks to them and gives them good answers. And they are very happy and relaxed.
Because now we don't look at people to talk. We look at our phone to give us responses.
Yes.
I think that's the answer, and that takes me to you, sir, where you said that you will be sharing a surprise and you will be letting us know something or show us something during the session.
Okay, yeah, this was something we were discussing. So, one very interesting thing, please pay attention. You're going to hear something for the very first time. So as Afan has just talked about reels, as a behavioral researcher, I was thinking when we talk like this, what is that new thing, one can do? And I thought of leveling my talks. So the level of this answer, what I'm going to give is pattern, not perspective. Style, not meaning. So AI can copy patterns. AI can give you patterns. Everything in patterned, in a patterned structure. But perspective can be only given by human being. Meaning can only be given by you and me, not AI. Now, if we all go back a few years, we will find that creativity, today's topic, our topic, creativity has always been measured by either a poem or an article or a story or a drawing or an illustration or a painting. Today AI is doing all of it. तो रह क्या गया? आप सबसे मैं पूछता हूं क्या रह गया क्रिएटिविटी का? वही जो गीत बोल के गया, मीनिंग, वो पर्सपेक्टिव, कि वो किसी और दुनिया से आता है और फिर मैं लिखता हूं, मैं बयां कर देता हूं, बस ये रह गया है हमारे पास. तो जितने भी हम आज यहाँ बैठे हैं, आई want to make it a point to share some little learning from my life. and which I want everyone to take it back, take home, and share with your fellow members. So I have this bad habit of making and keeping journals. So last 40 plus years I have been keeping journals, and there are around 23, 24 of them. I'm going to show a few pages and going to tell you, request you, please, possibly, my life is in this journal, in the pages of this journal, my poems, my illustrations, my drawings, the research I did, the first library slip that I got, places where I visited. So, places that I've been, scribbles, films I liked, people I met. Point ये नहीं है, point है, this is a lived experience. यही मेरा point है कि क्या as uncle, auntie, grandpa, grandma, can we buy journals and give it to our young adults at home and tell them, for few minutes, just do a doodle, do a scribble, write a line, do something, but do it every day. Because that is where we can take one step back and say, yes, we are still human, because that meaning will always stay with human. The meaning and the perspective will always stay with human. It will never be with AI. So that's my point I wanted to make, and I was sharing that story with you. And thank you so much for being part of this journey, and I could share this with you today.
Thank you. So I think we just have few minutes left. So the last set of questions. So I want to ask you, what do you like the most? Being a columnist, being an entrepreneur, being an author, being a person who's into publishing? What is it that you enjoy the most?
I enjoy all of it.
That's a very politically correct answer, but if you have to set a priority, what comes at number one?
Just being myself.
Smart answer again. I ask you, sir, as a human, what is that one value that we should never get away with in the age of AI? What is one thing that's very important?
That one mantra has always been with the human race and will always be, get up and show up. Get up. Get up. Rainy day, stormy day, whatever it is, just get up and show yourself up and keep trying. So, when I say this, that, our kids are spending more and more time with screens, and how can we just, help them to understand the value of keeping that one word down on the paper, keeping that one line on the paper, making that one doodle. I think that's our responsibility. That's what we all should do. Because otherwise, we all are going to that same route. Our kids will become consumers and couch potatoes and consume Netflix and just be. So yeah, that's our responsibility.
I'll just add on a Sufi note, kind of, that AI can do everything, but वो इश्क और मोहब्बत ना सीख सकता है ना कर सकता है. उसके लिए टेक्नोलॉजी की नहीं, उसके लिए रूह की ज़रूरत है. मोहब्बत समझने के लिए और करने के लिए थोड़ा जिगरा भी चाहिए होता है. तो AI में अभी कोई वो चैटबॉट, वो ऐप नहीं बना. थैंक यू.
लेकिन AI को यूज़ करके आप अपने जो भी लव इंटरेस्ट है उसको आप एक मैसेज अच्छा सा ज़रूर ड्राफ्ट करके भेज सकते हैं. So thank you everyone. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh
Thank
and
you
Mr.
so
Fanyeswi and Dr. Ibneet Walia for such an important discussion. There definitely needs to be more awareness regarding the use of AI. But now we are moving to our much awaited mushaira, जिसका हम सबको बहुत ही बेसब्री से इंतज़ार है. दुनिया में हूँ, दुनिया का तलबगार नहीं हूँ, बाज़ार से गुजरा हूँ, ख़रीदार नहीं हूँ. इस खाना-ए हस्ती से गुज़र जाऊँगा बेलौस, साया हूँ फ़कत नक्श दीवार नहीं हूँ. अकबर अलाहाबादी की इन पंक्तियों में एक अजीब सी बेनियाजी है. दुनिया से गुजरते हुए भी उससे बंध न जाने की, और शायद यही कविता का स्वभाव भी है। कविता किसी एक भाषा की मोहताज नहीं होती, वो बाज़ार की चीज़ नहीं, एहसास की विरासत होती है। वो उर्दू में भी उतनी ही सच्ची है, हिंदी में उतनी ही आत्मीय और अंग्रेज़ी में भी उतनी ही व्यापक। आज का यह सेशन इस आज़ादी का उत्सव है, जहाँ शब्द सीमाएं नहीं बनाते बल्कि उन्हें पार करते हैं, जहाँ हर भाषा का एक अलग लहजा है लेकिन दिल की धड़कन एक ही रहती है। इसी अवसर पर मैं श्री माधव कौशिक जी का स्वागत करना चाहूँगी, जो एक प्रतिष्ठित लेखक और आलोचक हैं और वर्तमान में राष्ट्रीय साहित्य अकादमी के अध्यक्ष के रूप में कार्यरत हैं। उनके नाम 38 पुस्तकें हैं जो उन्हें समकालीन भारतीय साहित्य परिदृश्य में एक महत्वपूर्ण हस्ती बनाती हैं।
ਬੱਬੂ ਤੀਰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸਾਹਿਤ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵਸ਼ਾਲੀ ਨਾਮ ਨੇ। ਪੋਇਟ, ਆਥਰ ਤੇ ਸੋਸ਼ੀਓ-ਪੋਲੀਟੀਕਲ ਕਮੈਂਟੇਟਰ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਤੋਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਤੱਕ ਆਪਣੀ ਪਹਿਚਾਣ ਬਣਾਈ। ਰਾਸ਼ਟਰੀ ਅਖਬਾਰਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਲਮ ਲਿਖੇ, ਪੋਇਟਰੀ ਰਚੀ ਤੇ 4 ਕਿਤਾਬਾਂ ਲਿਖੀਆਂ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਉੱਚ ਪਦ ਤੇ ਸੇਵਾ ਦੇਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੁਣ ਉਹ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਲਮ ਨਾਲ ਸਮਾਜਿਕ ਮੁੱਦਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਨਿਡਰਤਾ ਨਾਲ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ।
उनके साथ हैं बहुभाषी कवित्री कस्तूरिका मिश्रा। उन्होंने अमेरिकी संसदीय पुस्तकालय में अपनी सेवाएं दी हैं और वर्तमान में वे लोकसभा लाइब्रेरी से जुड़ी हुई हैं और 3 पुस्तकें प्रकाशित कर चुकी हैं। वी ऑल्सो वेलकम सविता सिंह, who is a feminist theorist and poet. She is currently a professor and the founding director of the School of Gender and Development Studies at Indira Gandhi National Open University, Delhi. And we welcome Mukul Kumar, a civil servant from the 1997 batch of the Indian Railway Traffic Service, and he is currently serving in the Railway Board under the Ministry of Railways. His body of work includes 3 well-received novels and 3 acclaimed poetry anthologies as well.
And finally, we have Shelley Widge, who will be moderating this session. Her achievements as a poetess, author, actor, and educator are truly impressive. Over to you, ma'am.
महफिल सुखन की इस खूबसूरत शाम में आप सबका स्वागत है, और स्वागत है हमारे खूबसूरत कवियों का भी। एक एक प्रश्न और उसके बाद आपका कलाम। हर बार पढ़ते हैं, हर बार नई इबारत, हर बार पढ़ते हैं, हर बार नई इबारत, इस शख्स का नाम मैंने अल्फाज रखा है। माधव कौशिक जी, आपसे कविता की बात हो रही है तो कविता से संबंधित ही मैं प्रश्न पूछूंगी। छोटे छोटे प्रश्न और प्यारे प्यारे उत्तर हमें मिलने वाले हैं। माधव जी, आपसे प्रश्न है। कविता की बुनावट बड़ी नाजुक होती है, दिमाग से निकले रेशमी शब्दों के धागे दिल तक पहुंचते हैं और फिर पन्नों तक। मैं जानना चाहती हूँ कि कविता को नियमों में बांधना ज़रूरी है, या फिर आपको लगता है कि इसका सही मर्म जो है इसकी उन्मुक्त उड़ान, स्वतंत्र उड़ान में है?
ये शैली सच बात तो ये है कि जो कवि होता है वो मेरे ख्याल में वो किसी नियम असूल को जीवन में भी नहीं मानता। वो तो बागी होता है, इसीलिए तो कवि बनता है वो। तो वो तो हर तरह के नियमों से खुद भी अलग है और इसीलिए वो कवि भी बनता है। तो रोमांस और रिबेलियन का एक प्रतीक है वो। मैं ये दोनों लफ्ज़ बड़े लफ्ज़ों और बड़े अर्थों में इस्तेमाल कर रहा हूँ। हमारे यहाँ रोमांस का भी मतलब गलत लेते हैं, रिबेलियन का भी गलत लेते हैं। वो जीवन का आनंद उठाना चाहता है अपनी संघर्ष शक्ति से, और इस तरह से वो रिबेलियन भी है, और वो चाहता है कि मैं जीवन को अपनी नज़र से देखूं। दूसरे की आँख से देखना उसे बिल्कुल मंजूर नहीं है। गालिब खुद कहते थे, हम सुखन फहम है, गालिब के तरफदार नहीं। तो जो असली शायर है वो अपने खिलाफ भी होता है, अपने खिलाफ भी लिखता रहता है। तो कविता मुझे नहीं लगता किसी नियम असूल में बंद भी सकती है, और अगर वो बंद गई तो फिर मुझे नहीं लगता वो कविता रहती
कविता
होगी,
रह जाएगी,
वो कुछ और रहेगी।
वेरी ब्यूटीफुल। और इसके बाद हम सुनना चाहेंगे आपका कलाम, आपकी कविता।
2-4 गजल के शेर मुझे याद आते रहेंगे, सुनाता। क्या बताएं दरमियाँ अब फासला कोई नहीं। ये जितनी डिस्कशन हुई हैं आपको लगेगा कि वो सारी बातें शेरों में ढल के इसी तरह से आएंगी। क्या बताएं दरमियाँ अब फासला कोई नहीं, सामने मंजिल है लेकिन रास्ता कोई नहीं।
वेरी नाइस।
क्या बताएं दरमियाँ अब फासला कोई नहीं, सामने मंजिल है लेकिन रास्ता कोई नहीं। शेर देखिए कि फिर किसी के पाँव की आहट सुनाई दी मुझे, फिर किसी के पाँव की आहट सुनाई दी मुझे, घर में पर मेरे अलावा दूसरा कोई नहीं।
ब्यूटीफुल।
घर में पर मेरे अलावा दूसरा कोई नहीं। और ये शेर देखिए कि जहन में पसरा हुआ है एक रेगिस्तान सा, जहन में पसरा हुआ है एक रेगिस्तान सा, आजकल बरसात में भी भीगता कोई नहीं।
ओहो,
जहन में पसरा हुआ है एक रेगिस्तान सा, आजकल बरसात में भी भीगता कोई नहीं। और ये शेर देखिए कि मेरी बस्ती के सभी लोगों को जाने क्या हुआ, मेरी बस्ती के सभी लोगों को जाने क्या हुआ, देखते रहते हैं सारे बोलता कोई नहीं। मेरी बस्ती के सभी लोगों को जाने क्या हुआ, देखते रहते हैं सारे बोलता कोई नहीं। और जायजा सूरत का अपनी लें तो आखिर किस तरह, जायजा सूरत का अपनी लें तो आखिर किस तरह, शहर शीशे का है लेकिन आईना कोई
नहीं। बहुत खूबसूरत।
जायजा सूरत का अपनी लें तो आखिर किस तरह, शहर शीशे का है लेकिन आईना कोई नहीं। क्या बताएं दरमियाँ अब फासला कोई नहीं, सामने मंजिल है लेकिन रास्ता कोई।
बहुत खूबसूरत।
धन्यवाद।
इनके लिए तो कहना चाहिए कि ये शख्स खामोशियाँ कहा करता है, ये शख्स खामोशियाँ कहा करता है, ज़रा करीब हुआ तो शोर बेशुमार निकला। तो सविता जी, आपसे प्रश्न है। एक बार आपने कहा था कि कविता कोई ना कोई रहस्य उजागर करने के लिए आपके पास आती है। तो हर किसी के बस की बात नहीं कविता लिखना, लेकिन सबके दिल में कविता बहती है। जब आप दुख में हो, जब आप खुशी में हो, जब आप गम में हो, जब आप कुछ सोच रहे हो या किसी से मोहब्बत में हो। इश्क करना भी कविता कहना होता है, लेकिन हर कोई उसे पन्नों पर तो उतार नहीं पाता। तो फिर जो लिख नहीं पाता वो ये रहस्य उजागर कैसे करेगा?
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद पहले तो मैं आप सबों को दूं, आपने मुझे यहाँ बुलाया। ये बात कि कविता रहस्य उजागर करने के लिए हमारे जीवन में आती है, ये एक बहुत ही दार्शनिक, एक फ़िलोसॉफ़िकल किस्म का स्टेटमेंट था जो मैंने हाल ही के दिनों में शायद आज तक पे या कहीं बोल रही थी, तब मैंने ये बात कही थी। तो इसके पीछे जो नहीं रहस्य खोल पाता है उसके लिए मैं रहस्य खोल के भी बता नहीं सकती हूँ कि ये उसका रहस्य है। रहस्य कोई एक ऐसा कोई रहस्य नहीं है जो सबका रहस्य हो। हमें जो जीवन मिलता है उसमें हमारे जीवन की एक ट्रैजेक्टरी होती है और हम जो जी रहे होते हैं उसकी अपनी वो अपनी किस्म की एक ज़िंदगी होती है। तो हम अपने जीवन का अर्थ पाने के लिए बहुत कुछ करते हैं, कविता भी उसी लिए लिखते हैं। जब मैं रहस्य की बात करती हूँ तो मैं ये बताऊँ कि बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जिनको हम लगातार जीते हैं और नहीं समझते हैं कि वो कोई रहस्य है। जैसे एक फेमिनिस्ट पोएट होने के नाते मैं बताऊं कि स्त्री और पुरुष के बीच में लगातार असमानता बनी रहती है और उसको हम जीते रहते हैं। इस रहस्य को नहीं समझ पाते कि यह असमानता क्यों है, और जितने भी आपको इसके लिए जवाब दिए जाते हैं वो सब मेरे हिसाब से झूठे होते हैं। दरअसल स्त्री और पुरुष के बीच में या मनुष्य और दूसरे जानवरों और जीवों के बीच में एक दूसरे किस्म का संबंध बनना चाहिए, जिससे हमारे भीतर जो एक बहुत गहरी एक लिप्सा है, एक चाह है कि हमारा जीवन अभी जैसा है उससे बेहतर हो। इसीलिए पोइट्री या आर्ट में ब्यूटी का कॉन्सेप्ट है, सौंदर्य। तो रहस्य को समझने का मतलब है जीवन के सौंदर्य के रहस्य को खोलना, और उसके लिए बहुत सारी चीज़ों को बदलना पड़ता है, बहुत सारी नई बातों को कहना होता है और बहुत सारी पुरानी बातों को अस्वीकार करना होता है। और इसीलिए जिस पोजीशन में मैं खड़ी होती हूँ, माधव जी जानते हैं, वो एक प्रतिरोध का मसला है, एक टेढ़ी राह है और वो लेना कोई आसान नहीं है। तो इसलिए मैं टेढ़ी राह पे चलती हुई एक ऐसी कवि हूँ जो जीवन के रहस्य को कुछ हद तक तो जानती है, लेकिन वो कहना भी चाहती है कि बहुत सारे लोग इसको नहीं जानते और न इसके बारे में कोई ज़्यादा चिंता करते हैं।
चलिए, गहरी सी बातों के बीच एक खूबसूरत कविता की
ये कविता हमारे पहले संग्रह की है, अपने जैसा जीवन। अपनी यातना में वह सो चुकी थी, कई नींदें, कई दिन और रातें बीत चुकी थीं, कई जिंदगियां बन और बिखर चुकी थीं इस बीच, लेकिन एक सपना था जो अब भी झिलमिला रहा था, जिसकी झालर को पकड़ वह उठी थी और उन फूलों को ढूंढने लगी थी जिन्हें सीने से लगा वह सोने गई थी। जागने पर यह संसार उसे अब भी बहुत जाना पहचाना ही लगा था। फूल भले अनुपस्थित थे, लेकिन उसके प्रेमी वहाँ खड़े थे बाहें फैलाए। हर हाल में प्रेम बचा रहता है, उसने सोचा था। फिर आह्लादित हो खुद से कहा था, आसमान को छत और धरती को बिस्तर बना समुद्र की तरह कोई गीत गाना चाहिए। तभी उसका एक प्रेमी उसे बालों से पकड़ खींचता हुआ ले गया नींद और सपनों से बाहर, समेटे हुए अपने सीने में चुराए उसके सारे फूल, जहाँ सब कुछ नया था अपनी यातना में।
ब्यूटीफुल, बहुत खूबसूरत। आपकी तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट महफिल सुखन को और भी खूबसूरत बना सकती है। और आपकी इन पंक्तियों के साथ मैं ज़रूर कहूँगी, कात दे तमन्ना कोई उधड़न को मैं लूँ सिला, कात दे तमन्ना कोई उधड़न को मैं लूँ सिला, सुन ले मेरा अनकहा एक यार जुलाहा तो मिला। जी और मेरा प्रश्न है अब बबूती जी से। आपकी कविताओं ने आपका दामन चुपके से खामोशियों में थामा या फिर शोर में आपके पास आके सरगोशियाँ की हैं?
इसके जवाब में एक शेर है पंजाबी का। सो पंजाबी में मैंने लिखा है इसमें,
नहीं पास कीजिए।
युगो युग नफासत ने तराशिया जरूर सी। सो जहाँ तक कविता की बात है, युगो युग नफासत ने तराशिया ज़रूर सी, पर अखर अखर खिंड जाना मैनू मंजूर सी।
वाह, बहुत खूबसूरत। और अब आपकी कविता।
जी, रिश्तियां दे फलसफे।
ਕੁਝ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇ ਵਗਦੇ ਪਾਣੀਆਂ ਵਰਗੇ, ਅੱਧੀਆਂ ਅਧੂਰੀਆਂ ਕਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਵਰਗੇ। ਕੁਝ ਧੁਰ ਅੰਦਰ ਦੀ ਉਦਾਸੀ ਜਏ, ਵਿਲਖਦੀ ਰੂਹ ਪਿਆਸੀ ਜਏ। ਕੁਝ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇ ਨਜਾਇਜ਼ ਅਸਲੇ ਵਰਗੇ।
ਵਾਹ, ਬਹੁਤ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤ।
ਨਜਾਇਜ਼ ਅਸਲਾ ਜ਼ਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ। ਕੁਝ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇ ਨਜਾਇਜ਼ ਅਸਲੇ ਵਰਗੇ, ਅਣਸੁਲਝੇ ਗੁੰਝਲ ਮਸਲੇ ਵਰਗੇ। ਕੁਝ ਰਿਸ਼ਤਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਪੱਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਨਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਮੇਲ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਬੁੱਝ ਨਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਕੁਝ ਨਿੱਘੇ ਪੁਰੇ ਦੀ ਹਵਾ ਵਰਗੇ, ਬਸ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸਾਹ ਵਰਗੇ। ਕੁਝ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇ ਰਹਿਣ ਨਿਰੇ ਧੋਖੇ, ਜਨਮਾਂ ਜਨਮਾਂਤਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਲੇਖੇ ਜੋਖੇ। ਕੁਝ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇ ਸਿਰਫ ਦੁਨਿਆਵੀ ਮਜਬੂਰੀਆਂ, ਖਾਸ਼ਾਂ ਕਦੇ ਨਾ ਹੋਣ ਪੂਰੀਆਂ।
ਜੀ।
ਕੁਝ ਰਿਸ਼ਤਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਉਮਰ ਰੱਜ ਕੇ ਥੋੜੀ, ਵੇਂਦਿਆਂ ਵਿਛੜ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਜੋੜੀ।
ਵਾਹ।
ਕੁਝ ਰਿਸ਼ਤਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਸਾਰ ਨਾ ਲੱਭਦੀ, ਵਿਛੜੀਆਂ ਕੂੰਜਾਂ ਦੀ ਡਾਰ ਨਾ ਲੱਭਦੀ। ਕੁਝ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਚੁੱਪ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਵਰਗੇ, ਸੁਫਨੀਲੀਆਂ ਚਾਨਣੀਆਂ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਵਰਗੇ। ਕੁਝ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਤੜਫ ਤੇ ਤਾਂਘ ਜਏ, ਅਨਭੋਲ ਅਸਮਾਨੀ ਪੁਲਾਂਘ ਜਏ। ਕੁਝ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇ ਨਿਭਾਉਣੇ ਮਿਲਣ ਹੀ ਨਾ, ਪਲ ਸੁਖਾਵੇਂ ਹੰਡਾਉਣੇ ਮਿਲਣ ਹੀ ਨਾ। ਫੇਰ ਵੀ ਲੋੜਾਂ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਥੋੜਾਂ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ।
बहुत खूबसूरत, बहुत खूबसूरत, ब्यूटीफुल। और लफ्ज़ों के भीतर कुछ लफ्ज़ सफ़र करते हैं, लफ्ज़ों के भीतर कुछ लफ्ज़ सफ़र करते हैं। रूह के सेहरन में कुछ सुलगता रह गया होगा। सो मुकुल कुमार जी, does poetry come to you, or you start to look for words to express the hidden emotions? Either they are oozing out or they are hard to express. Are you running after the words, or the words are coming to you automatically?
It is an honor to share stage with Madhav Kaushik sir here. I'm feeling really overwhelmed. Coming to your question, I believe it is my personal experience, poetic experience, that poetry comes to a poet like leaves to a tree, eternal, that quote of John Keats. So it is like, and on this emotion also, on this experience also, I have written quite some poetry. How suddenly you get completely dissociated from your context, from your surrounding, and how that melancholy sets in, and then solitude, and then melancholy, and suddenly some thoughts grip you, and they ultimately flow out as verses, as words. So it is a very completely divine experience, I must say. So I would really subscribe to your first view. I think it naturally comes to you. You can't write poetry by grit or determination. Beautiful. That is my shared experience, yeah.
And now we would like to listen one of the pieces of your poetry.
This poem is a title, Dahlia 45. It belongs to my poetry collection, Catharsis. And this depicts life through the imagery of nature. So it is like a poet searching for himself among the blossoms of dahlias. That is how it goes. A Dahlia 45. Nature never comes to me in surfeit. Nature never comes to me in surfeit. Even a transient, tranquil stare at a flower, a croton or a creeper comes to me as a wondrous treat. As the spectacles that meet my eyes and the actions that find my hands day in and day out threaten me with a sense of hubbub and humdrum, nature promises an instant wonder, the surreal immanent in the real, the prodigious in the prosaic, a costless access to the soul as it swifts through the wearied eyes. Hence the winter breakfast in my lawns. Hence the winter breakfast in my lawns, wallowing in the wrap of the warm sun. It has told me the life cycle of the dahlias. It has told me the life cycle of the dahlias, to loosen flames from spawns. The vision affects my gaze, cast upon a senile dahlia. The vision affects my gaze, cast upon a senile dahlia, discolored, its petal wrinkled into a gloomy mass. It is just about to part with the plant. It is just about to part with the plant. I am swung into a curious melancholy. A sigh escapes. A sigh escapes. Ah, not long it will last. The vision shifts from youth to infirmity. The vision shifts from youth to infirmity. My gaze turns frantic, sweeping along the row of the flowers, myriad and motley. I search for the dahlia. I search for the dahlia that perfectly pairs with a man of 45.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. जी आप तक पहुँचे हैं हम कस्तूरिका जी, बट तो ज़रा आगे चाल ही सही, न दे शह इश्क में मात ही सही। मेरी रुखसती में न रोए ज़ार ज़ार, मेरी रुखसती में रोए न ज़ार ज़ार, पूछने तो आए हाल ही सही। तो आपसे प्रश्न है कस्तूरिका जी कि जैसे छायावादी कवि होते हैं जो किसी की नज़रों में किसी को देखते हैं, जैसे अगर किसी को पशु पक्षियों में भगवान नज़र आते हैं तो इफ़ एनीबडी कैन सी गॉड इन द आइज़ ऑफ द चिल्ड्रन। सो आपको मैंने देखा है जब आप गाती हैं तरन्नुम में तो आप आंखें बंद कर लेती हैं। जब आप आंखें बंद करती हैं तो आपकी पलकों में कौन ठहरा होता है?
धन्यवाद। ये बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट क्वेश्चंस आपने मेरे सामने रख दिया। मैं अपने सारे सीक्रेट्स बताने की आदी नहीं हूँ, और कवियों को तो कुछ सीक्रेट्स रखने भी चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोगों के दिल की बातें हमारे अंदर होती हैं।
उनके सीक्रेट्स तो पता चल जाते हैं जब वो कविता लिखते हैं।
तो बिना कुछ कहे मैं आपको अपनी एक प्रेम कविता सुना रही हूँ, जिसमें आप सबको ये प्रतीत हो जाएगा कि मेरे मन में क्या चल रहा होता है जब मेरी आंखें बंद होती हैं और मैं गा के कुछ सुना रही होती हूँ। अगले उस पे कम कर दीजिए, और कम कर दीजिए, बस। सुन लो तुम दिल की जुबान, दिल की ज़मीं, छू लूँ मैं तुम्हारे इन हाथों की नरमी। गुमसुम ये दिन, गुमसुम ये शाम, मेरे अरमानों की नमी, जुड़कर तुमसे हो गई है धड़कने हंसी। सुन लो तुम दिल की जुबान, दिल की ज़मीं, छू लूँ मैं तुम्हारे इन हाथों की नरमी। खिलखिलाते हम बेवजह बातें, पता न चले समय की कमी। मखमली चांद की चादर हो, बेफिक्री के पल हो मेरे हम नसी। सुन लो तुम दिल की जुबान, दिल की ज़मीं, छू लूँ मैं तुम्हारे इन हाथों की नरमी। सर पर ना हो कोई बसेरा, ना हो किनारों पे यकीन, बस सिर्फ बस जुल्फों की उलझने हो, हम तुम ना हो अजनबी। सरसरी एक आग हो लो जिसकी न हो धीमी, छू लूँ मैं तुम्हारे इन हाथों की नरमी। गुमसुम ये दिन गुमसुम ये शाम, मेरे अरमानों की नमी जुड़कर तुमसे हो गई है धड़कने हंसी। सुन लो तुम दिल की जुबान दिल की ज़मीं, छू लूँ मैं तुम्हारे इन हाथों की नरमी।
बहुत खूबसूरत, बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज।
आज क्योंकि ये कंक्लूडिंग सेशन है और वसंत का मौसम है।
आपकी बात को काट के मैं ये बताना चाहूँगी कस्तूरिका जी कि पलकों के पर्दे खुल चुके हैं। अब आप आगे बढ़िए।
बसंत की जो संध्या होती है, मैंने कुछ अपने तरह से उसको परिभाषित करने की कोशिश की है, वो मैं आपको सुनाना चाह रही हूँ। बेटा थोड़ा तानपुरा ज़्यादा दे दीजिए, जरा सा। उतर रही है संध्या धीरे धीरे, प्रणय पाश में बांध प्रियतम को, सितारों की माधुरी अधरों पर सजाए, नारंगी दिए की ज्योत जगाए, अबोध शिशु को माँ के झोली में डाल कर उतर रही है, उतर रही है संध्या धीरे धीरे। मंदिरों में घंटियों के करताल पर ओढ़ आई मैं प्रभु प्रेम की चादर, भजन मंडली के कंधों पर करुणामयी दुख विनाशी प्रतिमान पर, बरगद तले अवसाद से बोझल बूढ़े मानस को दे रही है साहस, उतर रही है, उतर रही है संध्या धीरे धीरे।
बहुत आई रिक्वेस्ट
2 लाइन और हैं।
ओके।
फिर उगेगा सूरज क्षितिज पर, सफल न हो सकेगा मेरे पराक्रम के आगे, धरती पुनः शीतल हो जाएगा, पंछी नीड़ पर उतरेंगे, पधारो मेरे द्वारे द्वारे द्वारे, उतर रही है संध्या धीरे
बहुत खूबसूरत. So I request all the poets to be handy with your poems because one by one I'm coming back to you again. So I request Madhav ji, mic दे दीजिए please. I request Madhav ji to recite one of his favorite poems. आपको याद होगा एक लिटरेटी में इन्होंने एक सीक्रेट पोएम सुनाई थी जो उन्होंने कहा था कि मैंने कभी रिसाइट नहीं की है और वो सीक्रेट पोएम हम आज सुनना चाहेंगे फिर से.
तो मुझे तो याद भी नहीं हो पर एक
सीक्रेटिव है इसलिए. जी सर.
बहुत सारी कविताएं हैं जो सीक्रेट रखता है पोएट. वो उसके दिमाग में होता है कि ये छप गई ना तो इसका मतलब ख़त्म हो जाएगा.
जी.
एक बात तो ये कि मैडम की कविता से सच में वसंत हमारे यहाँ कमरों में उतर आया, अपने हाल
जी
उतर आया वाकई. और मुझे याद है जब लिटरेटी शुरू हुआ चंडीगढ़ लिटरेचर सोसाइटी तो बहन सुमिता जी ने एक बात कही थी, वो 10-12 साल पहले की है, जब ये हम स्प्रिंग फेस्टिवल पहला होने वाला था, कि जो पोइट्स हैं वो सन्स ऑफ सोयल तो हैं ही हैं, सन्स ऑफ स्प्रिंग भी हैं.
जी.
वसंत जब आता है तो ये क्रिएटिविटी का एक तरह आगाज़ है और सारी कविता जितनी भी माध्यम है कलाओं के. हमारे यहाँ तो एक मदन उत्सव भी होता था प्राचीन. आप देखेंगे संस्कृत साहित्य में वसंत पे इतना लिखा गया आप कल्पना नहीं कर सकते, भवभूति से लेके और हमारे कालिदास तक. तो हम उसी परंपरा को जी रहे हैं. वो कविता तो मुझे नहीं याद आएगी, वो शेर जरूर याद आ रहे हैं 2-4.
जी. अपनी फेवरेट कुछ भी.
ये जितने कवि हैं दुनिया में उनका एक ही मकसद है कि समाज में संवेदनशीलता का स्तर बढ़े.
जी.
लोगों की आंखें थोड़ी गीली भी होनी चाहिए, उनके दिल भी पसीजने चाहिए.
बिल्कुल.
और थोड़ा जो हमारे मन में पत्थर है वो पिघलना चाहिए पूरे समाज में.
जी.
हम सबका एक ही मकसद है, चाहे वो कविता लिखे चाहे कहानी लिखे. आप शेर सुनिए कि रोने का रुलाने का हुनर ढूंढ रहे हैं, रोने का रुलाने का हुनर ढूंढ रहे हैं, हम लोग दुआओं में असर ढूंढ रहे हैं.
बहुत
रोने का रुलाने का हुनर ढूंढ रहे हैं, हम लोग दुआओं में असर ढूंढ रहे हैं. अब कोई हमें ठीक ठिकाने तो लगाए, अब कोई हमें ठीक ठिकाने तो लगाए, घर में है मगर अपना ही घर ढूंढ रहे हैं.
वाह, बहुत
अब कोई हमें ठीक ठिकाने तो लगाए, घर में है मगर अपना ही घर ढूंढ रहे हैं. और जब पाँव सलामत थे तो रास्ते में पड़े थे, जब पाँव सलामत थे तो रास्ते में पड़े थे, अब पाँव नहीं हैं तो सफ़र ढूंढ रहे हैं.
बहुत खूबसूरत.
जब पाँव सलामत थे तो रास्ते में पड़े थे, अब पाँव नहीं हैं तो सफ़र ढूंढ रहे हैं. और ये शेर बड़ा बारीक सा, क्या जाने किसी रात के सीने में छिपी हो, क्या जाने किसी रात के सीने में छिपी हो, सूरज की तरह हम भी शहर ढूंढ रहे हैं. क्या जाने किसी रात के सीने में छिपी हो, सूरज की तरह हम भी शहर ढूंढ रहे हैं. और ये शेर खास के हालात बिगड़ने की नई मंजिलें देखो, हालात बिगड़ने की नई मंजिलें देखो, सुकरात के हिस्से का जहर ढूंढ रहे हैं.
क्या बात है.
हालात बिगड़ने की नई मंजिलें देखो, सुकरात के हिस्से का जहर ढूंढ रहे हैं. और ये आखिरी शेर के ये आखिरी शेर है कि कुछ लोग अभी तक भी अंधेरे में खड़े हैं, कुछ लोग अभी तक भी अंधेरे में खड़े हैं, कुछ चाय के प्यालों में गदर ढूंढ रहे हैं.
क्या बात है.
कुछ लोग अभी तक भी अंधेरे में खड़े हैं, कुछ चाय के प्यालों में गदर ढूंढ रहे हैं. क्या जाने किसी रात के सीने में छिपी हो, सूरज की तरह हम भी शहर ढूंढ रहे हैं.
क्या बात है.
धन्यवाद.
I request Savita ji to please recite your poem quickly.
अभी जिस फेज़ में मैं हूँ, एक पूरी लंबी यात्रा है जो मैं करती रही हूँ, तो पुरुषों से तो मेरी कोई उम्मीद नहीं है कि वो हमें कभी प्यार करेंगे या हमारे सौंदर्य को समझेंगे, और उसका जो बखान भी वो करते हैं तो वो अपने सौंदर्य बोध का ही बखान कर रहे हैं। जब वो प्रेम करते हैं तो अपने को ही प्रेम कर रहे होते हैं।
आपके आसपास पुरुष हैं?
कोई बात नहीं, वो भी समझेंगे कि मैं क्या कह रही हूँ और कहने की जरूरत।
अच्छा।
तो मैंने अभी तय किया है, ये जो मेरा संग्रह है वासना एक नदी का नाम है, वाणी से आया है, इसको अभी शब्द सम्मान मिला। इसमें मैंने स्त्री को कहा है कि तुम अपने आप को प्रकृति में खोजो, क्योंकि वही तुम्हारा असली रूप वही है। तो जब छायावाद में लोगों ने, सुमित्रा नंदन पंत ने बहुत सुंदर कविताएं लिखी, आप जानते ही हैं, लेकिन मुझे उससे भी संतोष नहीं हुआ। वो भी, उसमें भी एक पुरुष है जो प्रकृति के साथ संबंध बनाने की कोशिश कर रहा है, और उसमें भी उतनी ईमानदारी नहीं है। मैं एकदम खुले ढंग से कह रही हूँ। तो एक स्त्री जब प्रकृति के साथ जुड़ती है तो उसका नज़रिया क्या हो सकता है? उसमें जेन्युइन वासना हो सकती है, और उस वासना को मैंने इस कविता में, ये तो पूरी किताब ही उसी पर है, स्त्री की वासना पर है, फेमिनिन डिज़ायर पर है, एक आपको सुना रही हूँ। कुमुदनी खिली हुई है, जो था सब अपूर्ण था, जो पूर्ण था वह फैला था अदृश्य सा। जैसे चांदनी उस तालाब में खिली कामनाओं सी कुमुदनी सरीखी। प्यास असंख्य थी और जीव भी असंख्य इस धरा पर। दिन की अपनी अतृप्तियां हैं जैसे रात की अपनी। जो रास्ता समुद्र तक जा सकता था वह धूल में डूबा हुआ था। जल तक पहुंचने की ख्वाहिश मगर साथ चली आई थी कई जन्मों से। आत्मा को भिगोती अपने अनंत होने की याद में। जहाँ पहुंचना था वहाँ वासना पहले से थी, यात्रा को अस्त व्यस्त करती हुई। एक नदी वहाँ पहुंची मगर सफ़ेद चांदनी और गुलाबी कुमुदनी को अंक में लिए। कोई हतप्रभ था, ये कैसे हुआ यहाँ तक पहुँचना। प्रेम में मरी किसी स्त्री के लिए ही संभव था या है। अभी जल में असंख्य फूल खिले हैं, ऊपर आसमान है ठहरा हुआ। प्रेम में एक स्त्री अपने वसन खोलती है, नया धारण करती है। चांद उसे देख रहा है अजब कामना से। चांदनी कितनी रहस्यमय लग रही है अभी।
बहुत खूबसूरत, बहुत सुंदर। चांद पर जा पहुंची है स्त्री, लेकिन कविताओं में अभी भी उसका वजूद और उसकी भूमिका बिल्कुल अलग है। सो बबूतीर जी, आपसे पहले हम एक शेर सुनेंगे। प्यार मोहब्बत इश्क से भरा, उसके बाद आप कविता कहिएगा।
जी, जैसे मैम बात कर रही थी तो एम आई ऑडिबल? सो कह रहे थे कि मुझे पुरुषों से कोई उम्मीद नहीं है। तो एक शेर इस बात के मुतल्लक है
जी।
इस ਲਈ ਵੀ ਫਰੋਲੀ ਨਹੀਂ तेरी जिंदगी दी किताब कदे। इस ਲਈ ਵੀ ਫਰੋਲੀ नहीं तेरी जिंदगी दी किताब कदे। किसे होर दे नां दा कोई वर्का एवें ना हथी चढ़ जाए।
क्या बात है।
सो ये नज़म है दो पहलू।
जी।
दो तस्वीरां जिਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਹਨ, हर पक्ष दियां, हर कही गल दियां, हर शख्स दियां। ਅਤੇ ਹਰ ਪਾਈ ਬਾਤ ਦੀਆਂ। ਉਹੀ ਨਸੂਰ ਨੂੰ ਓਲਾ ਕਰ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਤੋਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਨਜ਼ਰਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚਾਈਦਾ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਉਸੇ ਨਸੂਰ ਖਾਤਰ ਖਾਸ਼ ਜਿਹੀ ਵੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਤੇ ਇਸ ਦੀ ਤਕਦੀਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਸੇ ਖਾਸ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਦੀ ਮੱਲਮ ਤਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ।
क्या बात है।
ਉਹੀ ਇਕੱਲ ਖਾਤਰ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਹੀ ਭੁਲੇਖੇ ਪਾਲ ਬੈਠੀ ਦੇ ਨੇ, ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਰਿਸ਼ਤਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਹਜੂਮ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਖਿੱਚ ਲਿਆਈ ਦੀ ਹੈ ਆਪਣੀ ਇਕੱਲ ਫੱਟੜ ਜਿਹੀ।
क्या बात है।
ਉਸੇ ਅਜ਼ੀਜ਼ ਖਾਤਰ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਹਮਦਰਦ ਓਪਰੇ ਕਰ ਬਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਬਗੈਰ ਝਿਜਕ, ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਅਜ਼ੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਓਪਰਿਆਂ ਅਜ਼ੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਓਪਰਿਆਂ ਹੁੰਦਿਆਂ ਭਾਲ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਹੀ ਹਮਦਰਦਾਂ ਦੀ। ਦੁਨਿਆਵੀ ਰੁਤਬੇ ਅਤੇ ਕਾਮਯਾਬੀ ਖਾਤਰ ਜਿੱਤਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਹਰ ਦਾਅ ਪੇਚ ਨਾਲ, ਫਿਰ ਉਸੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਤੋਂ ਅੱਖ ਬਚਾ ਲੋਚਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਸਕੂਨ ਕਿਤੇ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਜਾਏ। ਦੂਰ ਤੱਕ ਖਿਲਾਰ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਖਾਸ਼ਾਂ ਦਾ ਅਡੰਬਰ, ਸੁੰਗੜ ਜਾਣੇ ਹਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਨ ਚਿੰਨ ਬਣ ਅਤੀਤ ਦੀ ਮੁਫਲਸੀ ਵਿੱਚ।
क्या बात है।
ਇਹ ਅਫਸੋਸ ਜਿਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਸ਼ਿੱਦਤ ਨਾਲ ਬਣੇ ਰਹੇ ਜੋ ਉਲਝੀਆਂ ਤੰਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਿਰਨਾਵੇਂ ਵਕਤ ਦੇ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨ ਹੁੰਦਿਆਂ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਗੁਆਚ ਗਏ।
क्या बात है। आपकी सविता जी ने जो अभी कविता कही थी उसके बदले में कोई एक शेर होगा, वो हम आखिर में आपसे सुनेंगे। अगर अभी है याद तो कहिएगा। इनकी बातों में शी इज़ अ रिबेल।
एक शेर है। मैनू कोई शिकायत नहीं।
अच्छा जी।
मैनू कोई शिकायत नहीं, तू भी तां खुश है, फिर रिश्ते नू ही पुछ वेख ये क्यों उदास है।
बहुत खूबसूरत। मुकुल
एक सेकंड
जी माधव।
ये जो प्यार की का रहस्य एकदम उलझ गया ना, तो फैज साहब का एक शेर है
जी,
बहुत कमाल का शेर है। उसमें एक शब्द है तकमील। तकमील का अर्थ होता है अपने आप को पूरा करना, संपूर्ण करना। वो आदमी औरत दोनों पे लागू होता है। शेर सुनिए कि अपनी तकमील कर रहा हूँ मैं, अपनी तकमील कर रहा हूँ मैं, वरना तुझसे तो मुझको प्यार नहीं।
बहुत प्यारी बात जी। मुकुल साहब, अब आपसे सुनेंगे आपकी एक कविता।
मतलब माहौल पूरा हिंदी का है, तो अब मैं अब मैंने हिंदी अंग्रेजी के बाद हिंदी में भी दखल दे बैठा हूँ। कुछ कविताएं इस बीच में लिखी। कविता पाठ करते हैं तो ये आपकी ये कविता है, इसका शीर्षक है कैथारसिस। मतलब कैथारसिस इंग्लिश वर्ड, उसका उर्दू है कैथारसिस। हिंदी में जो रेचन है वो somehow that is unable to completely capture the essence। और ये आपके पहले प्रश्न का जवाब है कि कविता कैसे आती है कवि के पास। तो उसी जो मैंने कहा मेलनकली, सॉलिट्यूड, मेलनकली और फिर पोइट्री। कैथारसिस। संजीदगी फिर दबे पाँव घेराई है, संजीदगी फिर दबे पाँव घेराई है, गम के बादल स्याह हो चले जहन के फलक पर, फिर से इनका उमड़ना घुमड़ना, वही उथल पुथल, वही बेबस बेचैनी, वही शोर भरी खामोशी। पर मुझे इल्म है इस फिरदौसी फिराक का, इंतज़ार है बादल बरसने का, छम छम की मधुर धुन फिज़ाओं में घोलते हुए, मुझे यकीन है बारिश के बाद इंद्रधनुष के सातों रंग आसमां में बिखरने का।
क्या बात, बहुत खूबसूरत।
एक छोटी कविता और
जी
है,
सर जी।
बस देता हूँ। ये प्रेम की बात भी हो रही है तो थोड़ा उस जज्बे को भी उभारा है। और बहुत छोटी कविता है ये। हाँ, आलिंगन। आलिंगन
जी।
चाय के गर्म प्याले पर, चाय के गर्म प्याले पर मेरी सर्द अवसन्न हथेली, चाय के गर्म प्याले पर मेरी सर्द अवसन्न हथेली, वो गुनगुनी गर्माहट, वो गुनगुनी गर्माहट, लौटती चेतना का जीवनदायी कंपन, वो गुनगुनी गर्माहट, लौटती चेतना का जीवनदायी कंपन, प्याले से उठती हुई भाप, प्याले से उठती हुई भाप दे रही है पैगाम कुछ यादों का, पूस की वह ठिठुरती रात, पीपल तले सन्नाटे में तेरा वह कांपता हुआ आलिंगन।
क्या बात है जी जी।
मैं इनको जवाब दे दूं जरा।
अगली बार सवाल और जवाब चलेगा।
एक
किताब लिखी है तो मैं तो बचा रहा हूँ।
ये कविता है सफ़ेद पंख। जाओ उन्हीं आलिंगनों में जो तुम्हारे थे, जाओ उन्हीं आलिंगनों में जो तुम्हारे थे, उड़ेल दिया था जिसमें तुमने सारा प्रेम अपना। जाओ अब तक वहीं पड़ा है वह चुंबन जिसे छोड़ गई थी लाल आंखों वाली चिड़िया। उठा लाओ वह सफ़ेद पंख जिसे गिरा गई थी वह किसी और के लिए।
क्या बात है। माधव जी आपको इस पर ज़रूर कुछ कहना है।
नहीं, मुझे वो कविता याद आ गई जो मैं मन में छोटी सी 4 लाइनों की कविता है। वाकई बहुत सारी ऐसी कविताएं होती हैं, हर कवि वो छपवाता नहीं है, उसे लगता है कि छपवाने से कविता नष्ट हो जाएगी
जी,
तो बचा के रखता है। ऐसी बची हुई कविता है कि चले तो साथ थे लेकिन न जाने कैसे हुआ, तुम्हारा हाथ किसी पिछले जन्म में शायद हमारे हाथ से छूटा तो छूटता ही गया।
क्या बात है।
चले तो साथ थे लेकिन न जाने कैसे हुआ, तुम्हारा हाथ किसी पिछले जन्म में शायद हमारे हाथ से छूटा तो छूटता ही गया। हजारों साल से बिछड़ी हुई हैं 2 आँखें, हजारों साल में जाकर कहीं मिले तो मिले। हजारों साल से बिछड़ी हुई हैं 2 आँखें, हजारों साल में जाकर कभी मिले तो मिले। कोई सुराग नहीं है इसीलिए शायद हथेलियों की लकीरों में ढूंढता हूँ तुझे।
क्या बात है।
हथेलियों
क्या
की
बात है।
लकीरों।
बबूतीर जी आपका एक शेर और उसके बाद उनका कलाम। छोटा सा एक शेर अगर आप कहना चाहें।
कुछ ऐसा याद नहीं आ रहा।
ठीक है।
आखिरी में मैं आप लोगों को अपनी एक रिसेंट कंपोजिशन सुना रही हूँ जो किसी फिल्म के लिए कमीशन हुआ है। इसे कृपया रिकॉर्ड ना करें और ना ही म्यूज़िक बजाएं, क्योंकि ये कॉपीराइट उसमें आएगा और जब फिल्मों में आएगा तब आ ही जाएगा। ये लखनऊ के पास एक गांव है, वहाँ पे चिकनकारी का काम होता है। गांव की महिलाओं का एक अपना समूह है जो रोज़ाना मिलती हैं और समूह में वो काम करती हैं। उनको 200 या 300 रुपये पर साड़ी पर पीस मिलता है। तो उनके जब वो काम कर रही होती हैं तो उनके मन में क्या फीलिंग होती है, ये मुझे कहा गया था लिखने के लिए और धुन बनाने के लिए। तो ट्रेडिशनल धुन है, मैंने कोई धुन इसकी बनाई नहीं है, पर आप सुनिएगा, मुझे लगता है जो अवध से हैं उन्हें समझ में आएगी। बहना पहने हाँ, बहना पहने मलमल की चुनरिया, बहना पहने आम के बाग मनाचे मन ताता थैया, बहना पहने हाँ जी हाँ, ताली भी बजा सकते हैं। बहना पहने मलमल की चुनरिया, बहना पहने नीम बत्ती छपाई पे हरी हरी बखियाँ, मूड़ी कड़ी सफ़ेद कुर्ता, घूमे भरी बजरिया, बहना मोरी हाँ जी हाँ, बहना मोरी पहने मलमल की चुनरिया, बहना मोरी सैया के कमीज पर लाल पीली बूटी, हाँ सैया के कमीज पर लाल पीली बूटी, सूती साड़ी पर नीक लगे फंदे की चिरैया, बहना मोरी हाँ बहना मोरी पहने मलमल की चुनरिया, बहना मोरी चिकनकारी चादर ओढ़े शहर की छोरियाँ, चिकनकारी चादर ओढ़े शहर की छोरियाँ, रेलवा में घूम आई झुमरी तलैया, बहना मोरी हाँ बहना मोरी पहने मलमल की चुनरिया, बहना मोरी। थैंक यू।
ब्यूटीफुल।
याद आया होगा।
सुखन के आसमान पर 5 रंग आज आपने देखे। थैंक यू सो मच। अगर आपको शेर याद आया है तो हम ज़रूर सुनना चाहेंगे।
चलिए एक है ये रास्तों की सियासत थी या वक्त की कम ज़रफ़ी, इरादे ही बदल गए मंजिल तक आते आते।
क्या बात है। A big round of applause for all of them. And I would like to say a few lines for our renowned poets, which I have written specially for them. बचा हुआ है कुछ अभी, ये आप सब के लिए है। बचा हुआ है कुछ अभी, अभी तो चुप से बहेंगी कई कविताएं, अभी तो प्रतीक्षा लिखेगी पीठ पर अलविदा, अभी तो प्रतीक्षा लिखेगी पीठ पर अलविदा, अभी तो जाग की दहलीज पर देगी नींद दस्तक, अभी तो बारिशों का मान रखेंगे, अभी तो बारिशों का मान रखेंगे क्योंकि मौसमों ने मोहरे बिछाए हैं, अभी तो अध तराशे पत्थर रखे हैं, अभी तो अध तराशे पत्थर रखे हैं, अभी तो बुतों में रंग भरना है, अभी अध खुली पलकों में कुछ ख्वाब बाकी हैं, अल्फाजों की दुनिया के मुसाफिरों का ये सफ़र अभी बाकी है। Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much for this beautiful evening to make it more beautiful with your beautiful words of poetry. Thanks a lot.
हाज़िरीने महफिल, शायर का हौसला आपके वाह से बढ़ता है, वरना गज़ल तो वो घर को भी सुनाता है। You all have been a very wonderful audience. अब जब आपसे अलविदा कहने का समय है तो फैज़ अहमद फैज़ की चंद पंक्तियाँ याद आ रही हैं। ये धूप किनारा शाम डले, मिलते हैं दोनों वक्त जहाँ, जो रात न दिन, जो आज न कल, पल भर को अमर पल भर में धुआं, ये मेल हमारा झूठ न सच, जब तेरी समंदर आँखों में इस शाम का सूरज डूबेगा, सुख सोएंगे घर दर वाले और राही अपना रह लेगा। I request all of you to please stay back for the closing ceremony.
Amongst our audience, there is somebody who wants to recite 2 poems of poems.
What a day it has been. All these insightful sessions, each a world unto itself. Geopolitics and governance, nostalgia and memory, young love, ancient feminism, Hindi poetry, and the future of human creativity. The great minds that grace this stage today, Madam Smriti Irani, Mr. Manish Tiwari, and all others, gave us not just ideas, but the rare gift of perspective. I now invite Dr. Sumita Misra and Madhav Kaushik ji for the closing address, and Mr. Afan Yasvi to give the vote of thanks. I also invite Mr. Madhav Kaushik ji for the closing address.
परम आदरणीय बहन सुमिता मिश्रा जी, और वाकई सिटी ब्यूटीफुल के सच में इंटेलेक्चुअल्स की आज जो गैदरिंग हुई है उसको देख के इतनी खुशी हुई। मैं पूरे देश में जाता हूँ और एक बड़े फ़ख्र से कहता हूँ कि अकेला चंडीगढ़ एक ऐसा शहर है जिसमें कोई लिंग्विस्टिक प्रेजुडिस नहीं है। हिंदी, अंग्रेजी, पंजाबी, उर्दू सारी ज़बानों के लोग एक साथ होते हैं। पूरे देश की हालत ये है, हिंदी वाला पंजाबी वाले को नहीं जानता, पंजाबी वाला उर्दू वाले को नहीं जानता और अंग्रेजी वाला किसी को नहीं जानता। हमारा ये अकेला एक ऐसा शहर है। वाकई अब ये सिटी ब्यूटीफुल तो नहीं रहा, सिटी इंटेलेक्चुअल ज़रूर है, और इसका बहुत बड़ा श्रेय इन संस्थाओं को जाता है जिसमें सबसे ज़्यादा काम चंडीगढ़ लिटरेरी सोसाइटी ने किया। चंडीगढ़ लिटरेरी सोसाइटी का एक छोटा सा सदस्य होने के नाते, क्योंकि जब उसका प्रारंभ हुआ था तो बहन जी ने मुझे भी ये अवसर दिया था कि मैं तभी से साथ हूँ। और एक बात और बताऊँ कि पूरे देश में अब तो हालत ये है कि हर कस्बे में लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल होता है, हर कस्बे में। बड़े महानगर से शहरों में आया, अब कस्बों में भी आ गया है। लेकिन हिंदुस्तान के 100 में से 99% जितने भी लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल हैं उन सब में व्यापार तो है, विचार नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ सिर्फ विचार है और विचार ही रहेगा। मैं वाकई आपको श्रेय देता हूँ और पूरे चंडीगढ़ के जितने भी पढ़ने लिखने वाले जितने विद्वान लोग हैं सबको कि इस शहर की इस गरिमा को इसी तरह बनाए रखने में हम सब साथ मिलके चलेंगे। इसी तरह से चलते जाओ सपनों का संसार लिए, इसी तरह से चलते जाओ सपनों का संसार लिए, वक्त तुम्हारी राह देखता है फूलों के हार लिए। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
I cordially invite Afan Yesvi to give the vote of thanks.
Thank you. It has been a lovely day and full of insightful interactions and lot of learning. First and foremost, I would like to express our gratitude and thank you to Dr. Sumita Misra, our chairperson, for creating this festival. Although her schedule was very, very busy, and also had some personal health issues, but she really took a lot of pain to see this day successful. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for, yes, a lot of pain. We are also grateful to our sponsors, Adesh Hospitals, SBI, Canara Bank, DLF, Amity Haryana, our publishing partners, our hospitality partner, Hayat. But most importantly, we are thankful to all our speakers. They traveled from all the length and breadth of India. Thank you for making the fest a success. We have learned a lot. The Chandigarh is really grateful to you. Also thanks to the CLF team, Madhu, Rajiv, Rahul, Navneet, and many, many more who have really taken a lot of pain in making this day successful. Thank you all. Let's all join for a high tea. Thank you. Yes, thank you to the audience here as well as the audience who are watching us online via live stream.
Thank you.